everybody, and welcome to day one of Tier1Con, and the main event is CDH World Championship. I'm excited. How about you, Felipe?
I'm super excited. We're finally here after months of build-up. A lot of people traveling across the world to play with us, so I'm super excited. There is a lot of people outside there, and we're going to see some great magic.
It is going to be awesome. We have so many great people here. We have Playing with Power, we have Into the North, we have I Hate Your Deck, we have Split Second, we have CDH TV. We have a lot of people here.
We have Ian from Comedian.
Ian Comedian here, probably the hottest player in the moment.
Yeah.
One Major League Commander.
Yeah.
He was a finalist in our first online series. I mean, he's on a roll. We also have Spleenface here. And Spleenface will actually be covering the first round with me because he won a bye.
Yes, because he won a tournament and he gets to play with it.
Yes.
Not like I do, but we have Maraxis as well.
Yes.
So actually the people that played the CDH Recon tournaments are here with us. So we're super excited about that as well.
Definitely. So, one thing we want to note, because during the feature matches you might notice some strange cards. And they will look like this. I don't know if you can see them. These are our playtest cards. Those are made available to players so they can get cards that are difficult to get your hands on. They will hand these cards back to us after the tournament, just so you know what they look like on screen. We will do our best to translate whatever it is on screen for you guys, but they are new for us as well.
Yes.
But I am excited. So, let's go off here. Who do you think will take this tournament down?
Well, the thing is that I've been playing with the guys. Spoiler alert, we've been here since yesterday playing, actually from Thursday, so I'm really excited to see what Ian is going to be doing.
Oh yeah.
He has some new takes on Paco. He knows the deck left and right. And he also, I think, is one of the most tactical players in the format. Like, I think it's pretty fair to say one of the best players in the world for TEH.
Oh, definitely.
Spleen, obviously, in a tier 1 event, Spleen is... Yeah, he should get a bye all the way to the top 4 most of the time.
Basically, he won one and top 4 2 more.
Yes, he top
out of 4 events.
Yes.
That's a success rate of 75%.
Oh, he got to finals with a Gitro.
And the weird deck, the companion deck.
Yeah, like it's.
Yeah. For me, players to watch is obviously Spleenface as well. I'm not gonna tell it while he's here, but Ian as well is, as we said, he's on a streak. But we can never also. We have some local players. We have Ahmad Kolkio, our winner from last year.
Yes.
So he has to defend the title.
Yeah.
But as you might have just heard, there was an announcement, and that is pairings are up now, meaning we will be shifting shortly to our feature match. We will have a short commercial here, and then Spleenface and I will be back with our round 1. See you in a minute.
See you in a minute. Bye.
and we're back. As promised, we have Morgan Spleenface here with us. Welcome to the commentators booth.
Hey, I'm happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. You've been on a tear this last year.
I've been doing all right, but we'll see if I can keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, you've been after me in my commentary shop, so now it's all up to you and show your...
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
Now, I'm going to make a mistake, and I'm fully expecting Twitch chat to be there to,
Gotcha.
roast me endlessly. Man, this guy, thinks he can commentate. He missed this obvious thing, but...
Exactly. So, are you willing to tell Twitch chat what deck you're on?
I am playing Cody Vociferous Codex. It's a Turbo-Naz deck where the idea is you play Cody, you activate him, you cast any instant or sorcery that costs 1 mana or has a mana value of 1. You flip through your deck, you find Profane Tutor. Profane Tutor finds you either Bring to Light or Ad Nauseam. You cast it, you win. No fuss, no muss. It's not necessarily the most,
Flavorful deck?
It's not necessarily. I think compared to some of the stuff I've played in other tournaments, I mean, obviously there was some real spice, but even something like Razakats, where there's a little bit more, choice, more give and take. Am I going fast? Am I going slow? Am I playing control? Am I, trying to be the one who wins fast here? Am I tutoring hate bears or whatever? This one, it's just we're going to try and win really quickly, hopefully with protection. And it's quite good at that. So we'll see if it works out.
I'm excited, and I know my co-host here, Felipe, he made a deck tech with Sickrobot.
Yes.
Who's on the same deck as you, right?
Yeah, we have maybe 3 or 4 cards different,
Yeah.
some different tech choices, but yeah, the same archetype, same commander, and almost the same.
Gotcha. So yeah, stay tuned throughout the day. Sometime we will show you the pre-recorded deck techs we made for you guys. So, Morgan, what is your expectations for yourself and your crew and for the entire tournament?
Well, of course, I have to say that I don't think anyone else from my crew is going to do well, just because that's
right.
How we support and help each other is not by encouraging or building up. It's we just challenge each other, right? And then it's like
tear each other down.
You know what? I'm going to make you eat those words, and so yeah, I have to say that. Myself, I'm very much hoping to day 2. Having the bye in the first round certainly helps with that, so I'm just looking to pick up 1 or 2 wins, and then day 2. Obviously, winning would be great, but in semi-final matches and final matches, in one game, anything can happen. So, expecting to win any one game is not something I try and do. It's something I hope to do, but hope for the best, plan for the worst.
Makes a lot of sense. So, other than that, you have a bounty on your head.
I do.
This weekend.
Yes.
So Morgan and a lot of the other content creators are wanted, so to speak. There's a bounty on their head, meaning that whenever they're in a pot, if they win the pot, they will give a set, or they will give these Tier 1 Dragon Shield sleeves to whoever wins. Do you win yourself? You get to pick who in the pot will receive the sleeve.
I heard it was random, but
okay, well,
I'll probably do it randomly. Just I don't want to be playing favorites with anyone, or there to be any bad feelings. But
other than that, our good friends and sponsors from Dragon Shield are actually allowing us to announce a very special product today. It is these new sleeves. You might have noticed them on our commercial as well. But as people might know, when you are using sleeves of a lighter color, there are sometimes an issue with dual face cards. You can see through the back. Dragon Shield solved that issue with, they now painted the inside of the sleeve completely black. So there is no way for the card to be seen through.
I was wondering, because I was like, dual sleeves.
Yes.
What are they, like double layered? No, they painted the inside. That's really smart.
Exactly. And they still have the same durability and shuffle feel that we all know and love for Dragon Shield. So, if you are lucky enough to be paired up against one of our bounty players on stream, you will also receive a pack of these sleeves. So, they will, if I am informed correctly, be launched worldwide in November. So look out for that. I know there is a lot of Dragon Shield lovers out there.
I thought this was Tier1Con, not the dual sleeve pre-release.
It is, both of it. It's all of it. So, let's see if, no, pairings are still. So we are doing this exactly like a GP. We are doing repairings.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
Nothing could just go right. That
No,
would, I mean, that would ruin
obviously.
half the fun, right?
Exactly. So, if anybody in chat has any questions for Morgan or I, please fire away. We have some time to kill here right now before the players are getting set up and repaired. But other than that, so Morgan, talk a bit to us about your travels here from Toronto to Copenhagen.
Sure. So we left on Wednesday night. We flew through Reykjavik actually, which was cool. I'd never been to Iceland or north of the Arctic Circle, so that was a bit of a first.
Did you get to go outside the airport or just?
No. We had a very short connection, but it was kind of cool because the entire flight we could see. The sun had very clearly set, but you could just see over the horizon just like the barest glimmer of sunlight, because it's the summer and the sunrise in Reykjavik is at 4 a.m. or something crazy. So that was kind of cool. I was hoping to see the Perseid meteor shower because that was actually peaking during our flight, but couldn't really see much out of the tiny window of a plane. But yeah, we got here, no issues. Spent yesterday just jamming games with people and meeting some people I'd met before, some people who I'd met online. Finally getting to meet them in person, play games in person, so that was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, same here for me. Getting to put faces to all the Discord nicknames or Twitter handles. It's kind of nice actually because
Yes.
it's just like a weird nickname and now there's actually a face behind it.
Yeah, exactly. I've so far managed to avoid playing with you.
And that is because I can maintain my 100% undefeated record against you.
Exactly. I've never beat you.
Exactly.
It's just rough. And now, cleverly, I've stolen your mental misstep.
Yes.
So when we do play, you'll be at a bit of a disadvantage. You'll
Yes,
just
I'm
be
actually
lost.
presenting an illegal deck.
Oh my goodness.
So, we
Can
are
I
getting...
call a judge into the commentator's booth?
So we got a question in chat for you. Who is your favorite commander?
Who's my favorite commander? All right. My favorite commander is... Oh man, there's so many options to choose from.
Yeah, it's also what's the favorite to play? What is the overall
I
favorite?
think my overall favorite, not necessarily the deck built around it or casual competitive, is Mercil, the Pretender, the one that...
No, continue. Sorry about that, by the way.
Sorry, yeah.
Please open your Discord,
You exile
check your pairings,
artifacts and
and go to your
artifacts
pod.
and creatures.
Link below is full. Now,
It steals their activated abilities. You can only use them once a turn, so it doesn't combo incredibly easily. But there's a lot of different combos you can do. Like if you wanted to build a competitive deck, you can do Mirror Mat Phantasm to mill your entire deck very easily. There's lots of crazy Arcanus or things that tap to destroy stuff, or Neviniral's Disc, and it takes all these cards that a lot of them are very difficult to play because they have very high costs or very serious drawbacks. You get to play a whole bunch of cards like there's a card called Minion of the Shrek that just taps to destroy creatures. It has some you have to sack a creature in your upkeep or whatever, but it's you just put it under Mirror, so you use it, you can untap them, use them throughout the turn cycle, and you just play all these cards that no one ever sees. You do weird things with them, and you can set up all sorts of crazy, whatever power level you want. You can put some set of cards under Mercil that's absolutely crazy, but still not, oh, I got a super early infinite combo, and it's one of those decks that takes unplayable cards, gives you a place to use them, do something cool, do something no one else is doing, and it's also a really it's like the inverse of Voltron, where in Voltron decks you play the commander, you suit it up, and then you're just punching people, whereas in this you play the commander. And then instead of being this giant combat juggernaut, it's a giant everything else juggernaut. So you have your commander almost like another player. They can counter spells, they can remove stuff, they can draw cards. So it does everything and plays sort of like a planeswalker, sort of like another player, and lets you do all sorts of crazy
And you
stuff.
didn't even mention the best thing. It's in Grixis.
Well, I think that
Kolkio,
taking advantage
Smile
of
Eye,
Marisol's ability
Swill,
isn't necessarily,
and player connected.
in CDH,
That
obviously,
was
the Grixis
Feature Match
Turbona's
Table
Breach
15.
archetype is great.
Please proceed
I don't know if
to the Feature
that
Match area.
takes advantage of
Thank you.
Marisol's abilities the best, but yeah, if you were building a competitive deck, you could do Mirror Mad Phantasm for the easy mill your deck, Dread Return, Thoracle combo, sort of like a Grixis Hermit Druid idea as your commander, and then still play Ad Nauseam Breach, all of that.
All the actual good cards. But also, Grix is just close to my heart. I love that, so I had to mention that.
Fair enough.
So, as you might have heard, we have now found our feature match. It is going to be, let me see if we can pull it up here. So, we will have Kolkio, our champion from last year's local event. So, before we made it global, we had a Danish event, and Ahmed Kolkio, he won that one. So
Right.
he's gonna be one of them. Then we have Lynch from I Hate Your Deck.
Okay.
Usually plays high-powered commander, not CDH. So this is actually, I believe, his first CDH tournament.
Yep.
And I know that he stayed up late last night getting pointers from Play to Win guys on how to play his deck. If I'm not mistaken, he's on Crown Tevesh.
I believe that's right, yeah.
Yes, again, a Grixis. Sorry, you just got a message. Yeah, a Grixis build again. I mean, I love that deck. Tevesh is just my jam. Turn one Tevesh and just take up and threaten to steal all the commanders.
Yeah,
that's the best feeling ever.
It definitely can put a lot of pressure on the table. There's, people go back and forth. There's so many different options in Grixis.
Oh, yeah.
You have, the Roger Silas if you want to just go as fast as possible. Kess is a little bit of Old Faithful at this point, but she still gets the job done. She can get you a second tutor. Obviously, she can be the one card win con with Demonic Consultation or Tainted Pact, where you find Oracle, cast it from the bin to exile the library and win. And then you've got Inala with the Spellseeker combo. You've got Vile Smasher and Malcolm, which lets you play the Glinthorn Buccaneer, where you have a one-card combo that you can find with Demonic Consultation and Tainted Pact. Is a huge deal. Like, I think people looking at that deck have gone, well, I mean, the combo's okay, but you don't get any card advantage. You don't get the speed of something like Rogurak.
I actually tried it out a few weeks back, and Ragavan is amazing in that deck.
Yeah, there's also a couple cards just happen to be pirates,
Yeah,
and then you get
Ragavan,
extra
for
treasures.
example.
Ragavan, I mean, Hull Breacher, rest in pieces, but
Well, pieces.
yes, yeah, no.
Nobody
not,
misses that.
Not too sad about that.
But let's see, the two other players are Twill and Player Not Connected. Not
All right.
players I am familiar with.
Sorry, who was the first one? Player.
So Twill is one
Well,
player
okay,
and
player
not
Yes,
connected.
I haven't encountered them before either.
Me
but
neither.
We'll see
So
what
we'll
decks
see.
they're on.
Let's have a look in to see if so we can see the players are arriving at the feature match area. Shortly, we will put names on the screen so you know where players will be sitting. So obviously, we don't know the
What
players
everyone's
yet.
playing yet.
But I gotta root for our local guy Ahmed Kolkio here.
All right.
So
I think it's best if I remain neutral. I can avoid ruffling any feathers or stepping
Well.
on any toes. Obviously, I was on the panel with Lynch from I Hate Your Deck last night. He's a very nice guy, and
yes.
it's always good when someone's first tournament experience is a good one.
Definitely.
But I don't want to be.
playing
I want
favorites.
to be as impartial as I can.
Well, you are allowed not to. So let's see while we're waiting here if there's any questions in chat for you.
Yeah, there are a couple.
Yes.
So I think the first one was, yes, I did get the Sweet Demonic Tutor. I did not bring it with me, unfortunately. I was sort of planning on it, but then when I went to build my deck, I was just I was pulling cards out of decks that I'd already put in decks to so I could have all the real cards, because the deck I was playing was originally made with playtest cards. And so I was just going through, and I think I wound up just pulling the Demonic Tutor I'd already put in a deck out and putting it in. But I did get it. It is very, very lovely. So that's, I guess, the first question.
So what's your favorite guild in CDH?
My favorite guild in CDH. In terms of sort of fun to play, I think it has to be Is It?
Yeah.
there's so many different Izzet commanders that are just they're not quite sort of where you want them to be. Whether it's like something like Niv, where casting it is just a little bit too difficult, and then the fact that it combos with cards like Curiosity is a card that you can't really find in Izzet, which is kind of
CDH
unfortunate.
players, welcome
And
to
then there's
round
like
one.
Riel. I
I
know
can
Noobs was
ask
playing a
to
lot of
inform you that yes,
Riel,
the
my
icing will
podcast
be
co-host,
able
was
to,
playing
or
Riel.
available to sign
And there's so many
from
different
1
things you can
o'clock.
do with that. He tested
So
a build
after 1 o'clock, you can come
with
and get
Discord
all the
outlets,
advice
like so
cards
just once a
signed.
turn you can cycle a
Up
card.
by the,
Tested one
Magic
without.
Mark on the boot in the corner, just
You know,
beneath the
do you
round
play
timer.
wheels? Do you not? Because you have all the card draw. And there's cards like
also have to know that after this
Breakthrough, where you
round,
draw
there'll be
4
a
and then
short
discard
lunch
your
break.
hand. So you just
Round 2
draw.
will be paired at 2 o'clock.
So there's
I
all sorts of
expect
crazy
you all to
stuff.
be ready to play Magic
Bizarre
at 2 o'clock for round 2.
I'm very partial to
that
Mizzix,
said,
the true, you know,
you have
instant and
75
sorcery-based
minutes.
Storm as opposed
You
to
may
playing all the
begin.
artifacts.
Good luck. Have fun.
There's all sorts of, you know, there's the Mizzix combos, and all of them have issues, which honestly kind of adds to the charm of the color combination for me. Like obviously Dimir is extremely powerful, but it's so powerful that it almost doesn't matter what you have in the command zone. You know, it's just like, oh, well, I'll play Kells because she's a Scepter outlet, or I'll play, you know, Yuriko so I can draw a couple of cards, or Sig, or whatever it is. And then you're playing the ad nauseum Oracle sort of stuff, which is obviously very, very strong, but it's a little bit less interesting, and it also just begs the question of, why wouldn't I just play more colors if that's what I want to do?
Makes sense.
But I think Izzet has an identity very much to itself. That's a lot of fun.
Gotcha. So, yeah, we see the players are still shuffling up. So, are there more questions? So, in CDH, what is the normal amount of turns before someone wins?
So I think the metagame project shows that most games are ending around, or the average game is ending around turn 5. But obviously that's a very right. It's a right-tailed distribution as well. It's very rare for games to end on turn 1. It does happen, but it's tiny amount. Turn 2s are more common in a lot of pods. They're in a pod with 4 fast decks. Usually one of them could attempt a turn 2, but if there's only 1 or 2, generally they can't. I don't think we've seen a deck that can really consistently attempt turn 2 wins.
I mean, Cody's pushing it. Right?
So Cody gets like, you can pretty much always turn 3 win. Like, you just need one piece of acceleration is a turn 3 win in Cody. But I think like it might not even turn 2 as often as something like Rograk Silas, where you have that super cheap commander to enable the crazy hands where, you know, you have ad nauseum and killing the weak or whatever, where you just kind of have it. Whereas in Cody, every hand sort of has it, but maybe just a little bit slower, but without quite as needing to play quite as many, like, get every available piece of mana source you have. So I don't think there's a deck that can consistently turn 2. There's lots of decks that can very consistently turn 3, but obviously then people can set up. There's lots of interaction, so and then lots of games there are lots of games that go for 10 or more turns. You know, some stacks pieces come down, win attempts get countered, and everyone's sort of left without a lot going on. All of that can definitely happen. So you have like a very long tail where a lot of games are ending turn 3 and 4, and then fewer are ending out at, you know, 9, 10 plus. That averages out to around the sort of turn 5, turn 6 mark. But you have to be ready. You should, depending on the pod, you might want to be ready for a turn 2, and I would say, not knowing anything about the pod, you should still be ready for turn 3s.
Definitely. And that's one of the mistakes we often see, that people are tapping out on turns 2 and 3 and then just got run over.
Yeah, well, it's a very tough line to walk for a lot of decks, especially the ones that are trying to play a little bit more of either a mid game or a long game, particularly with turn order, right? The difference between, if let's say 10% of the time a deck can attempt a turn 2 win, and 60% of the time they can attempt a turn 3 win. Whether or not you can tap out on turn 2 is determined by seeding order, which I think is, you know, something that will always be with this format. I wish it was not quite as extreme as it is.
And can I throw in a small comment here? We actually had that question last night.
At
Somebody,
the panel, yes.
at the panel. So go watch the VOD for that, because we had some interesting takes on how to fix the format, so to speak. And turn order was brought up, and there was some interesting suggestions there.
Yeah, and citing again the metagame project, which I'm I'm going to mention as often as possible because I want people to
they're
go
doing a
look
lot
at
of
it
great
and
work.
also submit your games to it. I think if you just Google CDH metagame project, you'll find probably a Reddit post that has a link to submitting games. And then he does, it's a guy named James Squirrel Mob he goes by, and he does amazing work, and it's awesome that he does that. And I think his data has showed, and data from things like leagues and tournaments has showed that the person going first wins usually around 40% of the game, which is obviously crazy high. Like that's like winning 60 or 70% of your games in a 1v1 format, which is just absurd.
So it looks like our players are looking at opening hands, so let's go to the game scene, and good game everybody.
Yes, all right.
And we have the names and decks on screen for you guys as well here. So now knowing the decks, then the players, what is your take?
Well, okay, I think some of these decks might not be right just yet.
Yeah, okay, so we can actually see the decks here. So Kolkio is on Thrasios Tumna, I know him, it's a blue farm, the classic blue farm, he's been playing it for years.
Crompton.
Crompton, sorry.
Crompton, yeah.
And then we have Lynch or Spiral out on the Teresh and Crown.
Yes.
Twill on Cody.
On Cody, all right,
Oh.
there's another Cody player.
Another Cody player, and player not connected is on Bruce and Thrasios. So the medium green style.
Yeah, the more
No,
I
not
guess
medium green.
Evolution
that's the
or,
name, yeah.
or Dawnwaker. That one can go, or it could even be something like Blue Pod.
it
Honestly,
could be.
for his sake, I hope maybe it is because I think that looking at a pod like this, what you really want is an early collector roof would be
Yes.
would be the best hope of slowing this game down and giving you a chance to leverage Thrasios and get back into it.
We have 3 very fast decks,
really
and
do.
we have player not connected trying to contain the board a bit,
Yes.
depending on which list they're on. I'm sticking to my guns with Kolkio here. Blue Farm, I know he's been playing it for years, and it seems like he always has an insane opening hand.
All right, yeah. Well, we'll see if he can keep that up, or if he's used up all his luck.
Yeah.
That's always how that works. You want to have bad hands before the tournament and then good hands in the tournament, not the other way around. And so I think what a lot of this is going to hinge on is whether or not Twill finds a hand capable of playing a turn 1 Cody and attempting a turn 2. Obviously, that's not super difficult in Cody. Like any hand with Mana Crypt and 2 lands just does that. And so that, I think, will give him a very good shot because he is going. This is turn order.
I am
not
unsure
sure. Okay,
on
well-
the turn order. Obviously, that's very important here.
Yes, assuming turn order is sort of as the players are displayed and Kolkio's going first, Twill being able to play that turn 2 Cody will put a lot of pressure, particularly on the 2 faster decks going second. It'll give player not connected can try and sort of play a little bit more greedy, do some development on turn 1, assuming that neither of Kolkio or Lynch have sort of played out a hand that's looking like a turn 2 ad nauseum or anything like that.
And I gotta say, Lynch is in for trial by fire.
Yes, absolutely.
In this first tournament of his. Blue Farm and Cody are like pedal to the metal here. It is all about speed. So I'm excited to see how he handles this because I'm sure he's used to slower games.
Yeah.
This could end very fast.
Yeah. Just as I was saying, if Twill plays the turn 1 Cody and neither of Kolkio or Lynch have showed a hand that looks like a turn 2, player not connected can. Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
it looks like he just drew for turn, so he might
player
actually.
not connected is probably in the
Okay, going first, Cody going last. That very much changes the dynamic of this pod.
Okay, so we see the Mox Amber here.
We can kind of see his hand. Should we
Yeah.
pretend we can't? Or
No,
okay.
I don't know.
It looks like there's
There's a Windfall.
a windfall. I believe I saw a Veil of Summer.
Is it a Spellseeker, the second blue card, I believe it is?
That might be it.
Then is it the Tainted Pact from the archive?
Wait, no. Okay, now they're. they've moved these around, but they're not quite right yet.
Okay, so we see
No,
the insane start here, as I mentioned, from Kolkio, as always,
Yep.
turn 1 Ristic Study.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Okay, we'll see how much this gets fed. I'm imagining,
Oh,
okay,
so, this might be slow.
this
now.
might be slow, but I think, depending on what Twill has, if he could, for example, play one non-creature spell and then Cody on turn 1 and attempt to turn 2 win, that might be good. Now, Lynch is obviously going to want to pay for his fish, hopefully, to try and draw some cards. That might tax his mana for interaction.
And we see a silence in Twill's hand.
Yeah, so silence in Cody is even stronger than it is in most decks.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a Jeweled Lotus.
Ooh.
Okay, so
Okay.
it looks like there's going to be a lot of cards drawn.
Yeah.
He's tapping.
So I'm assuming he's
Oh,
paying
he paid for Ristic Study.
Ristic,
That's
yeah.
interesting. So I guess maybe he doesn't have anything to interact with. Depending on what's in his hand, this could be very good or very bad. He could be looking to surprise. I might have seen the hint of a Dark Ritual there. But as I was saying, Silence is incredibly strong in Cody because you can lead with it. You activate Cody, you cast Silence. You don't have to cast the Profane Tutor, right? Okay, we've got someone reading the Cody. I'm imagining there might be an explanation of what's coming.
Yes.
But so the idea is because Cody is a slow cascade, not a fast, like it says you can cast it this turn as opposed to casting it immediately. When you lead with a card like Silence or Veil of Summer on your Cody activation, they can't counter the Profane Tutor without first countering the Silence or the Veil or something like that. Like, so it's a little bit preemptive.
So yeah, unlike where Yeeters, where it can be a little awkward,
Yeah,
because
like
you get to see whatever.
If you cast Veil of Summer and then you cascade into something like a Profane Tutor or Wheel of Fate or whatever, your opponents can just counter that and then theoretically let the Silence resolve. Whereas this, it's preemptive and it still enables your combo. So that might be the hope that you can try the Silence. Even if the Silence gets countered, it's like maybe that's all the interaction that was. If it doesn't get Mental Misstep, but instead it gets Force of Willed, you go like, oh well, I guess that might make my.
Yeah, and so we're here on Lynch's second turn, and we already see 2 players showing off our playtest cards. So
Yes.
Lynch with a Volcanic Island and player not connected with a Tropical Island. So yeah, Lynch here paying for the fish as expected. Kolkio just played a land and passed.
Yeah, so I wonder. I think what's a little interesting is player not connected just played a land and passed.
Yeah.
Because he could have played the Thrasios at least, which enables the Mox Amber, means he has a little bit more mana in later turns. And Kolkio's start was obviously very good, but when you see a hand like Land Crypt Ristic Study, generally you don't have to expect a ton of other crazy stuff out of the hand because that's already just you always want to find the reason the person kept the hand, and Land Crypt Ristic Study going second is the reason someone kept the hand. So then you can be, you don't have to assume that they still have something really good or scary. Whereas when you see a slower start, it's like, okay, well they must have kept it because there's a lot of interaction or there's tutors or there's something.
So we just see
So,
players passing here.
Players,
both
yeah,
Trill
just land
and-
pass. Land pass. Okay, now we're seeing Thrasios paying for the Ristic Study.
Yes.
All right, that's some disciplined play, I think, is what we're
Definitely.
seeing here.
I also expect maybe the reason Kolkio didn't play anything was he realizes that Cody is already threatening a win.
Yeah.
So that might be the reason for not tapping out.
Yes. I think we might see some decision points here. If I was Kolkio, I would definitely, be thinking about, do I want to try and develop this Crom? Maybe I can put pressure on one of the other 2 Nas decks, or if he's expecting a sort of turboed out Tavesh at some point, having the Crom ready to go to deal with that.
Yeah.
Versus holding the interaction or potentially trying to threaten ad nauseum on other players' turns. I think there's a lot. He has sort of different ways he could play this. He could also cast the Timna and still hold interaction. That's kind of a middle point. And since Crom has haste, if he plays it later and already has the Timna out, you can draw cards off it immediately. So we'll see what's coming out of him
Saw
here.
the Mox Diamond here and feeding Lynch's fish for 1. So
Yes, the fish actually hasn't drawn too many cards. I
No.
believe it's drawn just 2, one from the Jeweled Lotus and one from the Mox Diamond now.
Yes.
The Ristic Study,
Has
I
drawn
believe,
from the fish, the
Cody, and that might actually just be it.
Yeah, so very disciplined play from our players.
Especially considering there's 3 turbo decks in this pod.
Yes.
Honestly, maybe even a little bit too disciplined from player not connected.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
agree.
think playing a deck that's so much slower here, it does. Looking at this board state, and especially where Kolkio is. It feels like he might sort of start to struggle when people start playing all their big spells and doesn't really have the mana to be activating Thrasios, or doesn't have any sort of engine online. So we'll see sort of how that works out. But obviously there's always the risk that if you start feeding cards, everyone else starts feeding cards. So maybe he just felt, you know what, I'm going first. I'm not. Seeing as I didn't start behind by going last like we originally thought, maybe I can just be a little bit more safe, encourage everyone else to play safe, and if this game goes to...
So can you recognize whatever Mystic Archive card that is? So it's cast from 1 blue or black.
Yeah. Oh no, I cannot.
Brainstorm, Dark Ritual are both.
Yeah, it could be one of those. Okay, I'm guessing it's Dark Ritual.
Dark
'cause now we're
Ritual,
seeing
yeah.
an ad nauseam.
And we are in.
I believe we were in.
in response to the fetching.
In response to the
yeah.
fetch, so I think we're in Lynch's end step. So
Gotcha.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Another very interesting thing about this is that we saw, obviously the players didn't see, Player Not Connected has a Windfall in hand. So if Kolkio maybe has to fight over this a little bit, okay, yeah, we're seeing Fierce Guardianship from Twill.
Paying for the
Paying for
Mystic.
that. He has no backup? Wow. Okay. And that's an
But
interesting...
I mean, you had the turn 1, as you said before, like you had turn 1
you had the
Mystic
turn on Ristic Study, but he's...
and the Adnos, so maybe there's not a lot of room for interaction.
Yeah. So that's very interesting to see. I think if I'm Twill here, and I speculated on a Dark Ritual in his hand.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going for it here. Before, in order to cast the Ad Nauseam, you have to feed Kolkio basically 3 cards, and if he had interaction, he almost certainly would have used it on a Fierce Guardianship on his Ad Nauseam. And if he doesn't find it in 3 cards, then the Ad Nauseam's resolved, and then it's usually too late. So if he can go for a win here, I think that would be pretty well timed.
So I'm curious to whether or not we are still in Lynch's end step, or we actually the turn got past the 12. That 1 mana could really be.
I think that Twill would not have been very likely to fetch in his upkeep, or like. I got the sense that this was an end step fetch, and now he's untapping. So yeah, we see that silence again, and leading off on the silence. Right? If he goes Dark Ritual, activate Cody, silence. He might even be able to pay for one of the Ristic Studies, which gives Kolkio 1 draw to find interaction.
But he needs an extra mana then, right?
Dark Ritual.
It's 4 to activate.
He would need a land.
Yeah.
Which is not.
It's
usually,
not.
Okay, well, we're seeing a Saprotan Scary.
Land.
Yeah, so this is an interesting thing with Cody, and I'm sure Reed went into a decent amount of detail on the deck tech.
Yeah.
But essentially, any 2 mana producing land gives you a turn 3. You play it on turn 1, you cast Cody off it on turn 2, and then you activate Cody off it on turn 3, which is often just good enough, right? And so having those lands, even though they do enter tapped, and obviously when you play them as your 3rd land, it's quite unfortunate.
Yes.
It can work out very well. Like for example, if he'd played that turn 1 alongside the Jewel, obviously alongside the Jewel Lotus, it would have been very, very strong. But even without that, essentially one extra piece of, as I said earlier, 1 piece of acceleration gives you a turn 3. Just having 1 extra mana twice, so those depletion counter lands accomplish that. Obviously at the cost of entering tapped, and also if you try and tap them more than twice, they stop working. But
makes sense. So we are now on Player Not Connected's 4th turn here. We see a Cradle deployed.
Okay, so that probably means that this. I know some of the evolution decks run it, but that also could mean that
Yeah, we see the
perhaps it's a
Spellseeker.
little bit more of a creature-focused variant. Spellseeker, I think, means we're not going to be seeing Blue Pod here.
No, it is probably going for the ephemerate line here, or interaction.
I know if he was going for the Ephemerate, I don't think he has the mana for that.
He needs
Because
red
he
and white.
needs, the colors are
Yeah.
are a big issue here. I guess you could just go for the Ephemerate. You could go for the Ephemerate, and then if you have to use it to find a piece of interaction,
Yeah.
you can, and then maybe just go for the tutor on your next upkeep. Obviously, when you Final Fortune same turn, that's a much faster clock. But I also think that Final Fortune into Breach into Ristic Study with 4 open mana and a fish is a little bit of a dicey line.
It is ambitious.
It's ambitious, and with Final Fortune, when Final Fortune lines don't. Okay, we're finding a silence, so that's actually. I'm sure Twill will be very unhappy to see that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because that effectively counters his silence that he could lead off his Cody activation with, because Profane Tutor is a sorcery, so you can't cast it in response. So if he activates Cody, casts Silence, and then gets Silence in response, not only does he not get there that turn, but the Profane Tutor's now in exile because
Yes.
you couldn't cast it, and it's just gone. So that has the potential to work out really badly, so he'll have to be careful about making sure he doesn't get silenced when he goes for it.
Yeah. So we are now here on Kolkio's turn, and it looks like Crown is going to enter the game.
That certainly looks like a Kron. I mean, I probably would have guessed ad nauseum if it wasn't already in his graveyard, but yeah, I guess it's interesting that Kolkio didn't cast the Timna last turn. If he didn't have backup for his ad nauseum, but maybe he was hoping that someone would attempt to win, you get ad nauseum in response and then interact. So I guess that might have been sort of his thought process, but it looked like he could have cast the Timna and still held up ad nauseum.
Yeah, might have been some color issues.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about this tapping. I think leaving the Mox Diamond on tap was probably over the Scrubland might have been a little bit better for presenting some interaction. But sometimes people are playing around, see Collector Roof out of someone, or even just something that lets you destroy a mana source can be, like a well-timed, even something like a Nature's Claim, or possibly something stronger like a Force of Vigor, can sort of take people off mana to interact and function almost like a temporary silence.
Yeah.
But okay, now
So
we're
Crown went for
Fetching.
Twill, and
going for Twill. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
While there obviously is a Naz in a Tevesh Kron deck,
it
Cody is pretty much built entirely around the Naz.
Exactly.
And now I think he's just fetching. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is here, but maybe he has something to cast, or maybe
could just be to play
around opposition
yeah,
agent.
Exactly.
Yep, that's. I don't know if Lynch is on it, but
I'd be surprised if I can confirm he's on it. If he didn't change anything
Sure.
from last night, I saw him cast it against Ryan
Sure.
from Play to Win, which was Ryan's only land. So
oh no! in one of my games that I was playing, I went turn 1 Urza Saga pass, and then it was collateral damage on a Force of Vigor. So I was just sitting there with no lands
Yeah.
in play on turn. It's like,
That's rough.
Yeah.
okay, so
Okay, so it looks like this
yeah.
fish is going away. We'll see if that's just because he wants to be holding interaction, or if he has some turbo stuff to be doing, or if he's just gonna maybe play with some rocks and look towards casting one of his commanders next turn.
I think if I was Lynch here, I would take the chance to develop my board a bit, because that player not connected has the silence,
Yeah.
and Kolkio has open mana.
Yep.
So I am maybe trying to
I
get on
wonder-
board here.
I wonder if he actually has any. If he has any 2-mana rocks, it's an interesting decision, particularly early in games. The pattern of turn 1 fish versus wait for turn 2, play something like an Arcane Signet, and then cast the fish. So you're a mana ahead and a turn behind on the upkeep, so you have way more mana during your turns, and you can kind of keep the fish going like, now here on turn 4, paying 3 for it means that he still only has 1 mana, whereas if you were a turn behind, you'd be paying 2, plus you'd have a mana rock out, which would mean you'd have 3 mana, which is obviously much more workable. Okay, we see a blue for a Soul Ring. Are we paying, or are we trying to go fast?
Not paying, it looks like.
Not paying, alright, so I guess maybe he's just trying to cast one of his commanders here.
I mean, this will draw Kolkio some cards, because the next spell
Yep.
will trigger Crown, and if Lynch is continuing not to pay for the heuristic, Kolkio has a full grip again.
Yeah, especially if he can play the Tymna next turn and draw 2 cards
Yeah.
with the heuristic study, with all the mana he has. I think he's in a very, very good spot. I think what Twill is praying for is that Lynch somehow draws the silence out of player not connected. But it looks like we're just seeing Tevesh. I don't know that I love casting Tevesh into an onboard Crom.
Tevesh are
but
really punished by Crown.
Maybe he might be thinking that he can tick up, survive the Crom, and then play his own Crom to block. And then obviously Tevesh is a very powerful engine. But I think also it'll be interesting to see if some of the 1-power creatures from the other players actually get involved in combat, because like if Twill, seeing that silence, doesn't think he can go for it with Cody. Cody, I mean, it's nice as a blocker, but there's actually just not that much. Like he could block a Thrasios, I guess, or a Spellseeker, but that versus player not connected and Twill working together to put just a little bit of extra damage on the Tevesh, it could actually come back to really matter in the event that it takes 1 Crom hit and then a Crom gets deployed. Just having it be that little bit lower, and him not having the Thralls to sacrifice to draw cards, could wind up being very relevant.
Yeah.
So if I'm Twill here and I'm not going for it after seeing that silence, I think I'm talking with player not connected and saying, okay, let's work this out to try and get the damage we can on this Crom. Obviously Kolkio, you assume he's going to go after the Crom as well.
Oh, Tevesh.
Or sorry, go after the Tevesh with the Crom.
Yeah.
And having the Tevesh be at 1 loyalty with no Thralls versus having it be at 2 loyalty with 2 Thralls when Lynch untaps could make a world of difference.
Attention CDH players.
Let's go back to one of the questions we got about how early do CDH games end. We are now on turn 4 or 5, and it doesn't look like anything is going to end.
So this is turn 4. We already had 1 win attempt with an ad nauseum. Twill could be attempting a win here.
He has to beat a silence, we know that.
He has to beat a silence that he knows about, which he very well might be able to do. Cody plays as much interaction as... there was actually someone did a post where they analyzed something like 60 decks, and there was like 1 or 2 decks that played like 24, 25 pieces of interaction, and then Cody was at like 23 or 22. It was beat out by like maybe Curious Control, like 4-color Rashmi, and something like one of the mono blue decks, like Baral or Azami or something like that. And then it was up, and then it was Cody. Like that deck just plays as many 1 mana pieces, 1 mana instants as you can get your hand on. I was looking at it earlier. I had to enter my list into Moxfield to submit it for this event, and then at the bottom, it gives you your
CMC?
well, mana value.
Oh, I'm an old Magic player.
Exactly, Magic Boomer.
Exactly.
It gives you the mana value. The mana value, excluding the lands from the average, was 1.46. Including the lands, 1.02, and excluding ad nauseum, 0.99. Wow. So he could have, Dispel, Pyroblast, Flusterstorm, Swansong, Misstep, Miscast, Spell Pierce, but it looks like
he just tapped the turn,
he
so
could get there.
Player not connected, at least untapped here. So
yes, so that's
this.
This game is definitely not going how Twill hoped.
No.
So that's a little unfortunate for him, but I think where he's sitting, I think what he's hoping to do is wait for one of Kolkio or Lynch, or possibly even both, to try and win, and then that'll draw the interaction, that'll draw the mana out of the other players, and then he can go for it. Hopefully, since he's early in priority, he can push the burden of interacting onto player not connected, get him to use his mana, use his cards, and then go for it with as much of his protection still available. I noticed he also did not attack the Tavesh, but it looks like player not connected is going after it.
Yeah.
So this is where Twill having not attacked it is a little bit unfortunate for these players, because now a Thrall survived.
And Tavesh will be on 2.
Yes, it's going to be on 1 because he looks like he's only blocking 1, but he still has the throw.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Whereas if the Cody had gone in, either he would have had to block with both the Thralls, which would mean he couldn't draw cards on his next turn, or he would have had to, or if he let 2 damage through and then it had been hit by the Crom, it would be dead.
So remind me, is Cody an instant or sorcery activation?
It can be activated at instant speed, but the issue with that is that you will flip into the Profane Tutor if
timing restrictions are not changed for it.
Timing restrictions are not changed for the spell you're casting. So if he has interaction that costs more than 1 mana, which the deck also plays some of, that can work fine. He can activate the Cody to fix colors or whatever he needs to do. And then, I mean, there's still the chance that the first thing you flip into is Profane Tutor, but it's a 1 in 30 or something like that. But if he's trying to, like, activating Cody to cast the Silence here would unfortunately exile his Profane Tutor.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because he fetched a Bayou off that Windswept Teeth. So I think that might be an indication that he has other interaction that he's hoping to use on other people, and then he's going to save that Silence until he's ready to activate Cody and go for it.
Yeah.
The Crom goes, wow, okay, that's a greedy play from Kolkio.
Very aggressive, yeah.
Obviously, he did play the Timna, so this is drawing him a card, and putting the damage on Cody is nice, but Cody still noses pretty comfortably from 30, and I think that like this Tavesh is going to very quickly enter the zone where you're going to need to be attacking it as often as possible, and I worry that he's not going to be able to do that if Lynch lands the Crom.
Yeah.
The one issue for Lynch, though, is that if he ultimates the Tavesh, and it's not obviously when you ultimate it at exactly 10, it brings itself back into play.
It is beautiful.
If he doesn't do that, I mean, it's currently at an odd number, right? If he just ticks up and then ultimates. Stealing the Cody can actually be a big problem for that deck. That's another thing, you know, people always think like, oh, how do you beat super commander-centric decks? Things like Gilded Drake, or, you know, you can take control of their commander is a big solution people have for decks like that. But when you take control of Cody, Cody says you can't play permanent spells. So that can actually throw a wrench in the works of a lot of decks that aren't set up to get rid of it.
You do have
have the Tavesh.
Yeah, but you cannot play it if it's
right. So you
need to have it return to its own ability.
So if you we've got it. Jessica's Will. All right.
Oh, right.
So it'll be interesting to see if this draws the Silence out of player not connected. Because
I wouldn't.
Usually the follow-ups on Jessica's Will are pretty scary, and also you get to pseudo-draw the 3 cards off it.
Yeah.
So I could see looking at that as this answers whatever he's going to cast off the Jessica's Will plus the 3 cards that he's going to flip into. But he also might decide, you know what, I'm going to let Kolkio deal with this one. He's drawing cards. He didn't go after the Tavesh because he wanted to draw cards. It's going to be his problem.
Exactly.
And just, you know, try and maybe go for Thrasios activations. He's now player not connected has done a good job. He's got himself to 6 mana, which is definitely I can interact with you and also activate Thrasios mana.
That's a sweet spot.
Which is nice. You know, closing in on if you can play another creature in another land, that's 2 Thrasios activations a turn cycle.
Yeah.
And that could start to outpace, you know, even something like Tavesh or Crom.
We have a real good game on our hands here. So it looks like the Jester's Will is solving and netting 7 red mana. So we see Arid Mesa, Swan Song, so there's protection, and a Swan. So
okay, so that's a pretty disappointing flip from for Lynch. Obviously, hitting the land drop is nice. I believe he has not played his land for turn, so he at least has that. If he has something strong to cast, having that Swan Song for free is nice. That could also work out very well if he has sort of two strong things to cast. He can try one of them, try out this. Okay, he put those in exile, which looks like he is not planning on casting them. So I'm imagining
Kolkio with the assist
Kolkio
here.
with the
Kaladesh secret lair land.
Oh, is that what that is?
I think it is.
I think I have the.
No, not Kaladesh, Kaldheim.
Call time, yeah. I have I have my my Pokemon energy, as I call them, the Theros Beyond Death full art ones. Okay, so we've got a Felwar Stone, which is nice. I mean, obviously
It turns on the opal.
turns on the opal, so it's basically free unless he pays for the Ristic Study, in which case it costs 1. And obviously he has a lot of red mana floating. He can cast Crom, still be holding up 4 mana. He elected to play the Swamp for turn, not the Arid Mesa. That's interesting. Maybe he's playing around an opposition agent out of Kolkio. But I can't imagine that just black mana is what he wants.
Okay, so the Vampire means that Lynch can draw into the card with Tevesh.
With Tevesh, yeah. And he does still have that Swan Song to protect it.
Yes.
So we might be seeing a protected win attempt here.
There is enough mana in the right colors and the Swan Song as protection here.
Yeah, I don't imagine, even if he has, I mean, obviously if he has 3 or 4 pieces of protection in hand, then he might be getting there, but I don't imagine this will work, even if he has 1 piece in hand and the Swan Song. At the very least, we know of 1 silence. I think, particularly when counterfights start happening under Ristic Study, that's when it starts to draw a lot of cards. Kolkio will probably draw into something at least. And based on the fact that Twill fetched a Bayou off his Windswept Heath, I think he has something that isn't silence, and potentially even the Desperation silence, if he has to activate the Cody to cast it. So I think what I would really be interested to see from Lynch here is like some sort of value engine trying to develop. Maybe his own Ristic Study, though obviously that makes it a little bit more difficult for him to cast the Crom here. But essentially, you want to cast something, first of all, that isn't stopped by silence, because then Player Not Connected is not going to use this silence, and you want to try and find that sweet spot of this is just not scary enough for you to interact with.
I don't think he's playing it, but I mean, Steel Enchantment would be so good here.
Steel Enchantment is a beautiful card. It's very much a meta call, but in the right meta, in the metas that revolve around cards like Ristic Study, Carpet of Flowers, Sylvan Library, Mystic Remora. People always joke, it's like, oh, well,
Smothering Tide.
Smothering Tide. Yeah, people have always said Mystic Remora, you don't want to be paying the upkeep, but whatever. Like it seems very inefficient to Steel Enchantment, something that's going to go away, and I understand that. But I think what people don't realize is that you kind of skip 1 upkeep. So like if your opponent plays a fish, they pay the upkeep once. You play the Steel Enchantment, it goes all the way around the turn cycle again, and then you have to pay 2 for the upkeep.
Exactly.
So you can generally keep it around for a little while, unless you're stealing it when it's already at 3 or 4.
So we see the activation of Tevesh here.
Yes, sacrificing the Thrall. So this is accepting that the Tevesh might die unless he's planning on casting Krog. It'll be interesting to see if he is planning on casting the Crom, having just Vamp tutored for something.
Another good hit here, I mean, could be Toxic Deluge.
Yeah, Genovi's, if he's playing that, I know that Turbonuz's list, or like these sorts of lists historically have played the card. I think in more Turbo lists, they're trying to get that CMC down. They don't want to be paying life.
Going for more mana.
Dockside.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm only... Oh, 5, yeah, Mox Diamond and Mana Crypt. Yeah, Dockside for 5. I don't know if he might be playing a combo piece with it, but I think, unless he has another creature to do Curio lines, I think that Baron, you need to be making at least 6 treasures to go positive, and there's that Ristic Study.
Exactly.
So that's I don't know if how much of a fan I am of that play.
And
you
again,
know,
we cannot see Lynch's hands.
Oh,
so
obviously, there could be tons of things we don't know about.
Yeah.
But okay, we couldn't see Lynch's board state for a second there. But yeah, there could be tons of things in hand that we don't know about. But I think with the information that we can see, I don't know what the plan is here. So we'll wait and see what he has in store. Maybe he's just going to cast the Crom, spending sort of the last of his
Jessica mana.
The Jessica mana and his lands, because those untap next turn. He'll still have the treasures if he needs to interact. And I guess Dockside is actually surprisingly good on the ground here. It actually takes the damage coming at Tavesh from 3 down to 1.
Yeah.
And possibly even 0 if player not connected isn't willing to throw his Spellseeker under the bus.
And we've seen Kolkio already not really respecting it.
Yeah, that was an interesting play. We'll see how that works out for him. Maybe he's thinking he'll just have the time to deal with it later.
Yeah.
But I worry if he gets to the point, like if the Crom comes down here, Kolkio basically has to decide if he wants to trade very early because the Crom can be recast. And while you're wasting your time trading Crom, recasting it, this Tavesh is going to be ticking towards the ults faster and faster.
Crom here.
Paying for Rhystic Study with a treasure. I definitely like that. Obviously, spending mana that doesn't come back to pay for Rhystic Study, not great always, but he's sitting on 9 fresh mana every turn cycle, plus 4 more treasures, which is more than enough to do really anything in this deck. So,
Lynch in a very nice position here, I feel like. So, given the board state here from Lynch, if you were Kolkio, you are looking at either trading your crown or basically taking Twill out of a nice Adnos.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see a lot of Adnos decks. I think people think that once you get them down to about 30, if you can put 10 damage on them,
25
that
is
sort
my
of
usual.
makes their. But I think Cody is one of the best decks at like how resolving a knowledge translating to a win is very, very likely, even at incredibly low life totals, especially as he gets more and more developed. We haven't seen any fast mana from him, which means it's all in his deck to hit.
And we see the activation, I think, here.
Yeah, it's all in his deck to hit, and he'll have some extra mana, he'll have a land play. So I think an Ad Nauseam from him, even at 20, would be extremely likely to succeed. He kind of just needs to hit a bit of mana and a tutor, which is very likely because that's most of the deck. So I think people often stop hitting the Cody. They stop hitting the Cody as if they're attacking a Timna Crom deck, whereas really you need to hit it maybe 2 more times with a Crom to really feel safe. So we'll see if Kolkio switches focus to that Tavesh or keeps going well. I guess also now that he's activating.
Did you notice whether or not this was an end step? Because
I can't imagine this is an end step activate.
But
I just don't know why you would do that. Unless he's just casting Ad Nauseam, maybe it's in his hand. So you could activate here, tap for an extra black, have 1 floating, cast. You can even, well, if he has the Ad Nauseam, he could actually try the Silence.
Yeah.
That could be a sort of a clever way. Although I think if that was the case, if he has the Ad Nauseam in hand, you would try and wait for someone to do something scary, and then you'd try and act and sell it like, oh, I'm very. But so I think this is just going for it because there's no pretenses here of stopping something.
And
but
we can conclude he must be on his main phase.
I'm assuming that's what's happening here, or he has the Ad Nauseam in hand and he's trying to be clever. That is actually a possible line. If you have the Ad Nauseam in your hand, you wait for someone to do something scary, you activate Cody, you cast the Silence.
Player not connected responding with their Silence as we expected.
So I think this is always the question, the fine line to walk of, am I paying for Rhystic Study? Do I want my opponent to be drawing cards to help me with this counter war versus do I want them to be, obviously, if you're confident that you're going to win the counter war, then giving them the cards is not where you want to be. So it's a tough line to walk of how many cards do I let them draw to help me out here? You know, short term gain, long term pain kind of. Not paying for these wrist extendies.
But it's those intricate decisions that makes this format so fun.
Yeah, and then it also, you know, it opens up a lot of options in terms of player communication and you know, and like different lines people can take. You know, sometimes I'll ask, sometimes I won't. Like, hey, you know, if you don't pay, I can try and draw into something for this. You know, I don't have something, so maybe you want to do that. You know, encouraging people to let me draw. All right. Okay, so we are flipping.
Yeah, so we're just going for...
So it looks like both silence is resolved, so he's just going to exile his Profane Tutor, which is pretty unfortunate, obviously.
It is not great.
Yeah, the Cody's a little bit obnoxious to resolve because you have you have to flip and then the cards go on the bottom in a random order, so you can't just sort of search for it. You have to flip and then you have to shuffle. But I guess. Oh, okay. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
So there is a build of this deck. I guess I'll spoil the surprise a little bit. My podcast co-host Noobzors is on a build of this deck where you play a whole bunch of the 1 mana untap a creature cards. And so what those do is you activate Cody, you cast them, and then you play Profane Tutor and Pact of Negation. And then you try and... So you activate Cody, cast a 1 mana spell that untaps him, flip into 1, activate him again, cast another 1 mana spell, flip into another, and so essentially all of those 1 mana untappers turn into an additional Pact of Negation on your turn. So possibly he's on that build. And in which case getting silenced and then having the pact be hit.
Okay, so it was an instant activation here.
I'm so confused.
Same.
All right.
Okay.
This is a ride. I'm excited to see. He must have something in hand then.
Yeah.
And this was a bait that drew out a silence, which means it was a very successful bait.
Just what Twill wanted, I assume.
So now we're making 5. We're gonna float. He's gonna tap that mana confluence. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, Cody only costs 4 to activate. Isn't that silly?
And the land.
Does die.
And we have another activation.
We have another activation. Another 1 mana spell. Is it Veil of Summer? Does he?
Oh yeah. And in case somebody out there doesn't know what Cody's activation does, can you explain it?
Sure. So Cody, he just has the Bring to Light. All right. So what Cody does is you pay 4, you tap him, you add Wooper. And
one
then,
of each color?
Yes. And then when you cast your next spell this turn, it doesn't say instant or sorcery. People think it does, but you can generally only cast instants or sorceries because Cody says you can't play permanent spells. When you cast your next spell this turn, you exile cards from the top of your library until you exile an instant or sorcery with a lower mana value, and then you can cast that card that turn without paying its mana cost, and you put the rest on the bottom without paying. So generally what you're trying to do is you're trying to flip into Profane Tutor, which will find you either ad nauseum or, as you're seeing here, Bring to Light. The reason the deck plays Bring to Light is to fix the colors. Because you get Wooberg from a Cody activation, you can just cast Bring to Light, converge as 5, and then find the ad nauseum and cast it. So
it is beautiful, but
yeah, we're going to see. It looks like people are passing on the Cody flip, which I think is a mistake. Because the odds that he flips into a piece of protection here are very, very high.
Yeah.
So I think if you have the counter spell, you should do that before he gets the Cody flip. But we'll see. I mean, maybe just no one has anything, or we'll see. Okay, it looks like Lynch has something.
Has entered the ring.
Do we have the opposition agent? No, 2 mana. We've got a mana drain. All right.
That's a juicy target.
It is. 5 mana is a lot of mana. This also means that Kolkio now has even less of an incentive to send his Kramat to Vesh because
recasting
Lynch is just going to recast Kram off. Okay, Mana Drain resolves. Wow,
Wow.
I've seen way more counter spells just resolve than I was expecting this game. I was. Yeah, now they're. I think they're pointing out that we still have to resolve a Cody trigger. You can respond to the Cody trigger, which I think is correct.
Yeah.
But it does still resolve. We'll see what he flips into.
Oh.
Demonic Tutor. Okay,
Demonic
that's a
Tutor is
pretty
not
solid hit.
bad one.
So he can find the Adnaz and try again next turn, or we'll see. Sorry, I'm not exactly sure what that Mox Opal's doing. But
It was the flip first.
oh, it was just the first
so
card. Yeah.
goes-
So it's going to go on the bottom. So he can just find the Ad Nauseam and try it. He could also potentially, if he has a way to get Cody out of play, try and set up a Breach hand. That line can be nice. Just because it's a little bit less mana, you have more to interact with. Breach is much harder to counter than Ad Nauseam. Dispel, Flusterstorm, that sort of stuff doesn't work on it. And so that might be his line, but he would need to get the Cody out of play to cast it. But that was considering that they interacted before the Cody flip. If they interact after the Cody flip, you want to flip into interaction, obviously. But considering that they interacted before the Cody flip, Demonic Tutor's one of the best cards you can hit there, possibly even the best.
Of course.
Maybe if you play something like Praetor's Grasp, that might have been better.
And we see the Demonic Tutor cast here, and it's well paying for the heuristic.
Yep.
And
Thrasios,
yes,
it begins.
it begins. Yes.
All right, we have our first on-stream Thrasios activation of the tournament.
Yes. Who's got that on their bingo sheet?
Exactly. I mean, hopefully everyone.
Yeah.
It seems like that could almost be your free space.
That or Oracling.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so player not connected here on tapping.
Yeah, we're going to see this in the upkeep. We definitely might. It looks like he has a Force of Vigor in hand, so that's definitely a spicy one. That can really put some hurt on.
Yeah.
But we're seeing a Worldly Tutor. I'm interested. This could obviously go for Dockside. That'll make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, Lynch has 2 tokens or
But
treasures.
even if he cracks both of those, it'll still make 7, plus getting you an extra Cradle mana. So effectively a net of +6, +5 if you count the Worldly Tutor against it as well. But obviously 5 more mana than you were expecting on a turn is nothing to laugh at.
No. It could also be, as you mentioned, very early.
That was quick.
That was good. Okay, so I was gonna say it could be the Collector Roof.
Yeah, I think given what we've seen, the Mox Amber in particular, and to an extent the Spellseeker, the Spellseeker to me says possibly the Ephemerate line, definitely Breach. The Mox Amber, it could mean Scepter, but not necessarily. But generally, I think those 2 cards are less prevalent in decks that are looking to play Oof than other decks.
We
Okay,
get
looking
a
at the
small glimpse. I see
Yeah, I see Dovin's Veto, Veil, Force of Vigor.
I believe the Mystic Archive card is Tainted Pack.
No, it can't be.
Oh, no,
He's
of
not
course,
playing
it's,
black. I'm terrible at recognizing the mystical archive arts.
Oh, so Ephemerate. Chat.
He already has Ephemerate. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's... Chat helps us, by the way.
Yes, thank you, chat. So this does mean he can go for the Ephemerate Spellseeker line.
Yeah.
Again, that is a little bit rough into Rhystic Study, but and he can't, of course, he can't free cast the Force of Vigor because it'll be his turn, assuming he goes for Final Fortune again. But he might actually just be able to regular cast it off this guy's Cradle.
And get Cody off the table for free.
Yeah. You actually might not want to do that.
Due to the restriction on permanence?
Due to the restriction on permanence, yeah. If you remove Cody too late, things can go very, very sour very quickly.
Gotcha. I've actually never played against Cody.
Yeah. That's a big thing I found in playtesting is some people, you'll activate the Cody, you'll flip, and then it's like, oh, well, they didn't remove it before your turn, so they try and correct their mistake, and it's like, oh no, that is actually helpful. It just makes it easier for me to, I can go for Demonic Tutor for Breach now, or I can, my Ad Nauseam, I don't have to worry about removing Cody after it.
See a Vampiric Tutor from Kolkio. I'm expecting it to be in response to a trigger from his Rhystic Study.
It does look that way, but oh no, it's his Crom trigger because
Crom trigger.
I think Player Not Connected is going to be paying for
Gotcha. Yeah,
it looks
so
like he tapped the
Crown
Cradle to pay for that Ristic Study. But the Chrom Trigger, obviously, it just happens. So we're vamping. Kolkio, of course, has this Dovin's Veto, which I think will be quite easy to cast, assuming he does get at least his 7 treasures.
Yeah.
Okay, we're countering the dock side. All right, that's a very aggressive play, but I kind of like it because he's very restricted on mana right now. It's obviously not going to work out very well because there is this Veil of Summer waiting. So this is a big. This is another reason I guess I'm not a huge fan of the Ephemerate Spellseeker lines, is that cards like Veil of Summer and Silence don't protect me, right? Like, you might be thinking, oh no, this Veil of Summer, if it resolves, you might just be dead. But given that he's going for a line with Final Fortune, on the extra turn, that effect wears off. So it reduces the effectiveness of cards like Silence and Veil of Summer, where it's like, I'll cast this, if it resolves, I'll win and my opponents can't stop me. Except they can, which is an unfortunate. Someone in chat is saying that player not connected needs to lose a life from his mana confluence. I'm imagining that this will, hopefully, this will be corrected pretty quickly. People are often, when they're focused on the spells on the stack, they aren't super quick about like, oh, I'll update my life total. But if it doesn't, we can call someone to just to let them know.
Hvis Dan fra Tier1 får tid til at komme til scorekeeperne i hjørnet, det vil være stå her.
Okay, yeah.
Dan fra Tier1 til
Looks
So
like,
that's a
looks
missed.
like it is forgotten.
Yeah. So, admin, if you're paying attention, we need a player not connected to lose 1 more life. Please pass that along to the judge.
That's why Twitch chat is helpful, of course. Wow, yeah, so this game, I mean, we made some predictions before the game. It's
About being a very fast game.
Clearly we're just terrible at this. They should find someone new. But
well, it is a trend with me. Every prediction I make on stream, I get it wrong. So we got the correction here on the life total. Thank you, admin and judge. So we are on Kolkio's turn here.
Yes. He's got a lot of mana. He's got a Tymna, he's got a Chrom.
And I'm expecting him to have a full grip as well.
Maybe not full, but if
lot.
not, yeah, he's definitely drawn a fair number of cards off this Ristic Study. No, we're joking. But yeah, obviously, I think one of the things that can be great about CDH, it can be a little frustrating sometimes, but also it can be great sometimes, is how wild the games can be. Like, a pot of the same deck sitting down for 2 different games could look completely different, right? This game could have ended on turn 2 or turn 3 10 different ways, or it could have lasted for a very, very, very long time, or a decently long time, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, I believe we're on turn 6 or 5 or 6.
We're at least on turn 6 because Kolkio has 6 lands in play. So it could even be more than that. I don't think he's missed one. I think that Ristic Study's kept him pretty juiced up on lands. Chad is asking how the crypt went to the grave. Maybe we should stop commentating on. I actually missed that.
Yes, same.
I'm wondering if the Force of Vigor was cast or if it was just moved somewhere.
I really doubt it, since there's still a Ristic Study on table.
Yeah, and now we're seeing a Silence. All right, this game might be
might see another attempt here from
Kolkio. It looks like this is
Kolkio.
resolving. I think Player Not Connected indicated that it doesn't have anything.
That's a rough one to
That's
exile.
unfortunate, yeah. And he's going to exile the Spirit Guide to pay for that ad nauseum. Yeah, someone in chat says respect. Yeah. Definitely, I agree with
and
people who are willing to, really make their life hard to try and save the table. It does draw a Chrom Trigger for Lynch, the second spell,
So I'm still curious what happened to that mana crypt. I doubt that Kolkio just put it in the graveyard by mistake. Because why would
I don't know what. Like, it was in play, right? He rolled for it. He took the damage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, yep. Someone in chat got it. Lynch cast in a braid, which is where his treasures went to. The top card of his graveyard is a braid, and he had some treasures, so I guess he abraded the Mana Crypt. That's an interesting play. Maybe he was hoping to discourage him from trying to trade prompts.
Now we're seeing.
We're seeing. Is that a mystical tutor?
No, that was a demonic tutor. Go getting
Oh yeah, there's the
consultation,
demonic tutor.
and we will see the fish here.
And
So
table silence. So looks
that
like
is the conclusion of this game.
29,
It looks like.
and so on. Please proceed to your tables as soon as possible.
Player not connected.
player not connected. Yeah, looking a little disappointed.
Oh, and
Looks
that
like
looks
these
like
are
a
being
win for
scooped
Kolkio.
up. Yeah, well
So
done to him.
The reigning champ is on to a good start.
Off to a great start. Yeah. Yeah, so this is not exactly the way I predicted it, talking about what Twill might try and do, but a very similar thing where multiple people made win attempts in a row, and then they got stopped, and then it got to the last person, and there was nothing left.
And we just saw again Kolkio with the one having the heuristic to
Heuristic
keep
study,
filling.
keep drawing cards. He was able to spend some interaction, whereas like we saw at the end, the Simian Spirit Guide that Twill exiled to pay for that Heuristic study was either the last card in his hand or the second last card in his hand. Like his hand was Simian Spirit Guide, Force of Will, Thassa's Oracle, and maybe one other card. I didn't get a good look. Whereas Kolkio, he had cast a Force of Will, like Force of Will at the dockside. He cast a couple other pieces of interaction, and he was still sitting there with whatever it was, 6 cards in hand, something like that. And that's the power of Heuristic Study to an extent, Crom to an extent, Timna to an extent, but just continuously drawing cards throughout the game, having a little bit more of a long game plan really paid off for him in this game.
Definitely. So, that is the conclusion of our round 1 coverage. Now, Morgan, thank you for coming here and commentating.
Hey, thanks
with
for having me.
It was a blast having you, and good luck in your tournament.
Thank you.
are stepping into the tournament here in
I
round
am,
2.
yes.
I am just informed that our nice TO has awarded our players a lunch break here at 1.
Okay.
So, we will now go on a short break. I will go and see if we can find one of our feature match players and do a short interview. If not, we have some backed up content with the deck text Felipe recorded earlier, and we will be back soon.
Hello and welcome back to Tier1Con. We're here after the first round with the winner of the feeder match area, Kolkio. Well, congratulations, our former champion from last year, and starting on a great footing.
Yeah, that was a great start.
Yeah, it was a difficult match from what I saw from the feeder match area. So tell us a little bit more about it. How did you feel coming into the tournament, about your deck selection particularly, and then how did it perform in the first game?
I mean, pretty confident about my deck selection. I've been playing Blue Farm for a long time, so that part of it wasn't that hard for me, like picking that deck and going into the tournament with it. Like the hard part was seeing the pod, a Thresh's Bruce deck going first. Kind of wanted to be in control.
Okay.
Yeah, Tavesh Crom after that. No, me.
You, then
yeah.
Tavesh Crom, right?
Then Tavesh Crom, and then a Cody deck going
Yes.
last. And knowing that Cody is so fast that it is,
Oh, absolutely.
I was like, either I have to keep a hand that's gonna compete with it and beat it, or a hand that's gonna put it under control.
And also, and also that deck has 3 copies of Adnos, basically,
Yeah.
right?
Like,
they can record so
You
many
saw
times.
it right before. We stopped it 2 times, and he just tried again. Like the Demonic Tutor getting Adnos. It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I kept my second 7. A great hand consisting of a turn 1 Ristic Study and also a Dark Ritual and Adnos. Some would have been tempted to go with the Adnos, but
Turn 1, yeah.
it was turn 1, yeah. But like seeing the Bruce player playing a land and a Mox and just passing, I was just afraid he had some interaction. I wasn't really interaction.
Yeah, and it's also awkward because you just have a Crom sitting right next to you, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna go too low on the Adnos if you go turn
Exactly.
1, because you can get hit by 4 in round 1, then the Tracius deals damage or whatever, and you're dead. You're done for the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the best card for the match, which one will you put? Was it the Ristic Study on turn 1, the opener? Was it the Adnos 3 early?
I mean, the Ristic Study on turn 1 didn't really bring me that much. They were really respecting it. Like
they played.
they played really strict. Like the first couple of turns, I only drew 1 or 2 cards from it.
Okay.
And that's not that much from a Ristic
Well-
Study turn 1. It's fine, but like as soon as the game opened up, they got a little bit more loose about it. I think really the Ristic Study or even the Crom that came in and was like a pressure point at both the Tavesh and the Cody player.
Yeah.
While drawing me cards is a great bet at it.
I think it also shows you this thing with the Ristic Study particularly shows you the competitive level we're talking about today, right?
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
most spots, people like, okay, maybe they pay for 1 spell, but if they really need to play something, they just play into it.
Yeah.
And like this describes a really well-structured pot that all the players are really knowledgeable.
Yeah.
How do you feel is the position of the Blue Farm deck in the current meta?
I think it's a really consistent deck that
It is consistent.
yeah, that is well positioned in the meta. Like everybody wants to go fast, and at that point, Blue Farm you can build it at different points, like where you want to be more grindy or faster. My version is a bit faster, so it goes a little bit all in. Not that many counter spells, and
I agree with you. That's like, well, I also play super proactively, but I think in this meta particularly, being more aggressive it's better than keeping back.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't try to win in the first 4 turns, then you're basically
yeah, like
done, right?
I tried to win with the Adnos, that didn't go well. Like I had no backup for that, no protection to help the other guys, but kept a little bit back and drew some cards, not interacting, keeping the bit of greed back,
Yes.
so I could keep the interaction for when most needed, letting the other guys interact. Like
Everyone was playing blue anyways.
yeah, and like the Bruce Threshers player shows us a silence. I'm like, all right, if everything goes south,
There is a silence.
there's a
in the
silence there, and
Yeah.
I want him to use it before I go off here. So
Absolutely.
that's what I tried. Like
So after the Adnos, did you try to play a little bit of the underdog? Try to reveal slowly?
yeah, that's what I did. Like playing Chrome, playing Timna, and just doing the value plays that Blue Farm is so good at.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, just drawing the cards.
Well,
is-
that shows you why the partners are so busted, right? The original
Absolutely,
partners,
absolutely.
right? Because they provide value for basically 0 cost to
Yeah.
deck building. They
Yeah.
give you all the colors that you want, actually.
I mean, 4-color pile, right?
Like it's
Good
great
stuff.
Grixis and then add the white good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the recent set launches, how has it affected the deck? because I don't keep up with that much with farm. But
No, Modern Horizon 2 was was a really good set for it.
what did you get from that?
Esper Sentinel, Dragon Rage Channeler, some
Dragon Rage Channeler, what a card.
crazy
What a
card. Busted one drop, right? Everybody talks about Death Ray Shaman being a crazy planeswalker.
And then it becomes a 3/3 with flag.
Yeah,
You know, this blocks
like, what
everything
is
in the
that?
format.
For
Yeah, yeah.
almost no effort, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You're just playing your cards.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I had
So Esper Sentinel, this one.
Esper Sentinel, Dragon Rage Channeler. Some people use Ragavan too.
Okay.
Like that's a really good card. Recent sets also something like Grim Hireling, the 4-drop black creature that makes treasures for you and also kills boss states. Is,
How are you
pretty
feeling
good.
on Dothy Voidwalker?
I'm not that hooked on it, but it's a really good card.
It's an interesting card.
Yeah,
definitely.
and it's worth a place in the deck. I just feel like it's too much of a tempo loss to have too many used on that instead of just developing your win.
I agree, and also it takes double color. It forces you to fetch in a different
Yeah.
way on a 4-color deck. Most of the time, you want the double blue if you want to do
Exactly.
double. The double, like it's on the Adnos line, right? But most of the games, you're not directly on the Adnos line
No, no, no.
immediately. You're trying to grind out blue,
Yeah.
red stuff, trying to get that dark side out, trying to get that mana value out.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
But it's an asymmetrical stacks piece, right?
Yes, yes.
You're getting benefits from it, and you can have whatever. Like if it's land, it's bad, but if it's silence or interaction spell or Adnos, you're hooked, right?
Yeah.
You just go off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, in terms of the next of the tournament, now you are on the lead.
Yeah.
On the lead.
Yeah.
There's zero pressure for the current champion of the event.
No.
To
Great start.
yeah, yeah. What deck do you want to see against you? What's a great matchup for your deck? And which deck is the one you want to see the least in the next few rounds?
I will hate to be in 3 stacks pots, like
Okay.
me and 3 stacks
So
decks.
if it's a blood pot, like
Kenra stacks and Winota, I'm
That's
pretty
the
much
worst. Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty much fucked there.
Okay,
Sorry for
okay.
me swearing.
no,
But-
worries. It's the truth.
But like a bit of a faster pot where everybody keeps a greedy hand, I like those.
Okay.
Meaning I can.
the Turbonos.
Yeah, the
the
Turbonos is
Turbonos
good. Like even with a mid-range pile in between them, that works for me.
Okay, yeah. And out of the other people that you know in the tournament playing, which one do you think it also has good options of taking it?
Like the other people.
Yeah, that you know, or that deck that you think
Yeah, I
has
mean
good.
the Cody deck is scary.
It's-
It's scary as I don't know. Like it's consistent 2-3, right? And
People
you-
are gonna see a deck tag on the Cody test
Yeah.
from Sickrobot later. It's consistent.
It's
like,
consistent as hell, but like stop it once and then it usually drops for a bit and it's out of the game the next 40 minutes. But yeah, it's consistent.
Okay.
I'm really scared of that.
And last, just to close, I wanna put you in the spot. Are we seeing you tomorrow in the top?
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, it's a great start.
Yeah?
1-0 first round. It's alright.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feeling good about it.
That's all we have here. That's all we have for now on the deck tech area and interview area. Good luck in the rest
Thanks.
of the matches.
Thanks.
And yeah, we might see you there tomorrow in the feeder
I
match
hope so.
area or later.
I hope so.
Okay.
See you around.
See you around. Bye.
and welcome back to the booth, Felipe.
Thank you.
So you got to see a bit of the action out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people playing, a lot of smiles, a lot of cool plays. It's pretty quiet for the amount of players we have. They're all enjoying having a good time.
I am appreciative of the noise not being that loud.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the beauty of the format. We know all the cards.
Yes.
People are super knowledgeable about them. They're all super invested. Yeah.
So how was your interview with Ahmed Kolkio?
Oh, it went great. Great display, great performance from the current champion.
Great match.
From the current champion. Difficult spot after going on the Atmos and like not getting it.
Yeah, we were a bit surprised that he went for it without any protection. But
he didn't have any, like, he had the Ristic study. He was betting on not having to fight too much through it, I'm guessing. And then the Cody player, that deck, getting 3 times Adnos.
Yeah.
Trying 3 times for Adnos. Like, it's so unfair to see a deck in our format with 3 copies of the card, basically.
it is. So, and while on the subject of Cody, we, as promised, have a deck tech lined up for you guys with Reed or Sickrobot from the Into the North crew, and Reed is playing Cody today. So we will show you that, and when we get back for that, we will be nearing the start of round 2. As I mentioned before, the players are currently on a short lunch break, but after the deck tech, Felipe and I will return and we will get you started for round 2. But I hope you enjoyed this deck tech, and I at least look forward to see the spice out of Cody.
Absolutely.
So enjoy, and we will be back soon.
Okay. Hello and welcome. We are here with Sickrobot for another one of our deck techs here in Tier1Con this weekend. Sickrobot, part of the Into the North podcast crew, also Jesper Ising, co-creator yesterday in our game show.
Artistic collaborator, I might say.
Yeah. Like art consultant, maybe
Exactly.
even. And he's gonna describe for us his 5-color deck. Pretty interesting take on Turbonos. It's Cody. It's the book.
Cody.
It's
Yep,
the
it's the
book.
book.
So we're gonna be talking about some of the cards. I'm gonna introduce the commander basically to the people that don't know it. It's a artifact creature for 3. It's a 1/4. He's gonna tell us the interesting part about it. Let's get it started.
Great. I just wanted to preface by saying that really traditionally I'm not a Turbonos player, I'd say. Obviously I have some amount of experience with the archetype. We've played it in the Major League, or I played 2 Turbo decks in the MLC tournament, and in both the NSLs we registered a fair number of Turbo decks. At the time, really that was just because we thought they were like good decks, and not necessarily because I wanted to play those decks.
Okay. Yeah.
I a lot more prefer to have like decks with like obviously Thassa's Oracle and Consultation and stuff like that, but also like some amount of value engines and grind game for when that's needed, and like some amount of interaction. I really like my card quality, and you can tell that by looking at like any deck. But anyway, basically all that went out the window for me when I really sat down to test this deck and sort of grind through and get all the slots just right for myself. I spent about a month and a half to 2 months of like testing this deck like 3 to 4 times a week, like nights a week. Yeah, a lot of playing with this deck with Spleenface and then some of our other like local Canadian meta, and just refining it. And like the more I played it, the more I realized that it was just so good at doing its unique thing, which is consistently finding an ad nauseum and then casting it like very early with protection.
Yeah.
That I just like I didn't see another deck that I could bring.
Which seems to be the issue with most Adnos decks as well. That they can cast it quickly, but they're giving up the protection.
Exactly. And like it's always hit and miss, and you always like. I feel like a lot of the time in Tier1Con decks, unless you're mulliganing super aggressively, and even then, you like run out of space in your hand for good cards, right? You have like 5 slots in your hand dedicated to just producing the mana to cast the Adnos as soon as possible. You have the Adnos, and you have like 1 slot left over, and even if it is protection, there's no guarantee you have the mana to cast it, right?
Absolutely,
so it's just like there's so much of that, and Cody really solves that issue. And I'll go into why in a second here, but it really solved that issue by letting you basically convert like 1 CMC spells into an ad nauseum, which is crazy, and that leaves, and also because Cody accelerates you so much and mana fixes you for the ad nauseum, it gives you so much more space to work with in a hand, because you can actually basically just like use a Soul Ring and a Mana Crypt to cast an ad nauseum in this deck, which is like makes so much of a difference when you usually need like a 3rd card to do mana fixing for you in order to make the double black. So I guess we'll go through sort of what Cody does here, and we can sort of work from there. So Cody, as you said, is a 3 CMC artifact creature, 1/4, which isn't irrelevant. That blocks a lot of bodies for Tier1Con strategy. And it has a couple of interesting lines of text. The first line of text on the card is, you can't cast permanent spells, which is a downside, I will admit. But he more than makes up for that with his activated ability, which is 4 generic mana, tap Cody. You add Rubric mana, so all 5 colors of mana, and then the next spell that you cast this turn, you reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal an instant or sorcery card with lesser converted mana cost. So basically Cascade.
Cascade for instance and sorceries.
Yeah, Cascade for instant and sorceries, which is actually very relevant because it means that you're not cascading into things like Mana Crypt, you're not cascading into like Mox or any of that, so you're only cascading to like the
whatever you want.
What like really pinpoint whatever you want. So it's like it's the same sort of concept as Cascade strategies in any other format.
And the polymorph strategy with getting the specific creature. The thing here is that and in that sense you're also like looking for a specific card here, right?
Yes, except the specific card that I'm looking for isn't like any creature, it's specifically a 0 converted mana cost instant sorcery, which there are relatively few of that see play, so you're not really losing a lot by singling into one of them. So the one that we were looking for with Cody here is Profane Tutor. This was recently released in Modern Horizons 2, and basically as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, this is crazy. It's so busted. So the immediate thought was this card in Yidris is really insane. But there was also a couple of brews going on with Cody at the time with Hypergenesis.
Yeah, it was.
Which is sort of a neat deck, but it sort of had some issues still where the idea was that you get Cody in play, and then you get like a Razaketh in hand, or like a really big permanent spell in hand, and then you cast a 1 CMC instant sorcery, Cascade into Hypergenesis, and then put like a Razaketh into play and win off of that. The issue is you still have to find the Razaketh, and Hypergenesis isn't super asymmetrical. Obviously, people can put in stuff like a Gilded Drake on the stack and like mess up your piling, or there's a bunch of stuff that can go wrong with the Hypergenesis, especially because people can put in basically any permanent type and really screw you over. So like, if somebody puts in like a Curse Totem, you're not having a good time either, just like that kind of stuff. So Profane Tutor really solves that issue, because what Profane Tutor allows you to do is by activating Cody and then casting any 1 mana spell, it just immediately finds you a free Demonic Tutor, which you can obviously use to find Ad Nauseam, which is the primary goal of the deck, but you can also find, like, if you already have an Ad Nauseam, or you have a Tutor, or you have like other lines available to you, you can use it to find protection, you can use it to find backup lines, anything like that.
So if you got something blue, you're floating the other 4, basically you're 1 black off from getting the Ad Nauseam.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
And so something that sort of helps solve that issue that we're playing in the deck that is sort of equivalent to Ad Nauseam in this deck is Brink to Light, which we have here. Brink to Light is it's a 5 converted mana cost sorcery. It costs green, blue, and then 3. And it basically reads, you search your library for a card with converted mana cost X or less, which X is the number of spells you use to cast it. A bit complicated. Just of it is that Cody makes 5 colors. You pop off all 5 colors into Brink to Light, and you find it Ad Nauseam off.
Yeah,
You
it
have to
has
cast that for
converge
free.
and all mechanic.
It's a bunch of weird stuff. The general idea of it is that you can use the 5 colors off of Cody to cast Ad Nauseam, which is really, really powerful.
Powerful. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's the general core of the deck. That's the idea behind.
Yeah, we're getting to the Adnos.
Yeah.
The Adnos, so everyone knows. This is pretty early in the game, so at most you'll have a couple life total. Like the idea of Cody is being pretty fast, right?
Yeah, and especially so. Because Cody is a colorless spell, it's really easy to accelerate into him. You can use Mana Crypt and Soul Ring to get into him very early.
So you can go off on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean we've done some amount of. There's been some amount of goldfishing done with Cody, and like preliminary numbers suggest that if you are willing to mulligan to 4, which is very reasonable in this deck, because again you only need a single 1 mana spell to get the Ad Nauseam.
Yeah.
You can go for turn 2 something like 50% of the time if you're willing to mulligan to 4.
Okay, so in a tournament setting particularly,
Yeah.
it's particularly good.
Yeah, and especially
Does that help your selection for this weekend as well?
Yeah, I mean, I like consistency. I like being able to do the thing that I want to do consistently, and that's Cody's the ultimate at doing it. You always get to cast your Ad Nauseam. Obviously, you can lose to some amount of interaction and stuff, but you always get to do the thing that you want to do, and then everything else is we can go into that later.
Yes.
So, I mean, obviously we'll walk through, I think, just the support packages for this quickly. We're running a very stock Turbo Shell, WinCons-wise, with Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation, and Data Packs.
Right here, the
classic.
the usual suspects. Yes.
The usual suspects. And then along with that, we're running Underworld Breach, and then Lion's Eye Diamond, and Brain Freeze. So just classic piles, classic WinCons with Turbo Nas.
Yeah, Grixis has staples of Grixis CDH at this point. Most of the time, 99% of the time, you find them in the Grixis decks.
Pretty much.
Ridiculous CMCs.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the average CMC of this deck overall is something like 1.4 or something.
Okay, really low.
Just crazy low.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess I'll go through a couple of the tech options here, and we'll go through, I guess, from the more direct synergies to less direct synergies. So something that I really want to go through first is sort of the collection of free spells that we have here. So there are a couple of obvious ones. We have things like Gataxian Probe and Noxious Arrival, which are really good because they count as 1 CMC spells that you can cast, but you can cast them without paying mana.
Yeah.
So that means that when you activate Cody, you can cast one without paying mana.
And you're still floating 5.
And you're still floating 5, which means that you can immediately cast the Brink to Light, and then find the Ad Nauseam off of that. So really great just to have. And obviously they're very reasonable spells on their own. Noxious Arrival offering lines like recovery lines. Git Probe, really nice for, all the things that Git Probe is nice for. You find information from people, you can immediately draw top deck tutors, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then we have a couple of less direct ones or less common ones. The first one that we have here is Strike It Rich.
Yes.
Which is...
This is fairly new, right?
Yeah, it's, I believe, so it is a red to cast. It has flashback, almost never comes up. Basically, it's just a 1 mana sorcery that makes a treasure token.
Yeah.
So it both triggers Cody and replaces itself mana-wise, and it can actually fix your mana as well.
You can give you the other black you need.
Exactly. So you can
whatever,
skip the Brink to Light, or you can make an extra blue mana if you have a black ritual for interaction, that kind of stuff. And then 2 more that are sort of weird, but have actually come up to be pretty powerful in testing are Emerald Charm and Claim the Firstborn. So they're weird cards, see played almost nothing. I think Emerald Charm was played in Gitrog for a while, and that's about it. I don't think Claim the Firstborn is seen playing much.
No.
Basically, they're both removal. Well, they're both removal spells. Sort of less good removal spells than you usually play in primary slots, like stuff like Nature's Claim, Abrupt Decay, Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah.
They're worse than those, but they also have a mode where they can untap Cody when you cast them. And because Cody taps for mana, and he actually profits a mana because you can use 4 to tap him and he refunds you 5.
Yeah.
You can use these as like free untappers for Cody because you cast it, get the Cody trigger, untap Cody, and then reactivate it and get your 5 mana back. And you also, really interesting, you get 5 mana back and another Cody trigger, which allows you to do even more stuff.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. There are a couple more packages. There's a package here. So one of the interesting things about Cody, it's obviously a downside, but interesting things is that you sort of want Cody off the board after you activate him because
You want to cast the Oracle.
Exactly. Well, you want to cast your acceleration. You want to be able to cast Mana Crypt, Soul Ring, all that kind of stuff. So we have a package of things in this deck to get rid of Cody after an ad nauseam, or get rid of him after his trigger, so that
If you were missing a card,
this is stuff like Culling the
and you
Weak,
have
which is very
been told
common,
with the judges within
but
the
also
last
less common
15
stuff like
minutes,
Sacrifice and
please
Burnt
concentrate.
Offering,
94,
Emerald Plunge,
have your card.
So all the ones that say sacrifice a
You
creature
can check
as an
the
additional
mana,
cost,
yeah, and then add
the
mana.
and then the classic.
yes,
the
and then
classic
Snapback. Snapback, obviously, also a Dockside doubler, but you can also cast it for free after ad nauseam.
Also important if you get how's it called? The white stacks piece, the Granite Magistrate and Granite Magistrate,
Granite Magistrate helps a lot.
which is I think the worst for the deck.
Yes, something like that. Just because you can't actually find the tutor, you can actually work around rule of laws fairly easily because Cody doesn't actually require you to cast the Profane Tutor when you hit it. You can just cast it for the rest of the turn, which is another interesting part. So you can actually use a removal spell on as your you can use like an Emerald Charm to remove a rule of law. The Cody trigger happens on top of it. It exiles the Profane Tutor, but you don't have to cast it immediately. So the rule of law goes away, and then you can cast the
So
tutor.
Granite is the more complicated of the effects. Yeah,
definitely.
And the Trini Sphere.
Yes. Classic. Cody doesn't really need a lot of colored mana before you start doing stuff because he's colorless to cast and colorless to activate. So Phyrexian Tower works fine in that case, and then you can also just use it to sacrifice Cody after an ad nause or before an ad nause. We have a couple of other land packages here. We have a bunch of soul lands, obviously with fully colorless costs here. We have Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, and Gems? No, what am I wrong?
Crystal Vein.
That's the one, Crystal Vein.
Crystal Vein,
They all make 2 colorless mana, really powerful with the deck. City of Traders is honestly one of the best lands.
Yeah,
in the deck
we were
overall.
discussing this prior, but you can keep a hand with colorless mana.
Exactly.
And it will give you the colors because Cody does that.
Yeah, because Cody fixes all your mana
Yeah.
for you. And then sort of like in a similar vein, but a bit different, we're playing 3 depletion lands. So these are the lands that enter the battlefield tapped with 2 counters, and then you can remove a counter and tap them to add 2 mana to the color. They just add to consistency in mulligans a lot because they hit the mana curve that you really want to hit, which is on turn 2 you want 3 mana, and on turn 4 you want, turn 2 you want 3 mana, turn 3 you want 4 mana, which those provide with single land drops, which is perfect. That's what you want. We're also playing sort of strip back, well not strip back, but sort of a weird-ish removal sweep, because you want your removal to be 1 CMC so you can use the trigger Cody and get a Profane Tutor. So we're running some sort of weird stuff, but stuff like Suspend, stuff like
It's weird, but nice.
Void Snare is a great one. It's like a Chain of Vapor at sorcery speed, but it doesn't copy the stuff, which you can use to double Dockside, but also just use to do that stuff. And then Stern Dismissal. And then we also have a couple of other things here. This Misdirection is sort of representative of some of the free counter magic that we have. Force of Will, Misdirection.
Obviously, you want this interaction to be free.
Exactly.
Not use the mana for the ad nause.
Because that's one of the powers of Cody.
Makes sense.
We have stuff like Metamorphose.
Free spells that fix the colors. Same thing that the Strike the Reach
so it doesn't trigger Cody to get the Profane Tutor, but it does fix your mana.
It does fix your mana.
And then a recent package that we went for recently is Mrs. Mastery.
This is what people are not going to expect this
No,
weekend.
they're not.
Yeah.
So obviously Mrs. Mastery staple in ad nause decks for backup for ad nause, and then with Entomb, it just basically lets you cast an ad nause for free.
It's a free ad nause because you used 1 here, and then the rest of the 4 in this get the ad nause for free from the card.
Exactly.
It's amazing. It's amazing deck. Thank you so much for showing us it.
No problem.
We are hoping you do great in the tournament. Wishing you the best. I'm really interested to see how this one goes in particular. So yeah, that was the deck tech. Now we're gonna have some more action. So see you in the next round. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. So that was the deck tech with Reed or Sickrobot from the Into the North crew. So I hope you got some insights on the new Cody deck. That's kind of the flavor of the tournament. A lot of our profile players are playing the deck.
Yeah, and we saw it on the feeder match area just now. Maybe a different build, a bit different.
Well, yeah, at least it seemed like Spleenface was a bit confused compared to what he was playing.
Yes. But interesting nonetheless, and it's super aggressive, super fast deck. I love it. It's those kind of decks that they really don't care about what the other three are doing.
No.
It's like, okay, do your thing. If you win before me, it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, we do gotta mention our good friends from Dragon Shield and Blackfire again. As mentioned, this event would never be possible without the support, first and foremost by Tier1, the Magic Store, of course, but then also Dragon Shield and Blackfire, our sponsors for this weekend. So give them a shout out wherever you can. They are the ones making this community grow.
Yeah.
So we are nearing the second round of our tournament, and this means that our players with a bye, Spleenface and Meraxis, are now entering the tournament. I'm excited to see if they can continue the win streak.
And they're coming in with full tummy. We're coming
full tummy. They are relaxed.
They've seen the other decks.
Yes.
They have feel the environment. So now they need to prove that they can continue the streak that they had. I think both of them were undefeated on their tournaments.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes. So as of now, they have 100% conversion rate.
Yes, at least in our tournaments.
Yes.
What was I saying?
What is Meraxis on? Because we know Spleenface is on.
I am actually not sure what Meraxis is playing. We can maybe look it up for between the rounds when possible. So we still have the few minutes before the players are getting seated, I can see. So this is a great time for you guys to ask us any questions, request any kind of decks you want to see. I am hesitant to promise I can bring what you like, but I will do an attempt.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get a roundup of the profile players. So we know Ian unfortunately took a loss.
Yes.
And Zach from Playing with Power also took a loss.
Ian took a quick loss actually.
Yeah, it was
really rough.
Really
rough. Turn 2 out loss.
Yes, and obviously we saw Lynch on camera loss, but we also Ahmed, our winner, took the win.
Yes.
Or Kolkio, as you guys know him. Then I believe I just caught the information that Sickrobot he took a draw.
He took a draw.
Yes. So they didn't finish in time, and also did not finish the game in the extra rounds. So that's a draw. I am unsure about Joe and Adam. So Joe from I Hate Your Deck and Adam from Playing with Power. Noobsaurus from Into the North 1, he told me.
Yeah.
So a mixed start from our profile players.
Mixed start. There is Portuguese on chat asking for Meraxis.
Yes, and it is very likely that we will see one of our webcam series champ on camera throughout the day.
Yes, definitely. And we have I have a personal stake with them. We'll take a match after the tournament with all the winners. Val, how did Val go?
I did not speak with him or hear.
Yes,
so let's see if there's any questions in Twitch chat. Oh, so production are telling me we have our player profile cards ready. So let's have a look at some of the people that are here this weekend. So, this is Zach from Playing with Power. Admin, can you pull it up on full screen so the audience can actually see and... Okay, so yes,
there we go.
We have Zach here from Ohio along with the entire crew from Playing with Power. So they are on some hike here to Copenhagen, Denmark, just to play in a tournament, and we are so happy to have them here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as we said, Zach did not win his first round. So,
That's how it goes.
That's how it goes. But let's see who's next up in our player profiles. So that is Adam,
The judge.
the judge from Playing with Power.
He
also-
likes Jank decks.
Who doesn't?
He's playing Lord Windgrace. He's one of our bounties.
Yes.
I'm dying to see that deck. I saw the list. I can't wait to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It is. So who's next up?
Ryan.
Ryan is actually not playing in the main event. He is going around and playing in all the side events that he can get access to.
And I have information about that. He's playing the Chaos Commander seal event. He got the mono red deck, obviously. He got lucky and he got the commander deck they're ready.
The ready, yes. The Planeswalker
Yes.
mono red.
Yes.
So to those of you not aware, we are also having a ton of side events, one of them being a Chaos pre-constructed commander deck.
Pairings for round 2 should have been posted
Meaning
to your
that
Discord app.
each player in that tournament will
Please
get
go to
a
Discord,
random
check
commander
your
deck
pairing
throughout
round
the
2,
times,
proceed
and
to
then
the
you
table.
get 30 minutes
Thank
to
you.
assemble your deck, and then you just jam with it. So, we will jump on a short commercial break, and then we will be back with round 2 for you guys. Welcome back, everybody. We have our feature match ready. The players are heading for the table. We will have Spleenface, Philip F, Val, and Leptys. So, admin, if you can pull up Spleen's player card, then we can talk a bit about him.
We saw him on camera.
We saw him taking your spot here. Obviously, then I let him talk a bit about his achievements. But he is, as we
One
mentioned,
of the most accomplished players in our format.
Definitely.
By a mile.
Yeah. So, as we can see here, Morgan is from Toronto, Canada. He's part of the Into the North crew. As we said, one of the best players in our format, no doubt about it. And this past year, I would say it's a toss-up between him and Ian on pure results.
Pure result, yes.
They are so good. And the fun fact that he has humongous feet.
Yeah, 50 size shoes.
Yeah. Like, I am almost 2 meters tall, and I am nowhere near that.
Yeah.
Attention TDH
So,
players, pairings round 2 have been
let's
posted.
see.
Please proceed
Yeah,
to your
okay, so we
table.
see some
I'd
players,
like
and
to
I
remind
know
all
for a fact
that
that
table
is
16
Spleenface
is
here.
our
So
feature
let's
match
see
for the
if
round.
So the next
Your
one
place
down
is
there
on
should be
16.
Val,
Please
then the
proceed
next
to
one
the
should be
feature match
Leptys,
area.
and Philip on the top.
yes. Do you, by any chance, know the deck list of any of those players?
No, but I'm gonna get them for you.
Gotcha. So, as you all know, Spleen is on a Cody build. He told me it's slightly different than the one you just saw from Sickrobot, but they're basically doing the same thing. And so Cody seems to be so far like the deck of the weekend. We see Troll on it. We know 3 out of the 4 into the North crew are on it. And I've been walking around the hall and I see Cody on several tables. So it's an early front runner for deck of the tournament. So it seems like we are still waiting a bit on the players, so you'll just jump back into us here. So did you find the deck list yet?
I'm on it.
Gotcha. We are still working on it. So while I will try and answer some questions in chat. Yes. Frozochrome, CDS is solved. Everybody knows that. There's no reason to do anything. Obviously, that is not true.
Okay, I have the decks. Philip F is on Nib Miss It per run.
Ooh,
Interesting.
that's an old classic.
Interesting. Then Spleenface is on Cody.
Yeah.
Right? We know that much. Baal is on Marin Hulk.
Marin Hulk, also
Yes.
early favorite.
And Wizard Solitaire for Leptys.
That's Inala, right?
I think so. Inala Arc
Yes.
Treatment. Yes.
That's a deck close to my heart. I played that last summer for a couple of months. Probably one of the decks I played the longest time ever in CDH. I have a tendency to change deck every
week.
Yeah, basically. So, but I did hold on to Inala for I believe 2 months or something, and it's a blast to play. And there's so many different lines with the Spellseeker stuff. It's a blast.
I'm dying to see this match because there's a back to basics on Nib Miss It.
Definitely. Could be a Blood Moon as well.
I'm checking. No, there's
No
not.
Blood Moon. Okay.
No Blood Moon. Yeah, I'm already interested on seeing how this goes. There's also the Monkey Ragavan makes an appearance. I
Ragavan,
hope
yeah.
we see it.
Turn 1 Ragaman is
Turn
a
one
favorite play
Ragavan.
of mine.
Yes.
So let's have a look in and see. Okay, so it looks like Spleenface is still alone at the table.
Right now it's winning by a walkover. So you can see, Chad, that the players have signed. The players in the feature match area have signed the playmats.
Yes.
So everyone that's gonna be there is gonna sign them.
Yes. And who knows? They might turn into giveaways throughout the weekend.
Maybe.
Maybe. Who knows?
Maybe I'll just take one home. No.
Could be. So while we wait for the other players to join Spleenface, chat, please get us some questions or requests or
Yeah.
whatever you want to know.
I'm rooting for Kenrid. Sam could be there. Oh, well, we hope to see you Dark Sanctuary next year.
I'd like
What else?
if you could
Then just let Red
confirm that you have a
There is a
Sorry.
lot of rich combo.
Oh, obviously.
Are you missing-
I mean,
if you're missing a player
CDH
from your
at
vault,
the current
please
state
raise your
is
hand
very
now.
much Breach and Oracle.
Yeah, and a year ago it was Silver Mule. That is going to be continually evolving.
Yeah. As we all know, they are not done printing powerful cards, so
No,
this
no,
format will
absolutely.
keep evolving.
Absolutely.
So,
What's the final player count? We had 86 players.
86 for the main event, and then a ton of players walking around just playing casual,
There
doing
were
side events.
26 tables just for the Chaos Commander Seal
Yeah.
draft. Like, that's 52 players extra,
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Rikaxti.
Yes. So, Felipe, now we know the decks.
What's my take?
Yes.
Oh, I'm baiting on Spleenface.
I mean, that's the easy take. Okay,
Okay,
then.
if I have to choose between the other decks, I go with the Miss It. I've seen what that deck can
Okay,
do.
well, again, no surprise here. I am rooting for the Inala here. And again, depending on how the seeding turns out, Inala is not that, like, it's a fast deck, so
Yeah.
it can compete. But again,
It's Grixis.
I'd be hard pressed to root against Spleenface simply based on the results he's been showing throughout this entire year. It's been impressive.
Now, chat. Now that we are on the setting of cheering for each of your countries, let us know where you are
Yes.
coming from, where you are seeing the event. Yeah.
Okay, Dark Sanctuary with a nice question here. So, in this CDH event, what deck would you take, and would you add any techs to increase your odds versus stacks or Cody? Or would you just go for pure consistency?
What I would do, I would have played Idris. I think there is no
But
surprise
I mean,
in
is
that.
there any tournament where you wouldn't play Idris? Just say no.
It's a no. It's a no. Not even in the Hulk meta. Like it was super difficult. I know it.
You've been playing Yidris for like the entire 2 years. I know you.
Yeah, I've been playing Yidris since it got spoiled. It was my first commander deck. But yeah, like, and then again, I think versus Stack and Cody, you have to assume you have bad matchups on tournament play.
Yeah.
You're not gonna win every round, or you shouldn't win every round, most likely. So, in my opinion, I will go for new text that I will do it. It's a dress down route probably for the event.
Dress down is, as Ryan put it on the panel yesterday, it's slept on her.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It replaces itself. It's great.
Stops Darkside, Oracle,
You may begin.
Cody.
Cody. I mean, anything that's a creature.
Yes. What about you? What do you have, brought?
So the boring answer is, I always say, take the deck you're most comfortable with. But that's a boring answer. So
What you have gone with the one you're playing now?
So for reference, this week I am playing Jessica and Silas. Obviously, I'm in Grixis colors. That's kind of my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I do like Jessica's ability to control the board.
Yeah, and Silas, once it hits, no one attacks you, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great example from the other night. The Death Touch meant that Pago didn't attack me, Yidris didn't attack me, Riel didn't attack me. Like, it's not that great card, but in an Atnos deck, having that defensive strength is nice, and then you can do dirty stuff with your artifacts.
Oh, that you Lotus
Yes,
every turn. It's
exactly.
not fair.
I would play some sort of Grixis. I don't know if that would be my choice. I have been having my eyes on the Esper farm, Malcolm Tillman. I think that deck looks really nice, but missing out on red is a rough proposition for me currently. So those would be my choices.
Yeah, I love the Paco list. It looks really nice.
It's fun to play.
And Ian showed it on the MLC.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun to see as well. It does kind of the thing I like doing as well.
And in terms of tech or like going against Stacks or Cody, I would be hesitant to play
Sideboard
Stacks or sideboard in based on that, because you never know. This is sort of like the same format as Legacy, where people don't necessarily play the best deck because there is a personal choice and preference more than people just want to win.
Yeah.
For the most part. So it's kind of hard to metagame if that's your thought process.
Oh, we have people from the Netherlands, the UK, the US.
And we have players at the table. So let's jump in to... Oh, that was the wrong.
Yes. They don't want to see our faces. They don't want to see... Oh, we have bounty sleeves.
Yes, as we mentioned.
High stream, yeah, it's Spleen with the high stream.
Okay, so as mentioned, so due to this being a feature match, whoever wins this pot will receive a pair of the same Tier1Con Dragon Shield sleeves that Spleenface is using. They will also receive a pack of the new Dragon Shield.
It's no.
Yes.
The dual sleeve match. Yeah, I saw them already. They were using it down there, Ryan, and they look great.
They look great. So we will actually open a pack during the day and show you guys why there's this big fuss about these new great sleeves.
Yeah, super opaque. It's black on the inside, which I love because you cannot see the border of the cards.
We can tell you, one player unfortunately got a warning this tournament for having see-through sleeves. This will never happen with these new sleeves from Dragon Shield. Yeah. And that is a major upgrade.
Yeah,
because
consistency on tournament play.
Yes.
I'm a judge too, so I have had to give warnings for mark sleeves and for see-through sleeves. It's not what you want to do on tournament play. So this is a great solution. Great solution. We have order of play apparently. Spleenface giving us the help with the order of play. So it seems he's going to be starting.
I mean, that guy is so lucky.
Cody, he was telling me you can multi-4 on this deck.
Yeah.
And he was telling me yesterday he gave a hand goldfishing without colored mana, 1 and turn 2.
again,
Rough for the.
it is very rough from the visit, but then again, there is some stacks elements, as you said, to the nib here, and actually being the 4th seed in the early turns means that maybe Philip can like take advantage of everybody tapping out and then slam an early stacks piece, but it is rough to have your 6 mana all colored Pips commander being in 4th seed.
Yeah, he's on Graph Figure stage as well. Yeah. It's yeah. It's really rough, but I think he has an option of playing the underdog on this situation.
Yeah. And we've seen, as you kindly proved at your win,
Yeah.
being in 4th seed doesn't automatically mean you lose.
Also, Spleenface was starting that match.
Yeah,
So,
so
there
who
is
knows?
something to be said about
There's
that.
precedence here.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this is exactly the spot Spleen was looking for, coming in with the buy, having a super fast Adnos deck, and then being in the 1st seed.
Yes, we're just clarifying that it's Val with it's not our
It's not our content creator Ball, it's Val with a V.
Yes. Marin.
Marin is like one of the. That's exactly the kind of decks I was talking about when I said that like people just play decks they love.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Marin players, they love their Marin decks.
Oh yeah, and like this is like learning how to ride a bike or driving. The more you do it, the better you get.
Oh yeah, and Marin can get to a point where the value of getting those creatures back into the battlefield every turn can just get out of hand fast.
Ewit every turn gets out of control pretty quickly because
Exactly.
it needs 2 cards every turn. Right?
Okay, so we see players here looking at their opening hands. And was that an acknowledgement to go?
We have someone in Spanish in the chat, so
Oh,
saludos.
hola.
That's better than my Danish. That's not difficult though.
I did take Spanish
Yes.
for a couple of years. Don't ask me to say how
Yeah.
good I am at it because
Okay, we're 2 minutes into the round and we're shuffling.
we're still shuffling, but that is as
Maraxis is walking to his match now. He's gonna be on the 2nd feature match area, just in case.
Yeah.
And he's repping the Thassa's Oracle playmat.
Oh,
on the
of course. Yes. Maybe he got Jesper. Oh, it was already signed, right?
Yeah, it's signed by Jesper, yeah.
Maybe Jesper can alter it because Jesper is actually here this weekend. He participated in the game show from last night. If you did not watch that, I recommend you go and watch the VOD of that.
Yes.
It was a blast. You were there as well?
I was there, I was participating. I'm not
Yes.
gonna spoil how it ended. There was a bit of an unfair turn 1 pick for Jesper Icing on the Pictionary. I
He
guess
was very lucky. That's the same. Spleen was also very fortunate with how some of the categories lined up with the decks.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it's all in a good fun. And if you
Really
didn't see it,
interesting. Yeah, go check it out.
go check it out. It was a lot of fun. So,
Hola, MTG Commander player as well. Now we have Portuguese here. Yes, nice. I love to see all the languages. I love
Yeah.
it. I love it. Someone's mulling to 5.
it could be Spleen. So,
Well, he can mulligan aggressively. We were
yeah.
talking about it. There's a Latino invasion. Yes. Well,
is.
there's one in the booth. So
One in the booth.
We're
We
doing
have
fine.
players from Chile, from Spain, like we have
Yeah. We have people
all
from
over Europe, Canada, the US.
Yes.
I am ecstatic that people traveled halfway around the world to
absolutely.
compete in our little tournament here.
Oh, and they and you can see how much hype there was. Cause like they literally flew in these days, and the
Yes.
same day they arrived, they wanted to play Commander. that's just how much compromise they have with the format, right?
I mean, Dark Sanctuary, if it is a mulligan to 5 from Spleen. Obviously, it is not great for him, but as mentioned, that deck can mulligan aggressively.
Or you go Mana Crypt, Ancient Tomb, play the Cody. Next turn, activate it, play any single one spell, get the
Get pro.
like
Then you're there.
then you're there. Profane Tutor Cosiatas.
Yeah.
Like it's literally that simple. And he kept the hand.
Oh, and we see pre-game action from Sebastian and Val.
Oh,
These guys.
2 pre-games. Phantasmal Image hitting the beam. Imagine if your worst card is Phantasmal Image. That must feel pretty nice on Inala, right?
Yeah, that is, and this could even be Inala BAM tutoring
Yeah.
before their first turn.
Crazy.
Yes.
Crazy.
So, how many Gift Rock decks is playing in term? Unfortunately, we haven't done a metagame breakdown yet, so we are unaware, other than the fact what we've seen in the hall.
Yes.
Okay, so we see just land go here from Spleen, I believe. Nope. No.
There's opposition agents in the format.
Oh, yeah, and I would also be surprised. Obviously, you can't be too picky on a mulligan to 5, but as we've mentioned throughout the day, you need to do something on turn 1 in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure about that. I rate your fridge. Love the username, by the way. Because everyone has mana open as well. Like, they can try to win, but that means interaction is open right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is not that often you see 2 players with a Gemstone Cavern.
Oh,
Star.
no. No, you like sitting on second, sitting on third, you feel pretty good. You're gonna open with the mana.
Sitting
then you
on
see
second is amazing.
and then the guy on the second place says, "Oh, I have it too." Yeah.
And we can see from Septis, like, he didn't expect any other to have any pre-game
No, he
action.
just
Like,
put it in. Jam it
somebody
in.
was.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's volcanic.
Yes, Volcanic Island. Again, for those of you just tuned in, that is one of our playtest cards.
Yeah. And then
I cannot see what that card is.
it's 1 mana each.
Is it fish? Is it an altered fish, maybe?
Is it an Alto Remora? Not sure. Is it an enchantment or is it an? It doesn't have a power and toughness.
It has a
Or
sort
is
of
it
a
a carpet? What?
no, because it's a volcanic island, so it's not a card.
No, it's not a carpet. Cannot cast a carpet. Production, can we get the name of the card just to know and keep track of it? It's definitely an altar because it has a signature on the bottom.
Chat says it's fish, and that makes sense because we saw Septis respond with the
Good
Dam
Diamond
Tutor.
Tutor. And now there is a Mox Diamond.
Ooh.
And the
Okay.
Mox Diamond is getting tapped
Oh!
for Yodel Datus.
Okay, again, this is what we said.
And
that
now
this-
Cody is getting casted. That's a multi-5 in which you
Yes.
use the 5 cards.
Exactly.
He's empty-handed,
Wow.
literally.
This guy
Never punished.
never punished. I need to go out and make Spleen buy me a lotto ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he has survived me a couple packs. Like a revised booster pack or something, right?
I would go for unlimited so he can pull me the power.
The power, right?
Okay, turn 1 Cody
And
on a multi-5 and a fish.
And weirdly enough, no interaction. Safe.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
And now there is a fish. He's gonna refill the hand. Because I also think in this position, the rest of the game, the rest of the board needs to play into the fish. Sadly.
Yes, because the pressure is on now.
Also, there is the possibility he draws the profane tutor.
Obviously, that is a possibility. That's the name of the game when you play that kind of deck. But it is a 1 in 82. No, he multi-5, so like.
No, it's impossible that
Yeah.
he rises it. It's 1 in 95, in 94. hope he draws the Profane Tutor.
Okay, so Dark Sanctuary is not a fan of the book, it seems like.
Yeah.
Or maybe just think that Spleen has won enough here in 2021.
It is true that he has won enough already.
Yes. I will say I am undefeated against Spleenface.
How many times have you played against him?
That is irrelevant.
Is it a non-zero number?
Let's continue with the game. at
Root
hand.
Maze
Oh, yeah. I mean,
doesn't do much.
doesn't do much here, other than slow the other players down. So maybe that is.
And it draws a card for Spleenface.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's the best option on the play.
No.
Uh,
I think Spleen is giddy.
That's
seeing
also
this.
true, Rikaxti. He might have put the Profane at the bottom and know it's there. Yeah.
Okay.
This doesn't help that much the board.
No, I think actually this is a risky play for Null here because Spleen is set up pretty much. Needs 2 mana, obviously, to activate the book. But we are 1 Dark Ritual away. And
This is really bad. This is really bad for the message. And
It
this
is.
is really bad for everyone. I
Root
think,
Maze is so rough with fetch lands.
and now Spleenface back on 4 cards, not punished at all by mulliganing aggressively. I think the Root Maze, it's not a great play.
right. Feels nib, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is not the opening to the game that Philip was hoping for.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we see Spleen here paying for the fish, obviously,
Yeah, and a City of Traders.
and a City of Traders. So that is the 4 mana next turn.
Yes.
Okay, we need to see if people are aware of that.
They're pointing at the Root Maze. I'm
Yeah.
guessing they're
Yeah.
not really happy.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm guessing how the conversation is going in the table.
Yeah.
Not great.
So
That's a swamp.
And it's not just a swamp. It is
Aircraft?
Seb McKinnon's beautiful, beautiful swamp.
Yes.
Okay, so Earthcraft.
Yes.
Also a combo piece, but yes, Ice and 4G. It is the swamp.
Yes, I agree.
I need to add it to my collection.
I don't have it yet, guys, either. I don't need a single swamp, and if I had it, I would put it on all my decks, to be honest. This is... Okay. Spleenface has it in the bank. I'm hoping he's not looking at the cards he's drawing, though. He's that certain, apparently. If he draws the Profane, it's the only out for the,
Yeah.
the board.
This is on Septis or Philip to have free interaction.
Philip, it's tapped out completely,
Yes.
because at the moment he fetches.
And same as Septis, also tapped out. So I think we're gonna see Spleen go for it here.
He should, and unless he gets really punished. He has 4 mana there, right?
Yeah,
he
there's
has
4
5
mana.
4 mana
As
exactly.
expected, the fish is dead here because he needs the mana to activate Cody. Yeah.
He needs to have a free spell on hand to have the 5 mana.
Or have some sort of ritual in hand.
Yes. Otherwise, it's awkward because of the Root Maze. He cannot play a land untapped. So
Yes. And also, like, Root Maze does make ad nauseing very difficult. So, yeah. So let's see if we are seeing. Okay.
shouldn't City of Traders sacrifice here.
Yes, City of Traders should be sacrificed here.
Well, I'm pretty sure the players are gonna figure it out.
Yeah. And also, like, it doesn't really matter until.
Until we move to the next action, yes.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that the judges will inform Spleen that.
We are-
Rainfall, there's
okay.
the extra mana.
Okay, I'm hoping Spleenface doesn't sack the.
Yeah, then we'll obviously stop the game. But admin, could you maybe ping the judge and inform the players that the City of Traders should be sacrificed? Okay, so
Judges are out. If he sacks that, it's
yeah, but
game error violation.
we will make sure to stop the game before it matters, and I'm sure admin is working
Oh, it's
hard.
on the side. It's on the side. Yeah. Okay. They're talking about because it's
Gotcha.
a trader. It is a trader. Yes. We just thought they forgot.
Oh, look at Morgan with
10.
all the
All the
minute.
zeros, yeah.
That's a nice play because he can sack it to the Rainfall. I love that. I've never thought of that.
Yeah, you can do that.
Did he maybe put the Profane Tutor to the bottom? But at least you can all get a nice view of his deck.
I love how you can still play the other zeros. You can play other rocks. There
Yeah.
it goes. Profane, old, border,
Foil?
foil. Probably edge. Because we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
And now he has 4 lands, so he can go to 4 mana, 4 black mana. Yeah.
and
I think we're seeing a win here.
Yeah, conveniently there's enough mana there's enough land so he can leave up blue mana for a bounce spell before starting deploying whatever acceleration he might draw from the Adnos. So we are gonna see here that he's gonna put an Adnos on the stack, and if that resolves, I believe this game to be over.
Okay, now he sacks it to the Rain of Fill.
Yeah,
Smart enough. Smarter than us.
definitely. Nobody ever tell him that we said that, but definitely smarter than us.
Yes. Oh, this was. I'm calling it.
I mean, Adnos still has to resolve.
True.
And I agree, it is a hard ask when all the players are tapped out. Only 2 blue players in the pot.
Yeah. And he has 6 mana open. 7 mana open.
Yes. Again, we were talking about it being.
Bring to light. Yes.
I am
I'm
very surprised about that. Now there's no blue mana.
It's only black. I'm also surprised by that.
Because now there's no blue mana for a bounce spell. Okay. Maybe I am smarter. Q in 10 seconds when I realize why this was made and I look like an idiot, but
Q in 10 seconds when
Yeah.
it shows that the Adnos from hand.
it
Why not sack the land and float blue?
yeah, exactly.
Right? That's what I'm.
That's the same here. I would have done,
Or the green to get
But
rid
you-
of the coding, because you have to get rid of the coding in this line.
but you yeah.
Okay.
The issue here is that he could not converge for 5 without the blue. That's why I thought he should have just gone straight for the Adnos.
There might be a line in which, yeah, he's removing 5 mana from the deck as well. From CMC.
Yeah. So, what? I mean, I'm assuming there's spirit guides, so there is a way to get mana. But I mean, we're talking both spirit guides into Manamorphose, into bounce spell, before this will ever take off. Okay, but let's see. Adnos seems to have resolved.
The problem is the root base now.
Yeah,
First play.
exactly.
3.
So
5. Bam Tutor. Tundra.
Bayou, Polluted Delta, Badlands, Vault, Chrome Mox, Underworld Breach,
Demonic Tutor.
Demonic Tutor, Mana Confluence, Infernal Plunge, Mox, Suspend, Tap Land,
The one that
creates a treasure,
yes.
something rich, strike it rich.
Lion's Eye Diamond.
Yes. Lion's Eye Diamond can make mana, but it's very awkward.
No, it's tap.
No,
No, it can make mana.
you can sack it without tapping it,
Yeah.
but it's not gonna help a lot here unless he can get Breach on this thing. I mean, there is a world where he can sack the 2 lands. And
You sack the 2 lands.
and you need the Spirit Guide.
Spirit Guide,
And
get the
Breach.
carpet. Spirit Guide, get the carpet if you want.
But you need to get Cody off the... Okay, so I didn't see the last couple of cards because I was trying to figure out how Spleen goes per here, but let's just let him show us.
There's also a Manamorphose in the deck.
Yeah.
So if you can change for 1 red or 1.
Yeah, so I think the big thing is, did he hit one of the Spirit Guides? I think that is a requirement for him to do anything here.
Yes.
I don't think Sherazad, I would be surprised if the deck doesn't run Burnt Offering and Culling the Weak.
I don't play the deck, but I would have saved the green, get the Nature's Claim for the Root Maze, right?
There's multiple ways. You could save blue or you could save green, but black is notoriously bad at dealing with enchantments.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a confirmation that Burnt Offering was revealed. So that is gonna be enough because you can sack a land, play the Burnt Offering, sack Cody, play Breach, play LED, crack LED, and then you're good.
Sure. Yeah.
Because there was multiple tutors in there as well. So it is. He found a way. Obviously, he found a way. And at this point, he just needs to show the rest of the table, I'm assuming. Because.
Oh, if there was no interaction before,
Yeah.
there's no interaction now.
Exactly. So now we just need to figure out what we just went through, or see if there's another line that we are missing. Which actually, I would be surprised if he doesn't see it. So we see the sacrificing of the wooded foothills here.
For the Burnt Offering.
For, no, it's calling.
the weed. Oh, I don't see a line.
Okay. Tutor for Manamorphose?
Exile.
No, it's not. You used your demonic tutor for.
Manamorphose has red and green in the
Oh
class.
yeah, you still need green or red. Yeah. Yeah, we are aware that LED does need to be tapped, but we need to figure out how to get Breach into play before that, and red mana seems to be the issue.
This round. So once you've done playing, I need all of you to record the result of your match.
And we see the demonic tutor here.
And hold on to that. Then we will enter it into Squarebot. Once we have Squarebot, we're
oh
in
yeah,
game.
just demonic tutor for
The more
the
interesting
red
news
spirit guy.
is that we have a giveaway.
Yeah.
Red spirit, red
A
spirit.
random player.
That has to be the first time ever anybody demonic tutored for
For,
a single
and
spirit
The
guy.
random player is a Casper at table 17. We have a Casper at table 17.
Seems convoluted.
You win this all
Let's be
with
real about it.
Oh, yeah,
return
but-
king from one
Yeah,
of
there
all
we
sides
see
down
monkey.
here.
Return to monkey.
New monkey, not even the old one.
Well, he's a young kid.
Congratulations with your new
Probably
card.
wasn't even born
Alright,
when the
there's
original.
all the stuff you
printed,
need
yeah.
for this
And now we
time
see the
being.
breach here
Please
and
remember to
the
record the
LED.
result of
Which
your
other
match
stab?
on a piece of paper
Doesn't matter.
until we've
Yeah.
got
Yeah,
Squire
figured it out.
working.
Yeah.
I will be back with further information.
And now we
Thank you for your
do
patience.
the thing. We're gonna demonic tutor for brain freeze, and then demonic tutor for a oracle, and then
win.
we're win.
second. That's amazing, and now he has protection and everything. He can even take the time to do one loop where he silences everyone first, which he doesn't need to.
No. I mean, there's very few cards that can save people here. One of them being one of your favorite cards in Memory's Journey.
Yeah.
But that also, first of all, it requires Spleen not to go for the Oracle after the mill.
Which is
it
impossible.
also requires people to be in at least Simic, and none of the other decks are that. So, I cannot really find a way for this to not be a win.
Yeah.
Unless
Turn
there's
3
a
win with turn 2 on the rest of the table. Amazing.
and on a multi 5. That is powerful wizardry.
Yes. There we go. Brain freeze.
Yep. And I am expecting Brain Freeze to be
Bring
cast.
humanity become monkey.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Rikaxti LED doesn't need to tap.
Yeah. LED reads discard your hand, sacrifice Lion's Eye Diamond at 3 mana.
Yes. So that was a fairly quick win that is still being played out.
Oh, they're figuring out Storm.
Yes. I'm curious if this is just showing for the camera or if anybody actually has something.
Maybe someone has a fluster
But how?
for free.
How?
It's impossible. No, they don't have anything. I think if you want to stop something, you stop the breach, you stop the Adnos, you stop the DT.
Is there a possibility that Niv Mizzet is running a Titan for some weird reason, or Marin?
Check.
I mean, that is... It could also Jim just being, okay, we are on camera, let's show the people what we're doing. And we appreciate that. Yes, Dark Sanctuary we are aware, but it is also seen that players are known to just brain freeze and then pass, forgetting about the Oracle. Obviously, I don't
Because he
think...
hasn't shown the Oracle
Yeah,
yet.
I don't think Spleen is that kind of player. Isen 4G, you have my vote. It's not worth much, but you will hear no complaints from me. Yeah. Okay, so this puts Spleenface in a great position to qualify for day 2.
Absolutely,
There's
2-0.
still 3 rounds left, and I think with just a draw or another win, he should be clear.
It should be done. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. This is excelling 3 for the Oracle.
Yeah. And Oracle, and do anybody have anything? Okay, so free removal spell and a submerge effect on a permanent stops this. But
Yeah.
okay, we see the handshakes here.
Yeah. That was a quick one.
Yes.
Oh.
But what an amazing showing of the deck. On a mulligan
It's what
to-
we discussed.
Yeah.
If it goes first and you give it a,
Wow.
it's everything. I'm glad the stream got to see the Sickrobot talking about the deck beforehand. This is everything we talk about on that
Oh,
deck.
yeah,
tape.
yeah, yeah.
It's what you want to do. Attempt a win on turn two or three, right?
Yeah. And this is for a lot of newer players with CDX. They have a hard time aggressively mulliganing a functional hand that has lands and spells, but you need to be aggressive.
Especially in tournament play. It's
Yes.
something we always discuss when we play test at home. I don't like. I'm not an aggressive mulliganer at
Oh,
home.
me neither. I get lazy.
But on a tournament setting,
yeah, you should aggressively mulligan.
absolutely.
You have to do something.
Play to your strengths, right?
Constructive command
So-
that is time
Yeah, I
around
think
you
it's
guys.
about the
Yes, we will
The actual player
see
is
if we can jump into a backup match. It
Swedish
depends on where they are. It can get a bit cluttered, so we will just have a short commercial break, and we will come back to you soon.
You're still on.
So, just as we went to see how the backup feature match was going, Myraxis put a consultation on the stack. I didn't see how it ended from there, but I'm assuming that the game is basically over. So we are instead making an interview with the winner of our feature match, Spleenface. So Kobargas will interview him momentarily. While we wait for Spleenface to go from the feature match area to the interview area, I will see what you chat have been saying in the meantime. So there's a lot of discussion on banning Oracle, as I just said before. I am all for that. I think Labman and Labman Jace are good enough in that slot, and Oracle makes a lot of things too easy, but that's my humble opinion. Let me know in chat what you have thoughts of this. Some people wanted Adnos banned, some people want Breach banned. I'm a bit more on the fence of those, but I wouldn't miss Oracle at all, personally. Yeah, banning should always be the final thing you do. It's never good, but I don't think Oracle is doing anything healthy for either end of the spectrum. Neither casual. I don't even know if they play there, but in our end, it has homogenized a lot of the deck list and a lot of the win cons, and I know it can feel like forced diversity to ban a card like that, but it would be my suggestion. Dark Sanctuary and Sandwich Max. I am not saying that we need to ban it. It's just, if I could pull a card out of the format, it would be Oracle, for my opinion. I am not saying that we need a ban. Also, I don't think we needed a Hull Breacher ban, but again, I did enjoy it because I don't think it promoted fun games. And as much as this is competitive Commander, we are also here to have some fun. Oh, hot guy, that is a real take. Flash was of course supercharged by Oracle, but it was still probably the best thing you could be doing, in my mind. Flash Academy Rector, that was a nice thing, but I never saw that. I saw some sort of Hulk pile that ended in a Lapman win. I mean, Admiral, yes, there's a lot of cards that stop Oracle wins. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't do a lot of other relevant stuff. That's just as Kabargas and we talked about during the introduction to last match. And Ryan, I believe it was, mentioned it last night on our CDH panel. Dress Down is underplayed at the moment, and it is one of those cards that it's never really dead because it has flash and it cantrips. It pitches to force if that counts for anything. And it stops Oracle, Darkside, and anything that's a creature for at least a turn. But the thing is that it only stops things on one turn. Oh yeah, and Legacy All-Star Endurance is maybe a card decks could start pick up that hosts both Breach and Oracle. The thing is though, a 3/4 body is very rarely relevant outside of Terminal decks, but maybe in a deck like Razorcats could adopt it. So I just got a thumbs up from Kabargas here, and I see Spleenface walking past, so we should be ready in a few seconds here with the interview. I can see Morgan just stopped up to chat with the TO, so I will answer a few more questions. Slap Machine. Wonderfully lovable Sam. I don't think that's going to be introduced, but...
Attention CDH players.
Okay.
Players.
I am unsure whether or not they are ready, but I will tune over to the interview area now.
Report your matches in Squire.
Okay, welcome back. Here we are with Spleenface, Morgan. You won the second round, your first round. You got the buy on first
Yes.
round one. How does it feel? Back on the tournament on Tier 1, still without losses now.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
doing pretty well.
It feels good to win. You know,
Yeah.
it sets me up very nicely. I think if I can pick up one more win, then I'm very likely to day two.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure with the top 16. You know, the math in my head says that 3-2 should probably make it to the top 16, possibly even some of the 2-3s depending on breakers. But you know, obviously it's a good start. I had the bye first round, so I'm doing well, and you know. There was certainly a little bit of luck involved in that game. I was going first, so winning that die roll is obviously huge.
Especially for Cody.
Well, especially for Cody, and also especially when another player's playing a root maze. But I also, I was going to 5, and everyone else was keeping 7, so I was feeling not too great about that. And then I saw the 2 gemstone caverns. I was like, okay, well, but obviously my opening hand was incredibly strong with the land, the Mox Diamond, the fish, and the Jewel Dose.
How long did you mulligan to?
That was 5.
5, yeah. We thought it was 5.
Yeah, my first few hands just had.
What did you top deck?
Not the. I top decked the second fetch, I think, the one I discarded to the Mox Diamond. I was originally looking at not playing the Mox Diamond and holding the City of Traders and trying to draw another land off the fish so I could play Mox,
It was it was the correct play in the end, because if you don't play it, it would go to
or sorry, it was one of the lands. I can't remember which. And then I was hoping that the fetch would draw me into. I didn't actually have a way to activate Cody, but I figured I can keep a Mystic Remora around for a few turns, try and draw into any 1-cost spell, and there's 40 or something in the deck, so I felt my odds were pretty good, and of course I wound up finding actually a few of the same effects. The card left in my hand was Sacrifice.
Okay.
Like I had Culling the Weak and Sacrifice.
Then
the Rain of Filth.
Did you have the Burn Offering as well with the Adnos? Or
No, I did not.
Okay, we thought it was Burn Offering.
I thought it was too, and then I stopped, and then I went, oh wait, this doesn't. And then I sort of psyched myself out. I was trying to figure out how am I fixing mana. Am I demonic tutoring? It was like, oh, I thought I had Manamorphose. I don't have Manamorphose. I was thinking, can I remove the root maze and then try and play Mox Opal and crop rotation and all of that. And then I just went like, I'm being very silly. You do not have to tap Lion's Eye Diamond to activate it. I have Lion's Eye Diamond. I have Underworld Breach. I just need a red mana. Demonic Tutor for Simian Spirit Guide.
So why do you go for the Bring to Light and not the Adnos directly? Just a question.
I would have had to sacrifice an extra land to cast the Ad Nauseam because I didn't have the black mana. I sacrificed the City of Traders to the Rain of Filth because it was going to be sacrificed anyway when I played a land. So I would have had to sacrifice another land, which if it gets interrupted, it goes a little bit worse. It didn't really seem like there was much of a cost. No one was representing a Pyroblast or anything like that. And there was no Aristic Study or Mystic Remora that I was feeding.
It's to lower the CMC of the deck as well?
And so it lowers the CMC of the deck. Yeah, okay. You don't have a bad flip to hit into.
Yeah.
And in this case, I also didn't have to sacrifice a land, before I was sure that my Adnos was resolving.
Yes, we were wondering in the book. We are ignorant to the deck, so we are calculating all these lines.
If you can Bring to Light and there's no cost, like obviously when there's a Aristic Study or something like that, it's like, well, they have an extra card to try and find an answer, or there might be a Pyroblast.
But with all your opponents tapped out, basically.
With all my opponents tapped out and no Aristic Study, no Mystic Remora, Bring to Light is every bit as good as, it doesn't have any costs. It just gets it out of your deck.
Yeah, and they already did encounter the Brain of Filth. They already if they had any interaction point, you were pretty much sure they...
Well, or if they had interaction, it would work on Nas either way. So I figured might as well just get it out of my deck.
Okay.
And then, the Ad Nauseam wasn't... It would have been a good Ad Nauseam, not under a Room Maze. Like, it found a lot of fast mana.
Absolutely.
But it didn't find the fast mana I was exactly looking for, again, because of my sort of limited resource situation from...
you only run the Simian Spirit Guide? Do you run the...
No, it's Simian and Elvish.
Okay.
So finding either one of those was really what I wanted.
Yeah, you can just destroy the root maze. And then
but obviously I had... the deck plays a bunch of black rituals and ways to sacrifice Cody, and while I didn't have any mana floating, I did have 2 lands that I could sacrifice to the Rain of Filth effect.
Oh, amazing.
Which is what I wound up doing to cast the Culling the Weak to go off. So...
Okay, the other question that people had, I'm guessing, is in your playtest, because we all know this is a fast deck.
Yes.
Is as fast as this play if you mulligan aggressively? Is this particularly good?
I'll defer to my podcast co-host Reed. He was talking with someone, and I think both of them did some gold fishing where they played just played hands, and one of their conclusion from the data they had was that if you are willing to mulligan to 4, you will you mulligan accordingly. You're very aggressive. You can win on turn 2 something like 40% of the time.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
And turn 3s are just incredibly consistent. So the things that give you a turn 3 are any of Mana Crypt, Soul Ring, Mox Diamond, Chrome Mox, plus cards like City of Traders, right? Like if you just play regular land fetch land turn 1, City of Traders turn 2, cast Cody. Turn 3, play another land, activate Cody. That's a turn 3. You play 3 of the Enters Tap. We saw this on stream in the first round. The Enters Tapped Depletion lands. Play one of those turn 1. Second land, turn 2, play Cody. Turn 3, activate Cody. So you just need 1 extra mana on turn 2 and 1 extra mana on turn 3 from hitting your land drops, and then that's a turn 3. So the deck's turn 3 rate is incredibly consistent, often with a lot of protection where, you could, in that instance I led with Rain of Filth to trigger the Cody. Sometimes it's a card it could be, I play Thoughtseize, Veil of Summer, Silence, or Chain of Vapor to bounce the Root Maze, or if there was like a Rule of Law or something like that. We even, looking at how much stacks we were seeing just playing games yesterday, we actually decided to bring in Stern Dismissal, which is the one that maybe people don't see. It's an instant single blue mana, return target enchantment or creature an opponent controls to their hand, which is pretty much all the stacks pieces except
everything.
Null Rod is the one thing that it doesn't hit. Sorry?
Karn.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Karns when you're trying to win on turn 2 or turn 3. We're on things like Void Snare, Nature's Claim. Claim the Firstborn is a fun one where you can take people's stacks creatures and then sacrifice them to different things.
Marvelous.
Or the big one for that is Drannith or Opposition Agent.
Which stop the deck.
Which stop the deck because you cast a Tutor from Exile, or Lavinia also stops, like anything that stops free casting. So those ones you could try and claim the Firstborn them and then flip in. So the idea is you're trying to lead on something a little bit proactive, either removing an obstacle or requiring interaction immediately, like in the case of Silence or Veil of Summer. And also, the advantage of that is you can try and fight, and then you want to fight while you still have Cody in play, so things like Fierce Guardianship and Deflecting Swat work. And then you can sacrifice it to Bird Offering, Culling the Weak, sacrifice Infernal Plunge, Phyrexian Tower, or we're on Chain of Vapor, Snapback, Nature's Claim. I feel like there's some that I'm missing. But we're on a ton of ways to
over
remove
a 10 of the deck removes the Cody.
Yes.
When it's required, right? How are you feeling about the metagame in general from what you've been able to see? I know you haven't seen much.
I think it's about what I expected. There's been more specifically Tymna Kraum than I expected. Like, I knew people would play Tymna Kraum, and I know that for a lot of people, they think that's like sort of the deck that has the hazy acceptance as the best deck. Like, if you polled everyone what's the best deck, I think more people would say Tymna Kraum than any other deck. I don't know if most people would say it, but
a lot of people would say it.
A lot of people would say it. So I figured some people would bring it, but I think I was expecting more diversity in that space in the Grixis decks. There are some other, Grixis-based Ad Nauseam Breach decks, but I was expecting to see. I had an Inala opponent, and there was a Tavesh Kraum in the early round on stream, but I was from what I've seen, there's been a ton of specifically Tymna Kraum. And I think Cody actually has a very good matchup against other turbo decks because so much of the deck is 1 mana interaction. You can often, first of all, you're just as fast as them, so you could be going for it first.
Absolutely.
But also because of the play patterns, you don't have to be committing as many cards in your hand to your win. Like, your win is just like one of the cards in your hand plus some mana. You're not, casting Demonic Tutors to find combo pieces. You're not doing any of that. So you just play Cody. If you can play it turn 2, especially with like a mana up, that can be huge. Try and interrupt people and then go for it, often with extra protection. And it also means that there's somebody else at the table who's interested in answering hate pieces, right? So someone casts a Collector Roof, it's not everyone going, yeah, Collector Roof, and you going, oh no, it's like, oh, the Tymna Kraum player also wants to remove the Collector Roof, and so it can be, you can try and leverage that.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you do get stacked out, Cody has pretty much no grind potential compared to something like a Tymna Kraum, so you do want to keep those games as short as possible.
Absolutely. But the tournament setting, the fact that the rounds are timed, a lot
Yeah.
of things go in favor of the Cody list. I think this weekend, and I think it's a good call. Yeah. So how are you feeling for the rest of the weekend? How are you feeling about being in the Tier1Con, the entire event?
I mean, I knew I was going to have a good time showing up, and I was having fun yesterday playing some casual games. I'm having fun. It's a different kind of fun, but still very fun. When there's a little bit more on the line, it's a little bit more exciting just inherently. When something really good happens, you're not like, oh, that was neat. You're like, oh, this is fantastic. Or like, something goes a little bit not your way, and it's like, it's just all the sort of engagement you have with it is turned up, and so it's a little bit more adrenaline pumping, a little bit more exciting than just jamming games with friends where things happen and you just go,
Yeah, we were talking about it. We play a lot with the Danish meta, but we don't mulligan as aggressively.
Yeah.
You don't it's more chill.
You don't spend as much time going like, what exactly is in your hand?
Yeah.
So like I do, I like both experiences, and this weekend's been great because I've got to experience both. Obviously, I haven't done so much of the competitive play yet, but there's 3 more rounds today and possibly some more tomorrow. Hopefully some more tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you so much. We hope you do great in the next few rounds, and we're going on a commercial break and we're back. Thanks.
Nu smider han bare over på studiet, fordi de er færdige. Er det venneren, du vil spille med, snakke med, eller skal det bare være Leptys?
So sorry about that. Just a small technical problem. We have a single pot with a 30-minute time extension here, so we are trying to get you guys a lot of content, but we are kind of scrambling right now because we have a lot of air to fill out. We are trying to get an interview with the winner of Marax's pot. I actually don't know who the winner went on to be. I don't think it was Marax's. When I went by there, I saw his oracle being in his graveyard and he was still in the game. But who knows what happens. I will send them up to Kavarkas in the interview booth as soon as I can. So we will return shortly with another interview. Alright, so that match is dragging on, trying to interfere with my ideas for coverage. So I will just continue answering a few questions here while they finish it up. Okay. Dark Sanctuary, to my knowledge, somebody had to re-sleeve their entire deck. I do not know for what reason, but that is the reason that they got the time extension. There is approximately 15 minutes left of the round. Sorry, the technic department is... Okay, so let's continue with a few of the player profiles that we haven't seen yet. We have both our players from I Hate Your Deck that will appear on your screen momentarily. I Hate Your Deck is a relatively new YouTube channel that exploded onto the scene with some great high-powered and CEDH content. We have Joe Jackson from there, Black Nito on all social media, and we have Michael Lynch who is the other guy on the I Hate You deck. Both of them are playing here today. So while we wait on those player profiles coming up on screen. Okay, so we see Joe's profile here. He's an actor, karaoke enthusiast, and horror movie buff from LA. You might have seen him on various TV shows or stuff like that. I don't know how he's performing in this tournament, but I do know that he's on Godot this weekend. So we have a deck tech with Ryan from Playing with Power for you later. That is one of the Godot experts in the room. So stay tuned for that. The other player from I Hate Your Deck is Michael Lynch. So if we could change the slide here. And while we wait on that Eisen4G, I will see if I can get the time to walk around and see, but I kind of rely on information. I rely on information from other people, but I will tell somebody to walk around. Okay, so apparently our slide with with Michael has disappeared, so we cannot put him up on screen. So let's just go back to me. Okay, so answering more questions in chat. Keep firing, because we still have a few minutes before that match apparently concludes. We should have jumped into it, but we were informed that consultation was on the stack, and that more often than not means that the game is over. And just as I finished that sentence, I get the information that the game has actually ended, meaning that we are now only seconds away from the interview. I just saw Kabargis go next to me here, and we are just waiting for the winner. So I have time to answer one or more questions. Right. Are we thinking about repeating this event next year? Thinking about it, yes. Cannot confirm anything yet, but it all depended on the success of this weekend, and so far I would have to say that it's been the best experience so far we could have hoped for, so who knows. It's a lot of fun, but it's also a lot of work. And I am informed that it is one of our old webcam series profiles that are the winner of the game. It's Leptys, our Finnish player. He is a fringe deck builder, he calls himself. Actually, admin, I do believe we have a player profile card for him, if you could pull that up. Yes. So I am not gonna try and pronounce that Finnish name because I give up. But yeah, Leptys is famous for brewing fringe ad nauseam decks, as we see here. I particularly enjoy his take on Esper with Malcolm and Timna. It's a storm deck of sorts. You can find it on the deck database. It's very, very fun to play, and Leptys is a great player and a great deck builder. And apparently he managed to win a game where Consultation and Oracle was put on the stack. And the I Raid Your Fridge, Adam, I believe, is the name of the guy. It's the judge from Playing with Power who brought Lord Windgrace. That is possibly the spiciest commander I've seen today. So admin, let me know when Felipe and Leptys are ready, and I will put it on to interview. Oh, so Rick Haxty was Leptys the creator of the Gitrock? That's cool. Did not know that. Yes, Adam's playing Windgrace. I am actually not sure. I saw him play late last night, but I actually did not see what he was playing. I asked him about the Esper deck. He said no, so not that. But so Zombie 86 registered for the main event and a 50 something for the Chaos pre-con, and then a lot of people for the various side events throughout the day. I don't know if you saw some of the photos posted. The event hall is packed. There's not a lot of empty seats left. This really look like a GP if you just take a quick photo of it. Wait. So first of all, Git Rock was not printed back then, so I'm assuming you say 2017. Okay. So Isen 4D, I am actually not sure what the strategy is, if it's land destruction, but we can find out, and if that's something people are willing to see, we can see if we can get him featured on camera. Oh, and now I see Leptys going to the interview area, so this time we should be a few seconds away. And that was the green light, and we are ready.
Attention CDH players.
Okay, welcome back to the interview area. We are here with Leptys, winner of the second round, second feature match area. We didn't get to see the last match. I'm not sure if it was feature, but it was a great match. It was a complicated versus, that's why we didn't jump into it. Other players attempted to win. There was an Oracle that was counter apparently or something like that.
Yes, there was a Thoracle, and the only interaction of the game was that countered Thoracle, which was countered by the Force of Negation.
Force of Negation?
Yeah, by the player playing...
Force of Negation on Oracle?
Yeah, sorry?
Force of Negation on Oracle?
No, on the consultation.
On the consultation, okay,
yeah.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about what deck you're playing. Why you chose it this weekend?
Yep.
And then we will go from there.
Yeah. So the name of the deck is, as I like to call it, Abzan Farm, which is one of the OG farm decks before Blue Farm and anything like that. It's a baby that I've played for more than a few years, ever since like 2018. It features Timna, the Weaver, as one of the partner commanders, and then Ikra Shidiki, the Usurper, which form like an Abzan shell of all the fast mana that you can put in an Abzan deck. And you play all the fast mana, you go for the Ad Nauseam or the Peer into the Abyss, and win with a silence-protected Witherbloom Apprentice plus with Chain of Smog, or just the regular Angel's Grace plus what's this? Sickening Dreams, which I did in the game.
Which is how you won, yeah.
Yeah.
There was another piece of interaction when you tried to Veil of Summer.
Yes.
Then you had the Silence on top of that. Then you had the Angel's Grace on top of that.
Yes.
Even the judge was impressed about the amount of cards, so you hadn't had at that point.
Yeah. I had 62 life when I started my Ad Nauseam. And a lot of that was gained by the turn 1 Ikroshidiki, which gives 7 life in a turn. And also Ikroshidiki gives the whole team the power of gaining life from their own toughness.
Yes.
They deal combat damage to the player. So I had a Serra Ascendant as well.
Oh my god.
So I just life link for 6 and booty link for
7.
A lot of for 6 for a total of 12 from the Serra Ascendant alone. And then 7 from the Ikroshidiki, so I gain 19 going to 62. And,
amazing.
Yeah.
So like, it feels pretty good to do an Atmos on 62, I'm guessing?
Yes.
There's no way it goes wrong?
Yeah, it's Christmas land essentially, but it's also good to refer how, for example, Spleenface was saying in the panel yesterday about how decks should not be able to rely on, or should not rely on life link or life gain alone to get their good nauseam. So the deck has a very lean curve. It can win without life gain.
It's really important, yes.
Yes. It can win very sketchy life totals with Ad Nauseam, but if you have more than 40 life, it's just an auto win.
Yeah, no, and also it like peer into the VS6, right?
Yes.
Like you can win on 2 life,
Yes.
basically. Which people tend to discount. Like once the Atmos player has been beaten down under 10, they're like, okay, he's out of the game. Peer is still there, and
Exactly.
Team like gains 2 and then 2 and then 2, and all of a sudden the guy is in 18 again. You didn't notice.
Yeah.
It's really easy. Yeah. How did you go on round 1?
It was a turn 2 loss on my end. It was a turn 3 kill, a G-level player.
Not much to do on that.
Yeah,
case.
and, I had a chance. There was a heuristic study on the field.
Okay.
And plenty of artifacts. The G-level player wins with a Dockside as well as a Baron. And there was exactly, because the heuristic study was there, I thought it would be fine. But then we counted the artifacts and enchantments for the treasure. And it was basically just enough, the heuristic study was just enough to pay for the heuristic study when he keeps replaying the Dockside.
Oh.
So it was not enough. I had a calling ritual in my hand. I could have cast it if I was expecting a Dockside Baron, but I was just like, I'm just gonna play Tumna and swing and force you to have the Dockside, but
it's
alas.
1 in 90 at that point in turn 3. You don't think it's gonna happen,
Yeah.
and it obviously always happens on tournaments.
It's best to keep your sense of agency away from that. From that moment, because you don't play around that.
How are you feeling about the farm deck, the Absent farm deck, in the context of the rest of the meta that you have gotten to see?
Well, right now I think the star cards of this event, I think it's gonna be Underworld Breach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's probably like the number 1 card, and it has a little bit of trouble racing that Underworld Breach. In terms of like, of course, pushing like people's life totals down for Ad Nauseam, like, well, they can still breach, and you don't have much grave hate to deal with that. You pretty much want to race, but the deck can still race. Yeah, it can still race, so that's good. And the other key card, what was the other key card I wanted to mention? I keep forgetting it now, but I can say that at least the breach is very.
It's busted. It's a busted card.
It's busted.
It's really easy to cast. Deck construction limitation is almost 0.
Yes.
We can talk about breach all day.
Esper Sentinel was the other one.
Esper Sentinel.
Yes, Esper Sentinel is nuts because it's for the first non-creature spell for the turn, but
it's usually 3.
Yeah, it gives people a false sense of security. People draw a ton from their Esper Sentinels. Yesterday,
and specifically, people don't pay it. Like I've seen,
exactly.
People are super aware about paying the heuristic, but somehow they're like, okay, it's just 1 card, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then, okay, it's 1 on your turn, but then it's 1 on the next one, and 1 on the next one, and the guy it's refilled the hand. How do you feel? Because you've been playing the deck a lot, right? How do you feel it changes to be playing it in a tournament setting? In terms of mulliganing, is it more aggressive on the mulligan, trying to find the Ad Nauseam? Or is it your playstyle to always be aggressive on the mulligans?
Yes, of course. When I don't play in a event where it's a competitive, like full-on competitive event, I tend to play more like player-based interaction. For example, instead of Autumn's Veil, which protects me, I would play Orion's Chant as an aggressive silence against somebody else, or Abeyance, or more hand hate, which is just for that one person who you know in the play group is gonna be oppressive. But in an event, the odds change all the time. You're against an unknown meta game all the time.
Absolutely. Wacky decks that you don't expect at all.
Yes, you just want to go for your own game plan and stick to that and be faithful and always mulligan to something that you can see do something on turn 1.
To your strength, right? Yeah.
To turn 2, turn 3, and
because in the tournament setting you cannot hope for a turn 8 game.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. What's the expectation for the next round? What deck you don't want to see at all against you?
I actually made a little bit of a to my Abzan Farm Primer. I put like a matchup like for the main archetypes. I think I don't want to see a pod full of stacks. One stack deck is fine. 2 or 3 is gonna be rough. But most of all, I think as a non-blue combo player, my comfort zone is in the set where there's like 2 or more blue combo players.
Yeah.
So if there's a lot of non-blue combo against me, it's gonna be a race, all-out race. So I hope that I don't get against like a non-blue pod.
A normal pod with at most 1 stacks player, that's the best, right?
Yes, that's my comfort zone.
Yeah. All the Kolkio, Spleenface and you, they all said exactly the same. They just don't want to see 3 stacks. I agree with you. We are all playing proactive plans, so it makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm like the non-blue player myself.
Oh, it's even worse for you.
Yeah, it's even worse for me. But like, it's also hypocritical of me to do it because I'm also playing non-blue. But it's like,
Are you playing Ranger Captain of Eos as well?
sorry.
Is Ranger Captain of Eos, are you playing it? The one that you sack for silencing opponent?
Yeah, Ranger Captain of Eos. That's the what. This if any deck is the Ranger Captain deck,
It's this one.
It's this one. It always goes for the double white for abolishers and stuff.
So you are stacking the board as well.
Yes, I'm stacking it with oppression.
Yeah.
With oppression.
It's nice. Okay, yeah, we're hoping you the best for the next few rounds, and yeah, we'll see if we'll see you tomorrow, I hope as well.
Yeah.
So that's back to the commercial breaks, and then we'll see you back.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back here to the Casted Boots. As you can see, I have Mass, our head TO, the big brain of this whole operation, with me here today. So, Mass, let us hear. How does this tournament go?
I mean, it's going great. We have 200, 300 people at the venue. People are having fun. We have.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, we have roughly 100 players playing CDH. We have 60 players playing Pre-Con event. We have people playing casual Magic. It's great.
I mean, as whenever I look out, every seat is basically taken out here, and there's people in the halls as well. And
Yeah.
it looks pretty impressive from here.
I mean, we have Magic players everywhere.
Yes.
I mean, I just left the hall. I had Joseph from I Hate Your Deck playing casual Magic over there. I had the Old Hearts is busy over here. I have everyone just enjoying themselves, doing whatever they want to do, playing casual, playing competitive. It's great.
That's amazing, Tier. So I brought you on here to talk a bit about those playtest cards. We've already seen a few of them on stream today, and we have a ton of them in front of us here.
Right.
So I thought it would be nice for you to kind of explain the idea behind this. Why are we doing this?
Right. So we identified quickly that CDH is a format that is reliant upon proxies, right? Because people don't own all the cards that they need. And we know this from our local play groups, from our online discourse communities, that people use proxies, but we cannot allow proxies at a tournament like this, because obviously Tier1 MTG is a store, WPN store, looking to become premium store, and we cannot afford to cross wizards in that sense. So what we did was we came up with a solution where we had these playtest cards designed.
So that is a Tundra for anybody?
Yes, if you cannot tell, this is a Tundra. So there are a couple of things that you need to look out for when designing these cards. You need to not violate any copyrights. So you cannot use the image or the border or the trademark symbols on regular Magic cards. So we had to come up with a way to design Magic cards that look like Magic cards but still very much do not look like Magic cards. So this is what we came up with.
Not an easy task.
No, it wasn't. So we've been working on this for almost half a year.
Yeah.
And Joking, or Nicholas, our CDHTO, has been in constant communications with the designers, and this is what they came up with. And I think they did a great job, right? So.
And just to give people an idea of the scale of this project, we're sitting here today based on roughly 10 months worth of work.
Yeah.
We started in December, late last year, working all towards this event here today and this weekend. So it is a massive task, and I think you guys pulled off an amazing feat.
I mean, we did, right? Because you've been a part of this.
I've been a part of it. But
So
I'm more of this thing, and you're the backroom thing.
You're two modest, right? But this is a group effort. We all put in a lot of work and a lot of time, and this is what came out of it. I'm so happy. I'm so stoked.
We have to say thank you to Tier1 MTG, of course. Without them, none of this would happen. But also Blackfire and Dragon Shield.
Right.
They are a big part of the scale that we amassed here. Without them, this wouldn't be anything near this.
No.
And
No.
I can tell you all of our guests seemed super stoked. They loved to see all the content creators. I mean, we had people in the bar partying in there to 2 a.m. and then when the bar closed, they just went outside the hotel, partied to 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
They're all sitting here and playing.
Well, most of them.
Oh, okay. A few are still
A
sleeping.
few of them
off.
have dropped. Joseph, I'm looking at you.
Well, he was up until 5 a.m. So
It was.
I forgive him for that.
Yeah. But he's out there playing casual Commander, still having a blast, right?
Yeah.
And somebody hooked him up with Godos. I mean, they had it coming.
I mean, I'm sure he can counter
Sorry,
them.
Ryan.
You are known to bring Godo once in a while.
I
and
know.
For some reason, I always run into your Blood Moons,
Yeah.
and it hurts every time.
I'm ashamed, but not really.
No, I know you are. So while we have this handsome fella here, chat, do you have any last questions for Mass before I let him go back doing his actual work? So, Jack is praising you.
Oh, thank
local
you, Jack.
player, Jack. We miss you here this weekend.
Yeah.
So, I don't see any questions, so I think we'll let you go for now.
All right. Let me
And,
just say, I just want to thank you all for tuning in.
Oh, yes.
Yes. This has been a passionate project of ours.
Oh, yes.
We are stoked to have you all watch and commentate and
Like
participate.
you and I think was it in October or November, we had our initial thoughts that we should do something.
Yes.
And now we're here,
Yes.
10, 11 months later with this big of a setup, I'm kind of proud of what we did.
I mean, just to put it into perspective, right? We have room for more than 2,000 people out here. We're not quite at 2,000, but we are pushing 300 or 400 people in total at the venue, right?
Yeah.
So this is awesome.
In the immediate post-age of Corona, yes. Imagine what we could have been in a normal world.
Yeah.
So
Next time.
Definitely next time. So with that said, we will go on a short break. I will let Mask go back and control everything so it doesn't burn down.
Yeah.
But stay tuned. We will be back soon with round 3.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the noise in the background. There's just an announcement in the tournament hall, but we are moments away from round 3 now. After this round, okay, I'll wait for that. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna look at the current standings. I can see there is at least one mistake, and I'm sorry for that. Spleenface should be on 6 points. For some reason, he's not being shown on that, but admin will soon put the standings for the top 5 of our players, I believe, up on screen. But I can read it up for. So we have Asphalt 4 on 6 points. Then we obviously have Spleen on 6 points as well.
With a worse, his device
yes,
worse than...
it's worse breakers. That's why he's second in the wood.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why he's second in standings. So we have Snuske, Danish player of CDH Nexus fame, I believe, on 4 points. Avero on 4 points. Hysterian on 4 points. Ball on 4 points, our panel guy. And we have Sickrobot on 4 points. So nice showing. Yeah, we have it on screen here. And yes, Spleenface should have 6 points.
And be on second, yes.
And be in second. It is the buy that is not cooperating with the bot currently. So, we have at least two. I am not sure what all these players are playing, but we have 2 of the Cody decks showing up here after the early rounds.
Yep.
Is it the deck to beat right now?
In the top 5 we have 2, right?
Yeah.
It's so fast for a tournament setting, and it's so unassuming at the same time. If I'm sitting in a pod with Cody and 2 Tymna decks, I'm worried about the Tymna decks before, depending on seeding. But the problem is that if the Cody deck is in a better seeding, like it's in a dangerous seeding, then is there anything I can do about it?
I don't know. I do think there is a merit to the notion that people are not fully respecting it yet. We just broke out of the corona bubble, so to speak, and a lot of people have been playing either online in closed metas or with their even smaller play groups with the same people all the time.
Yeah.
So and people are not like me, so they don't change decks all the time. So maybe people haven't faced Cody. I, for one, have never played against Cody.
We have never played against it, yeah.
So people are potentially not prepared for it or doesn't respect it enough. You cannot tap out.
Well, same happened with a Godo deck in the last round. I was talking with one of the players.
Yeah.
Like it's those kind of unassuming decks. You read the commander and you're like, okay, how does this win? Okay, cute. It's gonna get an extra spell every turn, and then you realize, okay.
Now I'm dead. And
yes.
And is there a better testament to the power of the deck than what Spleen just displayed?
Yes. We have the updated thing, the updated result. I think the win percentage rates are incorrect because Spleenface has a buy and Asphalt has.
Yeah, but it also could be that it just hasn't kicked in yet.
Yeah.
So this is the current top 10 standings for now. Let me see if the pairings are going up. No. So we are still missing one match to conclude before pairings can be posted.
Yeah. There was a time extension for one of the pods.
There was, but I'm told that the one with the long time extension, that match concluded before the time actually was called in round.
Nice,
so it is another pod that is gone into extra time, which are now being concluded somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
So how was Leptys? I saw chat was raging about his days as a Gitboard player. Did he mention that?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He didn't. Now we were talking about the position of farm in the current meta. He mentioned the Cody deck being one of the fastest ones that you have to beat.
I remember like months ago when Profane Tutor was spoiled, and within 24 hours people had come up with the Cody deck, and people, at least online, were super scared, like, is this the new powerhouse in the format? And then nothing really happened. But now it seems like we have this tournament, people are trying to be serious about it, and now we see Cody out in droves.
Yeah, the thing is that the tournament setting forces you to mulligan aggressively, forces you to take hard decisions that you don't take often. Like,
Yes.
that's the thing. And these players that are piloting the Cody deck are some of the best players of our format, period.
Yes.
Like, there's no discussion.
Not just in this room.
No,
Period.
Period. There is no discussion. Sickrobot, Spleenface are two of the greatest minds in our format.
So what was Leptys playing?
He's on Team Naikra Chiriki Absent Farm.
Okay, gotcha. Oh yeah, he actually told me he was going back to his absent roots. Now I remember.
Absent Farm.
Yes.
And he won with Natnos on 62 Live.
Okay, that's
that must
so
be
nice.
That must be nice.
So-
I wish mine were like that.
Oh yeah.
Mine's around 12. 50 lives left.
So,
it's not much.
I've thought about the thing we discussed about what to bring or what would I bring for tournament. For me personally, I think Najila is the best all-around tournament deck. It has game against everything. It's in 5 colors, so you don't really play bad cards. You have a combo piece in the command zone, and it wins so fast.
True.
Lotus was a huge help to that deck. Even more consistent turn 1 Nagilas, and turn 1 Nagila can win games on her own, no need for any help.
Sure.
It gets out of hand so fast. So that's my answer. If I were to play in this tournament and take it serious, I would bring Nagila.
If I knew what Cody can do, I would pick up Cody. It's also my playstyle.
Yeah.
It's my wheelhouse, right?
It's a little less my playstyle, but I do respect it.
It fits what I want to do. The Nagila list is fast.
It is, and it's so good.
But the Paco list is so fast as well. It attacks for 7 on turn 1. You're dead in 2 turns.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we have questions from chat in the meantime?
We are sorry about too much talking. We cannot show games when they're not being played.
Yes, we're getting there.
As soon as we have players in our feature match area, we will show you. I'm sorry.
Yes. We're checking. There's still no round posted. I'm checking the pairings.
Yeah.
We're gonna have them as soon as they are posted. You guys are gonna know about it. Is it a surprise that Spleenface is in first place? Not at all.
Oh no.
Not at all. He's playing the win and in this round. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely. So we have 2 players that can actually most likely be qualified after this round.
Yeah, 3 wins should be more than enough
to qualify
you for day 2. Or not day 2, but top 16.
Yes.
Which happens to be tomorrow.
Can we put up the top 10 again? I want to check something.
Yes. Admin, can you please put up the standings again?
Yes.
While we wait on that, let's see what chat has written.
Attention, dual commander
we
players.
have some people in chat that are not enjoying it. I cannot understand people like that. If there's something you don't enjoy, you are in control. You can turn it off. Nobody's forcing you to watch this.
Yes, the hot tub streams are right there.
There. I mean, you are 2 clicks away from a beautiful girl in a hot tub, and instead you are complaining about some nerds on a screen.
Yes, they are magicians. The taxes are super high in Denmark.
Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Trumpu.
Yes,
and
we
thanks
love
to
all of you,
production.
even Two-Face.
Sales tax is 22,
We love
right?
you. Yes.
Sales tax is 22. Not on a card though. The card is like 150.
Yes.
Thanks, Zombie. Yeah, Sandwich Max, that's a thing. It's still a thing.
Zombie, where are you from?
I think the meta changed, but that's another thing.
Like us, yeah, we realize that, and in an ideal world, this event would take place in 3 to 6 months. But as we talked about when Mass was in here, this event has been in the making in 10 months.
Yeah.
and at a certain point we just have to put down a date and hope that everything worked out. And I think we got a long way. Obviously, it could have gone better, but I am super happy with what we have achieved here.
We have had over 200 people shown up until this point, and it's pretty early in the day. We're gonna be going until midnight.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be playing until 2 a.m. again.
I don't think I have it
don't
in
have
me.
it in you? Yeah.
I had 3.5 hours sleep this
Yeah,
night, and
yeah.
I have been on since 6:30 this morning, and I will be going till at least midnight. So if the dark circle starts to appear around my eyes, you know why.
Tomorrow it's different. Yeah. Tomorrow we look like trash, right? Imagine, I think the happiest one is gonna be you after the finals, not even the winner.
Oh, no,
of
yeah,
the
I'm just
tournament.
so happy.
Yes. Okay.
Can we get some suggestions in chat for what kind of decks you kind of want to see on stream or specific players? Again, I cannot make any promises because I do not know what everybody is playing. But if somebody mentions a deck and I know a person that's playing it, I will do my best to see if we can get them on stream.
Yes, Isan 4G. I think there is all the stock of the store should be available here. So you can buy them. So if you have
the
people here, you have friends here, send them to the sale area. Jidris, yes, put Jidris on stream. Yes, I'll jump to the feature match area and play the round if I can. I like it.
Corval, Frog, and Godo are also good options. Let me see if I know.
Finally do it, yeah. I wish I could play the tournament. It's fun. It's fun. One of my friends is playing my deck outside, and he's not doing okay. He's one.
It could be better for Casper.
He's 0-1-1. Yeah. Oh, Casper is 0-2. Yeah.
So who was on Godo? Ryan is not playing, and Joe dropped.
In Ian's table, there was a Godo player. I don't know the name.
Oh, okay.
We can check. We can put Casper on screen if the people want to see the Jidris list.
Yeah, we can see. We can.
I want to see that Lord Windgrace list.
Oh yeah.
Again.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. All your suggestions are void now because we've been talking about this all morning. There is a Lord Windgrace deck out in the wild.
It's a land list.
It's a land deck. So this is a wild one.
Land is a competitive archetype on so many formats.
Yes.
I never imagined it could be in CDH.
Well, let's see if it is.
I'm still not sure.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, another great suggestion is Snuske. He's in our top 4.
Yeah, he's 1-1 on Kodama. 1-1 on Kodama.
Oh yeah, 1-1 on
1-0-1. 1-0-1.
1-0-1, yeah. And Kodama is, I believe he's on Kodama Silas.
Let's see how the pairings come.
Yeah,
Let's see
obviously.
how the pairings come.
Yeah.
Okay, they just introduced the last result, so we're gonna see if that's. There is not a link yet with all the lists, I think.
No, we can try and ask our DM admin if there will be a compiled deck lists, but it is a lot of work to compile all the deck lists.
And also there are hidden information in a competitive setting.
Yes, we cannot release them until the event is over, but
at some point there will be, most likely. Also, they were all submitted through Moxfield, most of them at least.
Yeah, but there are also some people showing up on this morning that have to write them in hand.
Yeah.
So it is a lot of work to compile them all if that ever happens.
And then the archetype breakdown, it's also going to take
yes.
A fair bit. Yes.
I see new message. Oh, no.
Nothing on pairings yet. So we're still filling in.
Yes.
Yeah, then again, for people joining the chat, if you guys see these weird looking cards on stream, it's our playtest cards. It's the initiative that us here in the organization of Tier1Con put in, so people can play some of the most expensive cards in the format.
We actually had Mass in here explaining the entire reasoning behind this, but you know what? We are going to do some fun because the rounds are not up yet, or the pairings, so we're going to do some giveaways.
Serious. They look very serious where the pairings is working.
Something is happening.
Yeah.
So, as we've been talking about all morning and all day, this November Dragon Shield will release a new set or a new type of sleeves.
Yes.
These ones. They are called black interior opaque sleeves. Dual matte something. So, the fancy part about this sleeve is that we all know when you get sleeves in some of the lighter colors, that could be white or light blue or those kind of
Pink.
colors.
Pink, which one of
is
my favorites.
yes. There is a chance that you can see the back side of a card, and that is especially apparent with the dual face cards. So Dragon Shields came up with a solution to make these new sleeves. They are colored on the inside of the sleeve, meaning that the back of the sleeve is actually black. And you know what? We're gonna show you guys. So I am gonna open a pack here.
Message him and ask him to come to the Scorpion.
Those are white, so it's gonna be super easy to see.
If I can open it.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
I'm glad that was not that beta pack.
Yes. So this, as you can see here, is the back of this sleeve, and it's just a white card. And here, the front of the card is obviously not black, but as you can see here, if I can show you guys, it is the inside. So the back side here is painted black, meaning that there's no chance that you can see through the sleeves.
If you put a black card back, you're gonna see it.
Look.
It's
So
fully opaque.
Fully opaque. And not only that, you still get the durability and the shuffle quality of Dragon Shield. So this is the ideal sleeves for tournament play.
Yes.
And especially, it comes in all the fan favorite colors. We were talking with Dragon Shield earlier, and they said there was such a high demand for colors, or sorry, for sleeves in these kind of colors, that they had to find a solution for it.
Yeah.
And they came up with this ingenious one, and they are releasing them worldwide in November. But we are so lucky that we get to show you guys early, and we even get to send out a few of them to you.
Yes. So we have a eucalyptus and a lagoon.
Yes.
Which one do you want to give away first?
Lagoon. There's a dragon on it.
Okay.
So.
Yes. And they have a podcast, the Dragon Shield Kingdoms podcast, that dives into the lore of each of the dragons.
Oh, cool. Did not know that.
Yeah.
So as soon as our admin is ready, type Dragon Shield in chat in order to get a chance to win a pack of these extremely nice.
It's open now.
It's open, I'm told.
Now.
So
go,
Dragon
go.
Shield in chat, let's go.
Hey, there goes everyone.
There goes everyone. And remember, unless you live in a country where a PostNord is delivering mail, you will get these before November.
Yeah.
If you live in Denmark or Sweden, you'll probably never see them because we have PostNord and they do not do their work well.
If you live in Denmark, you can pick them up at Tier 1.
Yes.
Yes.
But yeah, you will actually have these sleeves before they are released worldwide.
Yeah. That should have been the keyword to participate. PostNord. Yes. Yes. If someone from PostNord is watching this, please send my packages still next week. I still want my cards.
Don't even get me started.
Oh yeah. No. I had one of my packages certified and everything ended up in Malmö, in Sweden, in a different country,
Yes.
a different country.
So. Yes.
Lagoon. You're getting the Lagoon sleeves.
Yes, the Lagoon. So we will run this giveaway until the pairings are posted. You cannot see that. We will make sure to announce. So if you want to participate, write Dragon Shield in chat now.
Everyone put Dragon Shield. Yes.
Yes.
We have with us 150 people from all over the world. Yeah. That's amazing.
So happy that you're all tuning in and watching us ramble about colorful pieces of cardboard.
Yeah. Okay, match 50 was certified now.
Okay, so we're moving
getting
closer.
there. We're getting there.
Oh, look, our friend Two-Face even won some Dragon Shields.
Sleeves. Yes.
I guess we are good for something, huh?
Yes. It's 100 though. Oh, it's
yeah. Oh man, that's awkward.
It's not for a real. It's not for a real magic deck, right?
I mean, awkward.
Yeah.
So,
We want to see you here on another occasion, Arias. Yes. Yeah, they come with like 102, 103 for the normal.
Yeah, there's.
And actually, okay,
perfect.
I'm gonna do a bit of more advertising for them. I had custom sleeves made.
Oh yeah, you do.
The packages were 110 each.
I have one of them right here.
The packages were 110 each actually. So like that's crazy. Amazing quality, amazing printing. Like you can put any image on it. It just has the Y8 edge, obviously for printing reasons. You can choose the edge even. Yeah, 25 euros if you are in the EU for a package of 110. They actually sent 10 extra.
Oh, that's nice.
That's super nice.
Especially for us Commander players.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, because we're gonna split some.
Yeah.
Like, you know it. Yeah, it was 110 the custom-made sleeves in each pack. I'm not sure if I got lucky with that. I'm not saying that's the... It says it comes with 100. You know?
I know.
And it's 25 euros. 25 euros for the pack.
And then you get to have your personal brand on your sleeves.
Yeah,
Just like you.
A lot of people had them on the Tier1Con old school weekend.
Oh,
a lot of people
but
had them.
those old school guys, they love their magic cards.
Yeah.
So they spend a lot of money on cards and sleeves and boxes and whatever.
And altars. All the altars in that game. Oh, it's crazy.
Oh.
Yes.
The Magicinus. I don't even think I played Magic when Vanguard was a thing.
I'm not sure if they are worth anything.
Probably some of them are. It's Magic cards. Some of them are rare, and that makes them expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, dragonshield.com, and then you can see them there is and for. Again, I will say this even if they weren't sponsored. It's amazing sleeves. Like I use Dragon Shield. Like,
so I am one of those weirdos that have my entire collection sleeved up, and I made the transition last year from another brand to Dragon Shield, and this was before this.
Yeah.
So this is not a shield. I just believe that is the best quality of sleeves, and I have not regretted it.
Absolutely.
A single moment.
Absolutely, I did the same. I think our play group, we all sleeved up our collections, and I think we are all using Dragon Shields.
It just got too expensive with the upkeep of the other
Also
splitting and
the
gunk on it.
The resealable inner sleeves are amazing for all the research stuff that we're running. Yes, I have my thing here with the Dragon Shield sleeve.
You do have your thing there. Yes, remember. Type Dragon Shield to enter the giveaway. We are still waiting on pairing, so there's time left to do it.
How long did it take to resleeve the entire collection?
I didn't do it in one sitting, but
it's impossible.
I think I had like. But okay, to give a reference here, last year I sold in terms of volume 80% of my collection. And I have around 2,000 cards left.
Yeah. And you had everything sleeved by then.
Yes.
This guy plays Legacy, so he has full playsets of everything, basically.
Supposedly.
He has 5 of each.
Supposedly.
Allegedly. Everything is in a safe in Switzerland. Every time you want to change deck, you have to go there. Okay.
Oh. So apparently there's a minor problem with pairings are still a moment away. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to show you another deck tech. We have one with Ryan from playing with power, playing his favorite deck.
His favorite deck.
The scourge of my play group. Sometimes some of my friends.
Plated.
Yes, exactly. And I get run over every time, and I do not enjoy it.
It's always a Trisonosaur, right?
It is
Yeah.
always. So yeah, you spoiled it a bit here, but yes, we will now
well,
show
they
you.
all know.
We will now show you the deck tech with Ryan going through his Godo deck. Enjoy it, and we'll be back afterwards.
See you.
I'm gonna introduce you.
Welcome back, and we're with another deck tech. I'm here with the man, the legend, the guy that plays the most powerful cards in the most powerful formats, Ryan from Playing with Power. Welcome to the deck tech area.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to be playing the main event this weekend. You're going to be playing the side events, but you do have a pet project of yours, the deck you love the most, and you're going to introduce us to it. Who better to introduce us to the? You love this deck dearly, so
I do.
Yeah, talk about it.
All right. Well, thank you very much. My pet deck, for those of you who don't know, I'm Ryan from Play with Power, and my pet deck has always been Godo Bandit Warlord. It is a mono red CEDH deck that frequently threatens wins on turns 1, 2, and 3 consistently. And so basically it is a 1-card combo in the command zone. So Godo Bandit Warlord is 5 in a red for a legendary creature, human barbarian. Basically what happens is when he enters the battlefield, you can fetch up any equipment and put it directly onto the battlefield. And then it gets an extra combat step whenever it attacks. So you attack with Godo, you can untap it and all Samurai, and then get an extra combat phase. The combo with Godo Bandit Warlord is used with a combination of the card from Dominaria called Helm of the Host. It is a legendary artifact, and it says at the beginning of your combat step, make a copy of the equipped creature, which would be Godo Bandit Warlord, and it's a non-legendary copy, so it could stay on the battlefield and doesn't die to a legend rule. And then it gains haste, and you can then, with each additional combat step, attack with the new copy. You'll go to another combat. Helm of the Host will make another copy of Godo, and you will attack with infinite combats and 3/3s forever.
Infinite Godos.
Yep. So basically, it's a 1-card combo in the command zone. Find Godo. Godo finds its own combo piece. You equip it to Godo. You move to combat, and you win. That's the very, very basic gist of the deck.
What is impressing about this when you haven't seen it is that Godo is a 6 CMC card. The
Yep.
Helm is a 4 CMC card.
Yep.
All of a sudden, in turn 1-2, it has put 10 CMC in the battlefield, and you're gonna guide us through how you get there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So basically, the very basic gist of Godo, for those who are on an outside perspective, is always count to 11, win the game. It costs 5 to equip Helm of the Host. It costs 6 to cast Godo. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11 and you win. And you'll frequently see your opponents counting your mana on the other side of the table. He's at 9, guys. We need to start worrying about Godo over there. He's at 9. And so what Godo does is try to get there as soon as possible. Now, it obviously runs a full suite of fast mana and ways to accelerate out Godo as soon as possible. This includes a lot of your very staple artifacts like Grim Monolith, Basalt Monolith, all of the fast mana like your Zero Drop Chrome Moxes, Mox Diamonds, and so on and so forth. That whole suite is in there. But what a lot of things that Godo does is also try its best to cheat that cost to bring it down. So it's not just about getting to 11 as soon as possible. It's about trying to just get it equipped and done as soon as possible. So there's a number of different things that we have that lower its cost or cheat its cost in. We have one of the biggest ones is Magnetic Theft. Pay 1 red, equip target, attach target equipment to target creature. So now you don't count to 11, you count to 7.
Yeah.
Heat Shimmer, you make a copy of Godo Bandit Warlord. Yes, the legend rule will still apply, but you'll get 2 triggers off of it.
So you can go get another equipment.
Yep, you can fetch another equipment, which we'll talk about here in just a second. It's kind of a critical one, and then be able to win by that. Another one is Brass Squire. You tap it to attach an equipment, just like Theft. And Twin Flame does the same as Heat Shimmer. Panharmonicon doubles the enter the battlefield trigger, so you get to do it twice.
Yes.
Cursed Mirror, it kind of does the same thing as Heat Shimmer. Final Fortune's a little bit more tricky. Basically, you find a way to cast Godo, get it on the battlefield, cast Final Fortune, move to your next turn, then equip with the mana.
So then you only need to get to 6.
6, 7, 8, 9. You're cheating these costs by being able to do that. One of the critical ways to do things with things like Panharmonicon and Twin Flame is with the card Hammer of Nazan. So if you have a way to double a trigger or get 2 Godos into play in one turn, you fetch up Hammer of Nazan first. Because basically when another equipment enters the battlefield with Hammer of Nazan, it will automatically attach. So the first one you'll get Hammer of Nazan, the second trigger, creature, whatever that might be, you go and you grab then Helm, it will auto-equip, and that's how you can attach it very easily. It has a small suite of other equipment. This is not on some sort of B plan, C plan, D plan, or anything like that, but these can be used to get around certain things. Heavily interactive metas, you might want to grab Conqueror's Flail.
Amazing. Underplayed in my opinion in general in the format.
I agree.
Yeah.
So basically, it's kind of it's kind of like a pseudo silence effect.
Yeah.
You know, so if it's attached, basically they're silenced and you can just go off unimpeded.
Yeah, it's a colorless.
It's colorless equipment.
An abolisher. It's an abolisher effect.
It's exactly right.
Yeah, it's an abolisher effect in colorless, so any deck can play it.
Any deck can play it.
It's weird to not see it. I love that Godo uses it.
It's very, very cool. And the fact that we can fetch it up so easily, it's just icing on the cake. Another one is Argentum Armor. This seems like a very weird inclusion in CEDH. This is the classic thing that allows you to get around those stacks pieces that are stopping you from winning the game.
Yeah.
Go get Argentum Armor. It will stop things like the root mazes. It'll stop things that, like maybe the rule of law effects or anything like that that really stops you from winning the game. Anything that prevents combat, propaganda effects. I could go on forever.
Yeah.
Since basically it says destroy target permanent, it'll help you stop any of those things. So.
Fast removal that costs you nothing there.
Our removal, we have a suite of the standard typical CDH removal that would be in red. This is things like your red elemental blast, your pyroblast to stop the counter magic or destroy problem blue permanents.
Here they are.
Yep.
The two Austral suspects.
Yep. It also runs Tybalt's Trickery.
Amazing.
Yep, we love red counterspell. We love it. We run Deflecting SWAT as well because somebody tries to Nature's Claim your helm, just tries to destroy your Godo right before you move to combat. Deflecting
and the
SWAT.
opportunity cost, it's nothing because you want the commander in play, so you're never paying for it.
And people never interact before your commander's on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So it's a perfect include.
Yes.
We have a number of creature removal in our suite. We have Lightning Bolt. We have Starstorm as well. It's an instant, which is nice. And if you're in a creature light pod, you can just cycle it away, which is really great. This helps stops our Drannith Magistrates. This helps stops our opposition agents, anything that shuts down the deck as well. We run Fury from Modern Horizons 2. It's basically remove a red card. It's a Pyrokinesis effect, which is really great. We also run Pyrokinesis. Basically, a lot of the hate that comes from Godo is creature-based.
Yep.
Your Dranniths, all that kind of stuff.
We run a Braid as well.
Run a Braid. And we're running also Mind Collapse. Some people don't see this as a very good card, but the fact that we can tap our mana to go off and then sacrifice a mountain to get rid of that problem creature is just fine by us. Yeah. Chaos Warp is just generally just a really good removal for anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard.
Again, it gets rid of any permanent.
Any permanent.
So that's really important.
One last one is Mouth of Ronan. We do run snow-covered mountains for this. It helps us get out from certain locks. So like if you're Lavinia Omen Pool trapped or something like that, this allows you to get out from under that.
Absolutely.
A couple other quick inclusions. Number one, the number one thing that you can usually cheat out Godo and win on turn one is Treasonous Ogre. Basically, you pay enough life, you basically get Treasonous Ogre on the battlefield, pay enough life, you do have enough to cast
to the 11.
Yep, it's 33 life, win the game.
Win the game.
So that's all it takes. So
it has happened to me multiple times.
Yeah.
It's always amazing when it happens. You're not even mad at that point.
Nope.
Going from 40 to 7, win the game. Turn one.
That's exactly right. So Treasonous Ogre is usually what you're fetching with certain things like Gamble. We run Imperial Recruiter to fetch Treasonous Ogre, which is here.
There. Go there.
Yep. So we run a number of hate effects as well. So we run the moon effects. So we have both Blood Moon and we have Magus of the Moon. So both of these are just used to shut down all the multicolor that's in our format. Chalice of the Void, we're always usually casting this on 0 or 1. This stops so much. It does stop some of ours too, so sometimes you have to pick it out, but a lot of times it really helps you close the game. Trinosphere, it's obvious what it does. No need in going over it. We do run Karn the Great Creator because it also does double duty of being a null rod effect against your opponents, but if anybody exiles your helm, you can get it back with Karn.
Which is your way of winning, so like you need recurring it somehow.
You got it. It's your way of winning it. We run Defense Grid. Don't just play that willy-nilly. Just play that when you're about to win.
Yes.
And so there's a couple of other small utility things that when you first look at the deck, you might not know or understand exactly why it's in there. So for example, we run Command Beacon. This helps get around Drannith Magistrate.
Yes, because it puts it on hand. puts the commander from the command zone into hand. So
Yep,
yeah.
so it gets around the Draenith Magistrate restriction. It's been enough of a problem that we've decided to tech it in.
It is.
Yep. Emergent Zone, everyone knows what it does, but it allows you to cheat mana costs. Cast Godo on the end step, go to your turn, equip Helm. This allows you to cheat that. Urza Saga, this allows us, I mean, we all know what Urza Saga does at this point, but it allows you to fetch any 0s or 1s. We have tons of those in the deck.
Yeah, you can get a Chalice.
You can get a Chalice on 0.
Yeah.
You can also, you can get Jeweled Lotus to seal the game.
Yeah.
You can get a number of different things.
Amazing land.
It's such a good land, Expedition map, this seems very unassuming, but because we run so many specific utility lands, this is actually a very powerful card in this deck. You can get something like Emergent Zone. You can get your things like City of Traders, but you can also get, like I said, Command Beacon and you know, and things and those utilities that help us close the game. Cryptic Trilobite, very interesting card that not a lot of people know about. And the reason that your Cryptic Trilobite is good is because you can 1 for 2, so pay 1, put a 1/1 counter on it. But for every 1/1 counter you remove from Cryptic Trilobite, you add 2 colorless. Pay 1, add a colorless, and then immediately remove it to get double. And this is for activated abilities. Equipping is an activated ability. So, Direfleet Daredevil. Direfleet Daredevil is amazing to steal people's top deck tutors, steal people's interaction on the turn you go off. All of those types of things. It's real easy for you to just grab a pact of negation if you're about to win from somebody's library and just close out the game from there. That's why we run Direfleet Daredevil. No, and then another one, it's like, why would you run a 3-mana rock in this deck that has all this fast mana? This is called Honor-Worn Shaku. And Honor-Worn Shaku is really good. It's because you can tap and untap legendary permanent you control to untap Honor-Worn Shaku. So the way that it works is that you cast Godo, and then when you get Godo, you can tap Godo to untap Honor-Worn Shaku. It's around here somewhere. There it is. Tried to find it. So you cast Godo, fetch Helm onto the battlefield. Tap Godo to untap Honor-Worn Shaku. Helm of the Host is a legendary permanent too. You can tap Helm of the Host to untap Honor-Worn Shaku as well. That's why this one is so advantageous for us, because you can continue to untap it through your legendary permanents. Other than that, everything else is pretty straightforward. Like I said, the extra turn spells are fast mana. There's a couple other miscellaneous things in here. You know, we have a Goblin Welder package, Goblin Engineer. Allows us to tap things like Grin Monolith and sacrifice them and get other stuff and get them untapped.
I can see that they're ready as well to get back the equipment.
Yep, we have to ready. Cavern of Souls for, you know, making it uncountable, and a bunch of other things like small removal and ramp.
Utility cards, ramp,
We obviously run Dockside Extortionist because what red deck doesn't run Dockside Extortionist?
That's why I think also Godo on the 4th seat has an advantage sometimes. If it can get a fast Dockside, like mulliganing for a really fast Dockside out on especially if you're in the 4th seat. A lot of decks had a rough time in the 4th seed. I have seen Godo decks go out of that situation pretty quickly. Because it's unassuming. You're like, okay, it's going to play the land, pass. Or a couple of rocks. Then it slams a Dockside, gets 8, cast the commander, win the game.
Which is crazy because there's not a lot of decks that are poised to take advantage of the 4th seed. You know, and so something that you can do to power out like this in the 4th seed position, when everyone spent their first turn building their, you know, subsequent turns to try and go off turn 2, Godo can capitalize on their greed by just being able to dockside and getting an insane amount of mana and then cheat something and win.
Or will them away, or it doesn't even have to be winning. It can be backbreaking for the rest. That's the essential part of mono red.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that is the deck in a nutshell. Basically, piloting it. What I love about Godo is another thing from a deck tech perspective and just a deck piloting perspective is that it grows with you. In the very beginning, yes, you can absolutely just count to 11 and win. But as you play the deck more and more, you understand a lot more of the nuance of the deck that you didn't really first see when you first started playing. Things like Direfleet Daredevil, you know, and that's what I love. It grows as you grow as a player. And that's one of the wonderful things about Godo.
And I'm guessing the other thing is that Wizards has been printing really good red cards as of late, so it's only going to get better, it seems.
It's exactly right. They've just been absolutely giving red all of the love, which we are more than happy to do. It is not uncommon for the primer version of this to update every set release because they just print so many really good cards.
It's getting better and better. Okay, well, that was the deck tech. Thank you, Ryan, so much for being with us. You can find him on the side events if you're here in Copenhagen, and if not, you can find him playing with Power. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much.
I hate your deck. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going great. Thanks for having me. It's been a blast.
It's amazing to have you here. We're super happy. We're super pumped. We saw you on the feature match area trying to do your thing. There.
I was in there. You know, that game I felt like it was anyone's game. We had a lot of good interaction. The silence on a silence stack was great. We had a lot of good counters. It was a good game. It was a fun game.
Well, before we get into more of those things, we had a giveaway, and you're sponsored by Dragon Shield. So
I am. Dragon Shield is. I loved them before they were our sponsor, and now that our sponsor and I've gotten to meet them, become friends with them, I love them even more. Great product.
So the person that is getting the pre-release product, basically, the Lagoon Madness Dual Slips, it's Bagaman de Benga. That's a nice username. Bagaman de Benga. Yeah, you won. There you go, Pog. Yeah, definitely Pog. So you got that.
Congratulations. Enjoy those sleeves to protect your cards.
Production is gonna contact you about your details, and we're gonna make sure we send this your way. Should be there fairly quickly, unless you live in Denmark. How is it faring now after another round of Magic? How did you do in the last round?
I didn't take a win, so I'm so far I've lost both. But I got to, I came here to have fun, and that's what I'm doing. I'm having fun.
Well, that's what you guys do.
That's what we do. I hear deck's all about fun.
Yeah.
It's about the win and about the interaction, and I felt like every pot I was in, I got to really bring the fun to the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if you watch the game that I did that was featured, we're having fun singing as cards came out. Born on a Bayou instead of, like Clearwater Revival.
Nice.
So it's like I feel like I've been trying to make every pot I've been in fun, and I think so far it's working.
We can definitely feel the spirit. We were there yesterday at the bar.
Yeah.
So we
had a blast.
Yeah,
so it's like to me that's my goal, is to have fun with it, and it's been really great to just see how, so far I feel like no one's had a terrible hand. We've all been able to interact real well.
No one has been sitting there just doing nothing.
Yeah, no one's had nothing, which sometimes can happen. So I thought it was good that everyone got to play cards.
Yeah, how are you liking your deck for this weekend? You like it?
I'm playing Tier1Con, so it's a really fun deck to play. It just if you don't get him out turn 1, turn 2, it just can be a little difficult.
Yeah, it gets a little more rough, right? And those stack pieces start hitting you really hard, but. Okay, yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game, absolutely.
I've been seeing a lot of Cody decks.
Yeah,
Every pot I've had has had the Cody is like taking over right now.
And it's super fast.
Super fast. And before you know it, you're like, they're going for Adnaz. Stop him, counter him.
No one has anything.
He's gonna tap that Cody, he's gonna look for the Profane Tutor, and he's going right for the Adnaz.
Yeah, it's stupid, man. It's really fast. It's really fast.
And to play 2 games in a row where you see the same player try to do the same thing. Yeah. It was funny. It was like, man, I gotta watch that guy.
Yeah. Because the first time it flies under the radar.
The first time we wasn't sure. Like I've played against some other Cody decks that were pretty strong, but I haven't played against a Cody CDH deck. So it was like we had our eye on him. But then after you got Cody'd once, you're like, all right.
Okay.
I see what you're playing.
Real. Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
Shit is real.
Yeah. Okay. You hate the name of the channel. I hate your deck.
I hate your deck.
Which one did you hate the most so far?
I probably hate that Cody deck.
The Cody deck, okay. And now I will put you on the spot. Which one is the one you love the most?
Ooh.
Of your opponents?
I think that there was was it Timna Crom? I think it's Timna
Sitting
Crom.
right next to you on the field match area, Kolkio. Yeah.
That was Timna Crom. That was pretty good.
It's a nice. He has been playing the deck for 2-3 years, and he's also super chill. So like.
Yeah, it made me want to try it out. I was like, oh, that might be fun to pilot.
Oh, it probably fits your style as well. I
think so. I think it'd be fun to pilot.
And it can go back, what the Tevesh cannot do. Like, if you don't get it out, the Timna can go out on turn 5 and still valuable because it still gets you card. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, so we're gonna do something super fun with you.
Yes, we are.
We have another giveaway. Tier1 is gonna give away a graded Mystic Remora. I'm not sure if stream can see it, probably yes. It's a 8.5 Mystic Remora, Beckett graded. So it's a really nice price. This is going to someone. I cannot participate, but it's really nice.
The centering is a 9, the edges are at 8, the corners are a 9, and the surface is a 9.5.
New
So-
Mint Plus, yes. So that's going to one of you guys. The keyword is gonna be the phrase "Don't feed the fish." So spam chat when the admin says "Don't feed the fish." They already see it.
Don't feed the fish.
Don't do it. Yeah, don't do it. And Lynch here is it's feeding the chat, but not the fish.
I'm gonna participate.
So maybe
Oh.
maybe it will be the cheapest chipping ever. I'm just gonna give it next to you in the next round. Dude. How are you? Because you guys play mostly like in America with mostly Americans, right? It's like
Yeah, no,
that's
it's
the
been
thing.
really cool to be here. And
There's people from all over the place here.
yeah, like in person, I've never played with this many people from all over the world. I think it's been a great bringing together of like just great Magic players, great content creators. It's been fantastic. You know, at I Hate Your Deck, we do have a Patreon Discord where we have a lot of people from all over the world that do play in our Discord. So I get to play with a lot of people all around the world over Discord and Spell Table, but it's not the same as like, wow, I'm actually sitting next to someone that I might have talked to on the chat. And we've had a bunch of our patrons are here, so we've also been able to bump into our patrons.
That's really cool, right? That's really cool.
Oh, it's pretty sweet. And we're planning on tomorrow to play a bunch of Magic with our patrons, and we're gonna be doing some more Dragon Shield giveaways too.
Yeah.
So if you come down to Tier1Con, come find me, Lynch, or my partner Joe, and we're gonna be handing out some Dragon Shield product just for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
so
that's nice. That's
it'll be a
really
good time.
nice. And in those same terms, have you had the GP experience before in other formats at all?
I did do GPLA, but I only played Commander there, and there wasn't actually a Commander tournament.
Okay, so it was just a side event and a few
So
players. Okay.
it wasn't even a side event. Like it was just Cassius
okay.
Marsh, the NFL football player, who's
Yeah.
also been on our show.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when I met him for the first time. I met him for the first time at the GP because he was just playing Commander. So I just sat down to play Commander. And at that time, I had two revised packs unopened, and I had 4 dark packs that I, as a kid, had put in my mom's attic.
Nice.
And so I sold them at that GP.
Nice. Okay, well, yeah, that's the idea. We want to do most events that are like GP for us, which is weird.
Yeah.
CDH GPs were not a thing.
But I think that's
It
cool.
works. Like, you can
Commander,
clearly see it work.
if you think about Magic now, you think Magic is Commander.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
in paper especially.
I look at, you know, if someone wants to say Magic, I'm going to assume Commander. I call it like 60 card. Otherwise, you're playing 60 card.
Yeah.
I don't even feel like
Yeah,
you're
it's
playing
different.
60 card. Which 60 card format? I don't know. Take a pick.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know. I just think that Commander's really taken over, and I think that's what the CDH community is also saying is that, hey, we're here. We want to have this event. It was really fun for me to participate in the event today, and to, you know, I think that the vibe's been really cool. We've had a really good vibe with all the players.
Absolutely. Yeah, so how are your hopes for the next 3 rounds? You can still get in if you get lucky on the next 3 rounds. Are you gonna go for it, or are you just gonna keep it chill?
Well, I mean, I'm still gonna play, you know,
Yeah, no, I
because
know.
I'm here to play, and if I win, great. If I don't, then I'll still have fun.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, winning dual lands is never a bad thing.
Oh, it's a great prize. Yes,
it's
it's a great prize. I'm kind of sad I couldn't play the tournament
But
myself.
part of me is even wondering. I'm like, man, I wonder if the Tivesh Krom is just getting, you know, it's getting a little outclassed by some of these other decks. You know, I mean,
I think also people are aware of the Tivesh Krom and
they come at you. You get targeted real quick. They're like, you're a Turbo Nas. I'm gonna hit you as much as I can, or I'm gonna counter anything. So you really, you know, it made me think like, man, I almost, you know, I still love the Tivesh Krom deck, but I do think that it can be a difficult tournament style deck.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially against Godo. If Godo starts putting out, 'cause me and Joe on the way here, we were playing a bunch. You know, Blood Moon comes out. Unless you have the mana rocks, you're like, I'm not doing anything.
You're done. You're just sitting there.
You're just fully done. So
good thing is we have an open bar, so like you can order a drink at that point and be like,
yeah,
okay,
all right, game's over.
Game's
you
over.
got it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, today, what was it? I think Thassa's Oracle won both the matches that we played today. Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation.
That tells you a lot about the format, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder what the percentages of how many wins come from the Thoracle combo.
Yeah, we will see, and I'm hoping to see how many we will see tomorrow in the semifinals and finals.
Yeah.
Most of the tournaments have ended like that. But also, like, we had Spleenface on a Gitro list getting to finals. We know that getting to finals. So we have seen non-blue decks try and get it.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Thank you so much again for the interview, and we're going to send it back to the production team. Not sure if we're going to a break or directly to the booth. But see you.
And that was a great interview with Lynch from I Hate You Deck. What a great character and what a great guy. I am happy to announce that all our hurdles with the pairings are finally over, and we have an exciting feature match for you guys. Not only are we having Adam from Playing with Power and his Lord Windgrace Land Smathers deck, we also have Comedian at the same table. So, what a match we have for you. So, I just saw the players move to the feature match table. We will just run a quick commercial and then we will be back with round 3. We are now back, and just to round it off, if anybody didn't hear or was there for this, we are giving away this beauty. Okay, lighting. Okay, so it is a graded Mystic Remora type. Don't feed the fish into chat to participate in the giveaway. We will be announcing the winner after round 3. Also, after round 3. One of the Tier 1 MTG guys will come into the booth and we will be opening a Antiquities booster.
Yes.
Live on stream. And so everybody here at Tier1Con had an opportunity to buy a slot in the booster, meaning that they will enter a raffle for one of the 8 cards that are in the Antiquities booster. They will all get shuffled, gently of course, we don't want to harm the cards. And then if you bought one of the tickets, you get the card that correlates to the number you bought. So stay tuned after this round to see actual Magic history on camera.
Yes, and we also have a small announcement. It's going to be a little bit later. The players are getting in now.
Yes.
There is a new surprise prize for the players outside. And it's really nice. We're going to show it to you later, guys.
So
don't feed the fish. Yeah, never feed the fish. This is particularly blatant in our playground.
Yes, especially one person.
Especially who's playing the tournament,
yes.
Actually. I'm kind of sad he's not reading the chat right now.
But in terms of our next part, as I said, we have an amazing match view. We have Adam from Playing with Power on his Lord Windgrace. We have Ian, Comedian, better known as him, on Paco and Halden. Then we have, let me see the names of the last 2.
I'll give you the...
We have Was here and Kaka PT, something like that. I do believe the players are, they are already shuffling up. So let's just jump right in. Okay, so let's see here. Comedian is not having the best of days, unfortunately, it looks like. But if he wins the last 3 rounds of Swiss, he can definitely enter the top 16.
And weirdly enough, he gets the bounty on it.
Oh, yeah. And that's another thing. As my coworker Felipe just mentioned, Adam has a bounty on his head, meaning that whenever he is featured on camera, if he wins, he will be the gentleman he is, and he will give away a pack of the Tier 1/Dragon Shield sleeves, along with the new dual opaque sleeve from Dragon Shield.
Yeah.
If Adam loses, whoever wins the pot obviously gets them.
Yeah.
So nobody loses here, other than Adam maybe. But okay, so Adam, with his Lord Windgrace deck, has picked up 2 draws in 2 rounds. I think that's a testament to the playstyle of the deck. Just like Lance in Legacy, back in the old days, it was a glacially slow deck.
Yeah, go to turns, don't finish, don't close it out.
Yes.
Ian is playing the Paco list super similar to what he did on the MLC.
Yeah.
We had a discussion about metagame yesterday on the Hermit Druid package. It's out.
It's out. Okay.
There is some changes. So.
And we have the Evergreen TNT from Kaka. Not really sure what flavor of TNT it is. And is that a Kalia?
Kalia of the Past.
Oh, also an old favorite.
With those leaves. Yes.
With those leaves, yes. Yes. It looks like Kaka has his Kalia in a top loader. And so does Was Here, it looks like. Unfortunately, those are the only cards in their deck that are in top loaders.
Yeah. Was Here.
Haphazard. So we have a 75-minute rounds. When time is called, the active player finish that round, their turn. Then every player, including the active player, gets another turn. If the game is not concluded, then it's a draw.
Okay, so Comedian's deck, it's called Marley and Me 3, Chunky Papa Ghost Monk.
That's a great name. So
Adam is called Playing with Power Judges deck, Lord Whiskers.
So can you find out what kind of flavor TNT Kaka is on?
Mardu Gang. No, that was here. Yeah, Mardu Gang. That's correct. And then Dynamite.
But is it a set?
Where's the artifacts here?
No scepter,
no
looks like.
Scepter. Power artifact.
Oh. So
Green Monolith power artifact.
Is there a Kinnan in the deck as well?
I see it? No.
Okay.
Imbala, Timna, Trophy. Timna Trasus.
So
I'll Timna Trasus deck. On Adnos lines, yeah.
With an infinite mana combo in there.
It seems, yeah. Seems for color good stuff.
You can never go wrong with
TNT.
Trasus.
TNT, it's not, yeah. Fat Bro, this is the feature match of the round 3. It has 2 of our interesting decks, so.
Oh yeah. So.
No Comedian slamming their cards. Yes, he's slamming his cards to shuffle them. He's an aggressive shuffler.
He is. But also, you cannot dunk on anybody who's really efficient, or not efficient, but like meticulous about shuffling.
Oh, I love it. There's nothing better.
Like, I know that obviously a lot of the times when we play, people play at the kitchen table stuff, but we all see the players that like grab half their deck, only shuffle the part that they looked at, just put it back up, and that is not a shuffle.
Yeah, it's not a shuffle. Haphazard, the draws, it's going to times, basically. That's how you get a draw.
Yes.
You go to time, the turn's finish, you don't get that.
So Biohacker, the event or the event halt is open to 2 a.m.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a long day.
It's already too long.
Already a long day, but we are
Yes.
enjoying ourselves.
Oh, absolutely.
We're watching great magic, having great interviews, great guests. The hall is buzzing.
Okay, I'm gonna put you in the spot.
Yes.
Which deck wins? Or do you want to say turn order first?
Obviously, turnout matters a lot here, but with no other information, I would be hard pressed saying like voting against TNT in this part. But it's just so efficient.
I'm gonna have a hot take here.
Yes.
I have a hot take and choose Kali.
I mean, big demons are scary.
And the thing is that if it can, like, I think you're right. I think everyone's gonna focus on the TNT.
Yeah.
I don't think Comedian is gonna care about the Mario deck.
No, and suddenly
And
he
then
has
they
like a
grab-
10-10 dark.
Yeah, and then the Mario deck can kill one shot one.
Yes.
So, yes.
It's actually been a long while since I've seen a Kalia deck in action. So it looks like Kaka is our
Team Address is going
Yeah.
first. Damn. I made the wrong call.
Yeah.
No. I'm not. I'm gonna keep
Mardu
my gun.
in 4th seed is not great.
It's not great.
Yeah, Peace Bomb. TNT is Tuna and Thrasius. Sorry for the shorthand. So we see
Yeah, we are too sweaty in this format. We just assume some stuff. Ponder on turn
Yes.
one.
Please call us out if we are saying stuff that makes no sense or you need explanations on it.
How do you feel about the dual land sign?
To each their own. It's not for me.
It's not your jam.
It's not my jam.
I do appreciate it on artists that are not around anymore. It's
No,
cool
no.
that we have some copies with the signature in them.
I think it looks cool, but like for me, they're just harder to get rid of in case I ever wanted to do that. And
You're not gonna do that.
I keep telling myself that. Like,
That it's
that's
an
why,
investment.
Yes.
Go. Okay, we have. Okay. Let's see if it's a ridiculous turn or just a simple one.
So rejuvenating
I
springs.
saw an Atmos on that.
You don't? I don't. Oh,
On-
so turn 1 Paco.
Turn one Paco.
That is. Wow. Okay. Can I change my?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's see the flips.
Yeah. Okay. I'm rooting for a big demon off of the Mardu deck.
He's gonna read it. Adam is gonna read it.
The judge is
The
going to read the
judge.
Pago.
It's gonna be a judge call.
Yes. This is
Okay,
not
let's
fair.
do
It's a
it.
5-drop on turn 1.
Yeah. So he gets the 4 counters on it and a Drained Magistrate off the top. That's massive because there's also a Lotus Petal and a Strip Mine. Those are great hits.
I
And
mean,
it's
it-
7 commander damage immediately
Yeah.
to the Mardu deck. We both made the wrong call.
Oh yeah.
But to be honest, I've been testing with with Comedian all weekend, right? Yesterday night we stayed up trying the new lines. He consistently gets the pack
Oh, yeah.
turn 1-2. Like,
He smashed
ridiculous.
my face Thursday evening as well.
yeah.
Okay, so we are. Adam finally has his first turn. We see. I'm assuming a Bayou. Then casting a Carpet, and then moving to second main, casting the Birds of Paradise.
It's also rough to have the Strip Mine Exile on a Lance deck, I imagine.
Yes, but I mean, if Ian ever plays it and uses it, it goes back into Adam's graveyard where he wants it.
Yeah. One other thing that I was going to mention is that how different is this match if they get to draw those cards? Because Running Magistrate hits the table.
Yeah.
And then it's over for Paco, it's
Hey.
over for Wingrace, it's over for Kalia.
Yes.
Like, just the tempo changes of Juliet Lotus. It's an insane magic card.
So Was here opens on Cavern of Souls. I am assuming it is naming human or whatever Kalia is.
Yeah.
And then we see a Mana Vault into a Felwar Stone. And then a pass. Not sure I love that.
I don't like tapping out for tapping the mana vault for
No.
1 mana. Yeah.
If you could deploy another rock, because there was one floating, I could see the merit to it.
Otherwise, I don't really. Yes.
But it could be that Wazir is kind of strapped on colored mana. That's the only argument I could find. Okay, so we are back at Kaka's turn here, and we see a beautiful foil retro border from Kaka here. Those.
The new foil lands?
Yes.
And they look nice in foil because they have the shooting star?
Yes.
You don't like foils, but...
No. But if I ever was to be convinced to buy foils, it's because of those lands.
Yeah, and it's also like the shooting star is just wonderful.
It is. Okay, so let's see what Kaka can do here. There's a big and angry dog that is kind of dominating whatever this game is about now.
Would you have gone against the Kalia deck? I would have gone at Teta.
Same. Yeah.
I think the attack... Ian is nice on those things. He knows his end result is winning through combat anyway, so he has to kill every single one.
Yeah.
Raiders grasp the Paco. Okay.
I am. So what are you getting? I have a clear candidate in mind. I don't even know if.
The dog side?
No, I am 100% getting a Gilded Drake here.
I'm not sure if he runs it.
That's it. That's the issue. I don't know if Ian runs it.
If I know the deck list and I know he runs it, yes, sure. I'm gonna check the list. No, yes, he does.
Okay, so that is my.
Yeah, I give the drink.
That is also the reason I believe that Kaka targeted Ian, because obviously there's no Gilded Drake in the Mardu deck. Obviously, no Gilded Drake in the Jund deck.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I also guess he gives you information on what he might have on hand.
Oh yeah.
To some extent.
So let's see. But I mean,
the timer broke, Rip. Yeah. Don't worry, production. You're doing a great job.
also, it should be WLD, not T.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you catch a glimpse of what was taken?
No.
No. So second land drop here from Ian. I cannot recognize those new fetches. Is it a Wooded Foothills maybe?
I'm not sure. Anatomy Sick. No, what is it?
Loyal Drake? Is that the one?
Yeah, Loyal Drake.
So that's the one where you get to draw a card, but isn't that a 3-drop?
It's a Windswept key, the fetch.
Okay.
Thank you, Chad. No, the tournament does not allow for sideboards.
Yes, so admin is wrong. No, there's no sideboards in CDH, so of course we don't allow it. All the formats that do allow for sideboards will of course have sideboards.
Feederfoot Sandals.
Okay. I do not know that card. Sounds like an equipment from Dungeons and Dragons, I would be my guess. That is not the card.
That's not it.
This is a blue card, right? But it's not a creature clearly.
If Chad can help us identify the card. What is it? It's not a creature, so it must be an artifact or an enchantment, right?
I'm thinking equipment of some sort. That's the only. Okay, but we are at Adam's second turn here. It seems like So what got exiled? Another land from Adam, another land from what was here, a Noxious Revival from Kaka, and an Arbor Elf from Ian.
It's Winged Boots. That's it.
Oh, so it just gets flying, I'm assuming.
Winged Boots. Yep. Flying on Ward 4.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Equip for 1.
so Gilded Drake is not that great. Does that? It does target, right?
Yeah. But he didn't equip it.
Oh, okay.
It's not equipped. It might be too late.
It is probably too late, yes. And again, once again, thank you to chat for helping us identify all the guards. Beautiful crucible from Adam here. I love that old border one.
The Judge promo,
Yes.
Crucible of Worlds.
Yes.
I'm happy to have that.
I understand that.
Yes. That and the sword.
Yeah, for me,
Well,
like
from the old order.
Noble and Dark Confident are the best ones.
ultimate.
Yeah, but
I really love the Necropotence foil Big Masters.
wish if you go back into the VOD here or the stream
I don't think
an
you can.
hour ago, I believe it was, we had an explanation
I don't
of
think you
our
can.
playtest cards. Okay, if not, then we have go to our website Tier1's website. There's an explanation of the playtest cards. None are being displayed at this match so far. So, okay. Another. Is that a goblin from Was here?
Yeah.
Is it the Skirk Prospector?
Let me get the art out. Yes. It's not Skirt Prospector.
Okay, so as we assumed, Gilded Drake. Ooh, and the deflecting swat.
Oh, he's gonna get that creature.
Oh. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Ian is sitting pretty in this game.
Oh, it's running away with it, right?
Yeah.
It's Torch Courier.
Torch Courier, okay. Haste Enabler. Gotcha.
Okay, I don't get not like yeah. Okay.
You don't get what now?
Is the Dead Shaman active now?
No. It was just played.
Ah, but he can put it with haste at some point. Okay.
Yes.
So he has 1 mana open.
Yes.
theoretically. Nice.
Yes.
Ian now equipped.
Yeah,
Moves
so
to equip.
I'm assuming the equip is on the stack.
Yeah, I'm
and
assuming
that's-
so too.
and it looks like it
Oh,
pulls.
it resolves. This is rough. Counterbalance. Shit. 4
An
hits.
Imperial Seal.
And an Assassin's Trophy.
Assassin's Trophy needs to go in the exile pile from
Yes.
Kaka. We need to.
Make sure they get it.
I'm sure Ian will catch it in a moment, but if he doesn't, admin, please notify the judge. Yeah, so what I just said was that the Assassin's Trophy needs to be in the exile pile. I'm sure Ian will catch it.
At some point.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
saw it. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, how are they getting out of this?
Bounce spell.
But it has Ward 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, Timna player can get a bounce spell on 1 more.
Yeah, so they can tap out completely.
Well, it's that or dying,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
The problem here is that Ian gets to play Haldan soon.
I mean, imagine if Ian actually hit his 3rd land drop.
Yeah. And then he gets all the land drops in the world after that.
Exactly.
Then Haldan can cast that counterbalance. That seems pretty sweet. And
Or
then
the Imperial Seal.
or the trophy.
Or the trophy. Not that there's anything really needing to get trophied.
Yeah.
So how much was the first hit for on was here?
It was for 6. 6 in total.
Okay, so actually, if he can remove the Gilded Drake, he can one-shot, or not one-shot, but he can take out Wazir, right?
Yes.
On the next attack?
Yes.
Because it becomes... No, it's one shot. But no, how big is Pargo now? It's 13?
It's at 13.
Yeah, okay, so it's going to be one hit
It's
kill.
going to be one hit kill.
Yeah. So, okay. We are exiling the land from Adam's graveyard here to stop the Crucible World shenanigans. Not really sure if we're just using the mana for anything or just trying to make sure that that red and 6 can pick up land.
What is that?
That is...
There is some reflections, I guess.
I
don't think
yeah.
Now we get a second exile file for everyone.
Yes. This is gonna get cluttered really fast.
Yes, it's gonna be a bunch of exiles. Now the Kali deck does have uncounterability to his sake.
Yeah.
So,
but they
it's a
lost
bit
their haste enabler.
everything, yeah.
How much did it cost?
Everything.
Everything.
If Ian can bounce that Gilded Drake.
Yeah. Wazir's out. But let's see if Ian is mean enough to do that.
Chat, call the game. Let us know who you think wins.
And is this Kalia? Yes, it is.
Come on. With
It
the
is
with
A-okay.
Touch Career will be.
Oh yeah.
It could kill Ian. a weird position to say.
Okay, so we are at Kaka. Kaka is under pressure. Oh,
Phantasmal Image.
copying Gilded Drake, I'm doing, and there's not a second deflecting swap. That much we know.
It will get.
Oh, but
ward four.
he cannot pay for the ward.
He forgot the ward.
No.
This will cost you the game.
Yikes. Oh, new keywords. That's rough, Kaka. Oh, wait. Are we Dark Ritualing into this? Come on.
The Dragon will be sacrificed on
Yeah,
top
but-
of everything.
Yeah,
Because the exchange doesn't happen, then the Phantasmal Image copy will go to graveyard.
Oh yeah, I'm aware, but it's a trigger, right? Oh,
There is a trigger immediately.
yeah. So this doesn't work. If it is as we perceive it,
Yeah.
the phantasmal image resolved, then comedian explains that there's a ward trigger, and then Kaka proceeded to bounce, believing that would cancel the trigger. Unfortunately, that's not how the rules
That's
work.
not how it works. I'm not sure how they're gonna solve it. I'm not sure if they call a judge. There is a judge in the table.
Yeah, there is a judge, and
This depends on the players.
So yeah, this will
we're
get
gonna
sorted momentarily. So while we do that, we'll just go to our split screen here.
Yes.
And please remember, if you want to win this graded 8.5 Mystic Remora, you have to type "Don't feed the fish" in chat now. We will random roll after the game has been concluded.
Yes. Yeah. So we're gonna check now with the judges. They're checking out this interaction. The players have moved on.
Oh.
But we need to check the situation.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm stepping out for a second.
Yeah. I'm checking. We're checking everything here. Hey, Tier1 MTG cannot type "Don't feed the fish" in chat. That doesn't seem fair. Okay, the players are being. Is the judge on the table now?
Yes. So the players had actually figured it out themselves before the judge arrived at the table. That's why they moved on.
Okay.
So everything should be as is.
Okay. Let's assume then that they let Kakat roll back. Because he pointed to the Gilded Drake. That was clear, right?
Yeah, but what has been rolled back?
Casting he moves back the Phantasmal Image to the stack basically, and then in response to himself, he regains priority and casts the Chain of Vapor.
But how was it stopped then? Because
you're right. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I think the players made a mistake on it.
No, I think it's just everything I see the Chain of Vapor in the graveyard /X, the Doughty Wordwalker exile pile, and there's the Phantasmal Image underneath it. So everything happened as it should be. The players figured it out themselves, moved on before the judge arrived. Sorry about the confusion.
That's an exile pile, separate, yes.
Be aware that we have 2 exile piles now, one for Paco, one for Wordwalker.
Yes.
And we have a graveyard, so it is a bit cluttered. We will do our best. So we see Ian here cast Halden and then casting the Lotus Petal from Adam's deck, I believe it was.
Yeah. And now he's off the races.
Yeah.
He has a Noxious Revival that he casts. He gets a Deflecting Swag. Yeah, he goes to exile with the Doughty Wildwalker now. That goes back on the top of the library. Ian basically puts it on the top of the library because he's going to exile it.
Thank you all for tuning in this afternoon. We hope you enjoy the content and the magic being showed to you. We enjoy having you and doing this for you all.
Yes. We are 29 minutes into the round now. I can't believe this match has lasted 29 minutes, if I'm being honest.
Oh, no.
I was not expecting it at all.
I mean, we've had a few stops here and there to explain stuff and all, but with a turn 1 Paco, a match lasting that long is kind of surprising.
Yeah. So, he's going to get the Deflecting Sword exiled. He's going to have it ready.
Yes.
The thing is that he uses it and he gives that to Adam.
Gives what to Adam?
The Deflecting Sword, as soon as he uses it, because he's going to go to the Doughty Wildwalker pile.
Oh, yeah.
So, your counter spells are now given away to the next one. It's really awkward position to use them. I still think it's worth it. Let's see the hit. Ramunap Excavator, 2 lands, and a Deflecting Sword. So it's only 3 counters in this time. It's still a 1 hit. And he's ready to block with the Gilded Drake. The problem here is that Ian shouldn't attack that way, because the Gilded Drake is going to get exiled, and he's going to go to the Doughty Wildwalker pile. I'm not sure he realizes that.
No, but he has the, what's it called, Deflecting Sword in the ready, his own exile pile.
Yeah.
And then I know it's going to get exiled, but that is after resolution?
Yes. Praetor's Grasp opposition agent on spell table is such a pain. It is. It is. Yes, cards I don't like playing on spell table. Gitaxian Pro.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that is annoying to play when you're not playing live Magic, which is also why we love so much being back playing live.
He's casting a Imperial Seal? No? He's just checking what he had.
I think that Ian cast the Imperial Seal.
And it's going to the
and
other
then it's
exile
going
pile.
to the other exile pile because Magic is complicated.
Yes. Yes, the Drake shouldn't be exiled on the TNT player. The Drake belongs to Ian.
Yeah, so, okay, I don't blame these guys.
Oh,
it is a very complicated
it's round
board state.
3, yes.
Also, like, just there are multiple exile piles, there's a graveyard, there's the entire board state to keep track of, but yes, the Gilded Drake needs to be in Ian's Voidwalker
pile, which right now it's a non-existent.
Yes.
The judges will figure it out.
Yes.
There we go, that's yours. They're talking about it. Let's see if they figure it out. That's mine. You're right, it's yours. I took it from you. It should go to you.
You shouldn't go to the graveyard. You should go to the Voidwalker exile pile. Yeah, I mean, I do not blame them. A lot of stuff is going on that is not usually going on in CDH.
And if you want to blame them, you can go to their channels and put, hey, I exiled it. Gilded Drake. Exiled.
Yeah, so
because Ian realized it. This is a game of will they, won't they miss their triggers?
Yeah. It is not the cleanest game of Magic I've ever seen.
It's actually Adam's trigger, though. So to exile those cards.
But is it a trigger he can miss?
I mean,
it's a replacement effect, so. But again, Ian has the answer ready in the deflecting SWAT so it probably won't change much, but obviously you should keep your board state.
Yeah, Zombie. I agree. It's a $400 card, but I think both Janus and I had lost in the past. I lost one Drake and it came back to me 8 months afterwards.
Yeah, I lost one for 2 months.
Yeah.
My good friend, who I Gilded Drake, took it with him home. Yeah. And it's not a card that is fun to lose.
And let's be real, it was when it was a bit cheaper too. So.
Oh yeah.
But it's not fun, yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. It's true. It might be like that, Ison. Can you imagine he slams the Treason of the and that's game. That pack on Haldan, it's huge. Gildrick, they're figuring out now that it should be exiled on a Voidwalker pile. No, don't put it on that one, because yeah, that's a different pile. Yeah, that's the thing, Fear Pitch. That's why I use custom sleeves. I have custom Dragon Chill sleeves, and then I don't miss them. But it was a thing in our playgroup that everyone played Dragon Chill blacks, because they thought they were being cool and serious, and then they all lost their cards.
So now I play in purple sleeves.
Yes.
Nobody has purple sleeves.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we're back. They figured out the Gilded Drake part.
Yes.
There's 2 exile
it took a while.
Look at that beautiful board state.
Yes. Imagine
command zones, 2 exiles.
Imagine
triggers.
being new to Commander and like, okay, look at this game.
Yeah. Yeah. If anyone new is in chat, you can type "Don't feed the fish" for the chance of winning a graded 8.5 Beckett Mystic Remora.
Yes.
He got the Drake.
Okay, so now
Don't point at the Paco.
And let's see if
he points
Ian
at the Haldan? That's smart as well.
I mean, you're still going to deflecting SWAT it.
Yeah.
The result is going to be the same.
Still get swatted, I agree. Don't feed the Voidwalker, yeah.
Nihilus. Purple squad.
Yeah. come on.
Okay, so okay,
They are reading Gilded Drake. Okay.
it's been cast for the third time, and now they're still reading it. Oh, deflecting swap. Wait. So is the Gilded Drake targeting the Kalia?
I think he pointed at the Paco, at the Hala, but maybe he was pointing to the deflecting swap, being like, "Hey, I'm not gonna target these things." Get the red Drake shaman now. Do you cast it for the Kalia? If you don't have anything that you can put in the battlefield?
No.
I don't cast it.
No.
I prefer to have it.
We need to deal with this issue on Ian Sport.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to come together, find a solution for the stray dog, and rein it in.
Especially if the players who have communicated more here, because if there was a deflecting sword in the hand, they can fight the Ian's deflecting sword.
Yeah, but now it's kind of too late. I'm assuming. Unless obviously we cannot hear what the players are saying, so we don't really know the targets here.
Summer Dragon 2019, it's amazing. It's one of those special designs.
Oh.
Very nice. I used to like the Valentine's Dragons 2019 as well. They were really nice.
Okay, so...
Oh, the two deflecting swords were used in the end.
Okay, so it
was
have...
in correct order, yes.
Yes, okay.
Deflecting sword targeting the Paco, I'm guessing, and then...
This is actually, I like this a lot from Ian. But wait, how did we end up here?
Yes, it was targeting apparently the Kalia first.
Yeah?
And it got deflecting swatted and the deflecting swatted back.
Okay.
Apparently. We don't have audio, so... Oh, he has the Rasaket in hand.
Oh yeah, of course he has a demon in hand. Imagine if Adam, for some reason, has a demon
Karn.
in his deck.
And we see Karn, the great creator. Well, that's one thing. The winged boots won't be able to activate them. So no more ward.
Okay.
The
Let's
protection
see.
spell is gone.
That is true. That is true. But let's see if it comes up. I have my doubts.
Yeah, and it's true. He has two planeswalkers now. It all points to the amazing obliterate in the end. That he's running.
It does he run obliterate?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Lord Windbreaks get the plans back. Goodbye.
Or as Izanagi says, Yokuhaus could also. I don't.
I'm gonna check the list, but I'm sure he has because we were talking about it on breakfast. Adam. Sorceries, right? He has Decree of Annihilation, Obliterate.
So Adam did not come here to make any new friends.
No. He has Finale of Devastation as well. Yeah, makes sense. What do you find?
Gracious.
Well, he also has Titania in the deck.
Oh, Legacy All-Star.
Yeah.
All-Star in quotation marks.
Also, if he can find that Vexing Treasure, he can dominate the game. It's pretty far gone.
Yes, I mean...
Oh, Demonic Tutor. Okay. The kind of plays we need to see from the players.
Yes.
They want to do something.
So, what can we do?
Well,
with
if you
one
had
mana?
white mana, you can path to exile.
Yes, but we don't have white mana.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you do? I'm trying to see the hand there. That's a Wheel of Fortune. That's a Fire Covenant. That could work. No, impossible. You're not going to 20 yourself. Mana Crypts in the deck. Sylvian Guide. Camper Ranger Reviews. Rally. Mayhem Devil. What are you getting here? Drag him and dash the monkey and try to leave him.
He only has one mana, if I'm not mistaken here.
Yeah. He's gonna look through this deck.
And
I'm gonna check the list as well.
I don't know what one red or black mana can do in this spot.
What does ephemerate do? Is
It
for
flickers.
One? Is it for one?
Yeah. But it's
Dual
white.
control? And is it dual control?
Yeah.
Because, well,
But it's also mana cost white, so you cannot.
yeah, yeah. Royal Mental Blast for Fire Blast, those are their...
Pyroblast and Haldem is,
It's decent.
but it is decent. I get that, but it's not the issue right now. The issue
No,
at
not
hand
at
is the
all.
21
Not
creature.
at all, it's like... There's Twin Flame, Fadeless Looting, just reading out loud. There's the Gamble that finds anything, but you're finding anything anyways.
There could be a Slaughter Pact in the deck. I don't know if there is, but we are in the colors.
No.
No Slaughter Pact. I have run out of.
There's an Imps Mischief.
What are we
So,
redirecting? What are we redirecting here?
Nothing. I'm just looking for the free stuff, and I don't see much.
Oh, there's. Oh, no, there's not the.
He passed the turn after DT. I think it might be the removal.
Yeah.
What's the call here? Who do you kill?
Well, you cannot kill anybody because everybody has blockers, right?
Yes.
Wait, I'm wrong. Wait, so remind me. Halden, does he fix mana for you?
Yes.
Okay. So that means the comedian can actually kill Wazir by casting the what's it called? The Assassin's Trophy. But it is dangerous because we know that Wazir just demonic tutored and probably for some removal spell.
Yeah.
And clearly it's not a removal spell that can be cast for 1 mana, so ramping.
Yeah.
But I mean, so that's
Soul
Soul Ring, yeah.
Why do you play Soul Ring? Because you don't have anything else?
I think Ian is maybe expecting the Pago to get killed this attack.
It just flips. Dockside.
Oof.
Miscast. Intuition. Doesn't he get 3 counters? No, 2 counters.
2 counters, there was 1 creature.
Yeah, 2 creatures.
Oh, 2 creatures.
Yeah, yeah. He's attacking the card.
I'm curious about it.
Yeah, now he can counterbalance with color.
But still. Okay, so nobody got killed. This means that Paco will have to survive at least another orbit.
Well, unless was here,
Oh yeah, that's what.
which is what we spent. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I would have.
I kind of. Do Adam have any demons in his deck?
Let me check.
Right?
Yeah. That would be the highlight so far of the tournament, that Adam steals the
He has
Kalia.
26 creatures.
So
yeah,
any demons? I'm thinking it can only be Rathakat.
Sire of Insanity?
Is that that's a demon, right?
I think so.
No, maybe. It looks like a demon. If it looks like a demon, it smells like a demon.
It's a demon.
It's a demon.
Razakit?
Demon. The demon.
Uh,
Oh, come on, Adam.
yeah. He has Avenger of Sanitary Knife to see each deck. I love it.
Oh, CDH deck.
Wow. It is a CDH deck.
It is. I'm just making fun.
Let's see.
Okay. come on.
Oh, it will be so exciting.
Yes, that would be so.
That or the obliterate.
Yes.
Just slam it.
Okay, so given the fact that Adam has 2 draws, do you think that Obliterate or one of the other like cards have been cast in those games, dragging them out?
Maybe. It's completely possible that he was like, okay, I'm gonna obliterate everything, recover everything with a lot of wind race, and someone was like, yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, there is that 0 on top of Ian's deck. That's super awkward with the counterbalance. It's a Lion's Eye Diamond though, which is a good card for him right now.
So Adam casts the Wind Grace here,
-1.
which does what?
Let's check Lord Windgrace for the entire thing. He goes up, actually. Yeah, he goes up. So he goes up 2. Discard a card and draw a card. If it's a land card, you draw an additional.
Gotcha. So we're just drawing cards.
He discards the hero. You? Yeah.
So why? Okay, so Adam's graveyard is just okay. I get it now.
Yeah, it's sideways.
Yes.
So in case Chad is not like kind of figure that out, even though he can. We have almost 200 people with us joining us on this round, so amazing. Welcome everyone from everywhere in the world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're so thankful to have you guys with us.
Okay, so we see the was here plays the Sorang, which
finally ramping out.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he has a final solution for this entire thing that has been happening. He pays 3 mana to this.
Okay, let's see. Damnation, let's go. Oh, that's gonna be expensive.
No, that kills your creature too. That kills his creature too.
What creature?
Like he's not gonna kill the Paco like this. He's on 19 life.
Wow. So 9. So what are we targeting here?
Alia. He's getting remove of everything.
Kalia,
Haldan, I'm
Haldan
guessing.
and Gracias.
I will kill with that, right? At that point. Because it can drain you for 2 life. It costs you 2 life to get a rid now. Right?
Yeah, and I mean, you could open up for Ian to swing out at Kaka and like try and force him to go that way instead of focusing on Wazir.
Yeah. I can't believe that's a tutor target.
I mean, it might be the only removal option, but that's...
Where are the game?
So the Remora hasn't been drawn yet.
He has Swords to Plowshares in the deck.
But yeah, okay. I have no idea. So yeah. Okay. I am unsure where we are in priority, but if my understanding is correct, Fire Covenant for 9 life is on stack. I do believe the targets were Kalia, Haldan, and something. Now we see now we see miscast cast with Haldan from Kaka's deck. And Wazir has no mana to pay for it.
And there is no 0 counter spells here, so...
No. Only 2 blue players in the deck, or in the pot, sorry, means that...
It doesn't resolve, costed 9 life.
That is rough.
Ian has something else.
Okay. Kaka now has to find a way to stop this raging mad dog.
One shot at it.
Is that
Because
just a
next turn
pass?
there is an institution and a.
I believe there's an intuition now.
And then there is the Imperial Seal as well.
Wasn't the Imperial Seal cast already? I believe it.
Oh, then it's
yeah.
exiled for Dodi?
Yes.
It's exiled for Dodi.
Exactly. I believe that Ian is now here getting 3 extra turn spells.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Killing 2.
Oh,
Red
so
Elemental Blast.
red blast, yeah. At least putting a stop for that. Okay, Ian untaps here with the tough decision of who am I killing. He can kill. If he gets the good hits, he can kill Adam by killing the Kalia. He can definitely kill Wazir by killing the Gilded Drake. I don't think he can get through to kill Kaka. But with those options at hand, who are you killing here? If you're killing anybody.
Adam. I'm killing Adam. Oh, there is a proxy there.
It's not a proxy.
It's a dual face card.
Yes. Important distinction.
Yes.
So that was a Villis just. Okay, obviously cannot cast creatures.
Yeah.
That's
There
probably
is
a good thing.
there is a
Enlightened Tutor
Enlightened Tutor
for Breach, but there's not really that much fodder or anything in the graveyard. Okay, so did you see which way Pago is going?
No, I didn't see it. But I think I kill Adam here, and I think it's because the only thing that can set up, set back Ian at this point, it's an obliterate effect. Something is uncontrollable. I think the only one that has those effects is Adam. Even if they remove the Paco once, right? It's still set up.
It's
pretty.
only been cast once. So
Yeah.
even though it's a 5-drop, he has so much mana now with the LED and stuff that it's just gonna be recast immediately.
Yeah. For people new in chat, you can win Beckett graded 8.5 Mystic Remora. Just type "Don't feed the fish" in chat for an opportunity to win. Don't feed the fish. Be a good player. He's playing a land from the Excel pile.
Okay, so what happened?
Fetching.
So I'm assuming we
It attacked
saw.
the attack block the Kali.
Yeah, gotcha.
4, 5 mana.
Is this an extra turn spell maybe?
Well, he's fetching.
Oh, fetching.
Land, no. Yeah.
But could be fetching for the second blue for the extra turn spell, right? No, there's the second blue. There's 2 semi-lands. So, okay.
Don't feed the fish, people, yes.
Yes. Okay.
600 followers on Twitch for the channel.
Oh, that's nice.
That's an impressive mark.
Well, that calls for celebration.
Yes.
Good thing I was just gifted something.
Yes, we're gonna show it.
Yes. Okay, as predicted, we see temporal manipulation here, an extra turn spell. This is not great for Adam.
Nope. His hopes and dreams of going
picking
the
up the
distance.
third draw is.
But I think it's the right call.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So we're gonna see Ian probably getting the Dragon Shield bounty sleeves.
Oh yes. Like we're just giving a lot of stuff away. And we
Yes.
see the flying
Winged
boots
boots.
here. Winged boots, same.
Equipped on
The dog. It's now a flying dog.
Yeah, now can kill
Anybody.
Kaga.
Oh
No.
yeah, Kaka. Technically, he could.
Was here cannot die now.
Well, he could. Could crack a lady to cast the trophy to kill him. Seems excessive, I get it, but
Yes.
nothing is impossible for the deranged mind.
Yes. Let's see what Paco hits on the next one.
Yes. I do think. Wait. What happened here?
He's moving to the next turn.
So,
He put the winged boots afterwards. After attacks.
but who did he attack?
Adam, who broke with Kali.
Oh, gotcha. Now I'm here.
Yes.
I am.
Now we're
up to-
moving straight to combat.
Yes.
We don't even care.
Did we even draw for turn?
Kaka can Atmos here, but he should have Atmos before the end of the turn.
Yeah.
Crop rotation. Is that a crop rotation? No, it's a novel hierarch, right?
I'm not good on those promo or.
Yeah, it's a novel hierarch.
Okay.
What was a Jeska's Will?
Versus Saga from was here.
From a Jeska's Will?
Where did-
Adam is picking up
Yeah.
everything because he's getting
Adam
attacked.
got one punched by the dog. Okay. Ian has been like that turn one Pago has just been dominating this game completely. It's the only thing this game has been about.
Interestingly enough, though, Adam is not out because he has 2 draws.
Yeah. Adam can win two
two
more
more,
rounds, and then he's most likely making top 8.
Yeah. Top 12. Top 16. Sorry.
Top 16. Yeah, sorry, I am.
Thinking as a legacy
Yes.
player, right? Tournament grinder.
Grinder is a big word.
It's an app too.
Okay, so let's see if Wazir and Kanka can pull together something to stop this
Nice
ferocious
deck
dog.
box, Adam.
Oh yes.
Yeah, the flex on the deck box, custom made. Nerding out all the way like it should be, right?
Oh, we are all nerds here, and
Yes.
you love it.
Hey. He can sign the playmat now.
Yes.
Takes his time. For Adam, yes.
Yes.
Chat is feeling it for Adam.
Yeah.
F's in chat, please.
F's and chats for Adam.
F's in chat.
Okay, so Wazir is tapping some mana. Let's hope it's for a great magic card because pressure is on. Oh, are we just recasting Talia?
Someone asked if the playmats are going to be raffled away, the ones that are signing in the match.
Allegedly.
We don't know. Maybe. You have to turn in. Activate Thrasios?
Yeah.
Oh, when it comes to that,
Not money wanna here. Okay. So, given the fact that Kalia is now back on the battlefield, if you're Ian here, are you killing Wazir?
he has 2 flyers.
Yeah. Oh, Kalia flies. look at. I have absolutely no idea. It's been like 5 years since I've seen it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay, 2 flyers. Okay, then
It's awkward as hell. You kill. Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. So everyone's saluting.
Okay,
Adam.
I think the problem is solved by just finding Breacher, recasting the temporal manipulation from the graveyard,
I'm winning.
and why not just kill both? Or I don't think Ian is actually winning here. He can take out Kaka in one hit, take another turn, kill the Gilded Drake, force Wazir to block with Kalia, pass the turn, and be in a pretty decent position.
Pretty commanding position, yes. He has LED though.
Yes. And
Needs to find
remember,
reach.
everybody, this game is looking like it's nearing conclusion. If you want to participate in the raffle for the graded Mystic Remora, type "Don't feed the fish" into chat now.
Yes, because we're gonna give that away as soon as the round finishes.
Yes. As soon as this round finishes, we are doing the raffle.
Can you imagine it? Yeah. People in here as well that are watching the stream are participating. So
Yes.
can you imagine we get an in-house winner?
Well, then we can ask how they feel about it.
It's so nice the environment outside.
Yes.
A lot of people, everyone's super chill. I'm interested to see how Ian closes out this game.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't do. Wait.
If he doesn't win.
So he just drew Breach, right?
Yes.
So I'd be very much surprised if we don't see Breach cast an extra turn spell, Intuition for 3 more
Oh,
frag LED.
Sabin's Reclamation? Exile?
Oh.
That means he can extra turn,
Yes.
pass. Sabin's Reclamation, the Breach.
Yes. There's multiple ways to do it.
This
No, but
is
he has
rough.
LED and he has Intuition, so he can also just go get 3 more.
Yeah.
Alright.
He can get the Brain Freeze. And
I
finish
am
this thing.
Ian. If this backfires, I'm sorry. There is something that is the commentator's curse, but I am calling it now.
We're calling it now.
Ian wins this game.
He also has the Assassin's Trophy to get rid of one of the blockers.
Yes.
We're on 62 minutes of round time.
Adam trying so much to.
Painted
be-
back.
Oh. Well. Missed
Mental
it.
misstep. Ooh, that's not enough.
No, but it will stop.
The cycling. He wanted some cycling red.
But there's still ward, and there's only so. But it would stop. What I thought that maybe it could get Swords of Plowshares, but there's still ward.
He has silence. That gets stopped by
That gets stopped as well. That
But
is-
now he has the information. Decay
But what does Decay do?
destroys the flying thing. So Ian actually needs 5 more turns to win.
But
I don't think it's worth it. Oh, he can destroy the bridge in response to something.
the bridge.
Underworld bridge.
But he's dead before that. I'm assuming Ian is attacking Kaka here,
Yeah, yeah.
so he needs to answer
He needs
this
to use
Paco.
it now. Yeah,
And
okay.
this means casting.
It's on the winged boots,
and
blocking
then
with trashes.
yeah. Dire situation.
It's not great.
It's not a winning play.
Also gives 1 extra card for the bridge line.
Yes.
Is he gonna redirect it?
I am again sorry. I
Gives
do
plus 1/+. Oh, I think. Is that the one? Is the one that gives +1? Chat, can you give us the information of that card? Sorry. If it targets it, it has Ward 4, so we can. Forearm?
I doubt that's the name.
No, it's not it. It's 3 words.
You come to a river. Somebody suggests.
Yeah. That's it.
Old man Magic here is not gonna commentate on
New cards.
the name of those.
Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, or get +1/+1 can be blocked.
Yep. Oh, and we see a dispel here from Kaka. Really trying his best to survive here.
But there
Barely.
is a mental misstep on the top. He knew.
Yeah. Oh, he
There's
knew.
no, it doesn't do anything. Ah, that's rough.
But he obviously knew, but clearly forgot. Allard, you will be informed later on what will happen with those playmats. Don't you worry.
Something will happen to them.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, I think here it's like was here betting on the Fire Covenant being super greedy, trying to get Talia back.
Yeah.
I would have gone for the Exile on the Paco.
Oh yeah.
There was no counterbalance at that point in the game. Well, yeah, it's still worth casting the Dispel. The thing is that Ian is not going to forget about that trigger.
No.
I might.
Oh,
There's also Force of Will.
it is a very great chance that I might forget it as well. Okay, so
Now he's going to destroy the Trasus.
yes.
He has everything.
Yes. And then some. But all in all, we have to also be aware that Paco hit table turn 1. And this game is not officially over yet. And we are
He has
approaching
23.
time in rounds.
Yeah, the players have been keeping the Haldan this at check for what it did.
Yeah.
He was forced to use all the interaction at least.
Oh yeah, but Ian has played this magnificently. Really showing his chops here. And yeah, this takes Kaka out.
Yeah, Jon, there is artist boots at the event.
Yes, yes.
There is multiple archers, and
Yeah.
there was also Jesper Rising, our
Yeah.
friend.
He's been here all day. He just left an hour ago.
Yeah.
But he was here all day today, and he was here yesterday as well, participating in the game show. If you haven't watched that, we had
Oh, go
both a
watch it,
panel
yeah.
and a game show from yesterday.
I'll watch
It is, in our honest opinion, amazing content.
It's
It
the
looked like-
funniest thing
yeah.
I've done in a while, yeah. Can we get Fs and salutes in chat for our next fallen soldier?
Yeah. Got eaten by the big vicious dog.
Commander damage, be relevant.
2 kills off commander damage here.
GGs? Are we doing the GGs now? Yes, it seems like it, yeah, GGs.
Yeah, it is. Whoa.
Wow, we got a concession there?
Yeah. Ian just completely dominating.
Wow.
Wow. But,
Wow.
so first of all, congratulations to Ian.
Yes.
Will you go fetch him and set up for an interview? We need
Absolutely,
to talk.
absolutely.
Then I will give
You
away
need to do that.
that. So,
So we bring him. Yeah, I'm gonna set
set
him
up.
up.
So, as promised, we will now raffle this away. So, admin, do your thing. It is Arias. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that in pronunciation. Please write us a DM here on Twitch and we will ship this beautiful graded fish for you. And as mentioned, we are terribly sorry about the long waiting time here before round 3. Our friends at Tier1 MTG, the store, went around and asked all our content creators and Jesper Ising to sign one of their playmats, this beauty. So you have all the signatures from Into the North, Playing with Power, Comedian, I Hate Your Deck, and Jesper Ising. If you want any more signatures from this, let us know, because we are now giving this away in chat. All you have to do is write Tier1Con in chat, and we will raffle this after the interview with Ian is over. So now, as soon as admin sets it up, and it's live now, Tier1Con in chat. And please let us know if you need any more signatures from anybody here. We will try and track them down. If not, then, well, you got all these awesome people. So, Allard, was that a hint of what's going to happen for the rest of the tournament? Hyper Tempest. If you win it, I will track down Mons. So, I just saw Kabargas and Ian walk by me here, so I believe we are ready, so we will do a short commercial break. We will turn over to the interview with Ian, and when that is over, we will give away the playmat. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the interview area. I'm here with comedian Ian. You just won round 3. You needed the win.
Yeah,
you
needed to win bad. Yeah.
What a game! What a game! And you had to be with another of our content creators who are gonna cram a little bit here. Yeah, Adam, the judge. Yeah, we're just telling him how did you feel about the whole pod? It was a difficult pod.
Yeah.
It's a difficult deck to pilot, the one he was doing.
Yeah. So I've never seen the deck before. I've seen the deck list before. I've never seen it piloted, and I didn't realize quite the resource pool that you had access to with everybody's cards, or that Halden could cast them just for any color of mana. So when the teamer deck said, "I'll cast Assassin's Trophy," I'm like, "Oh my god!" This is
What the hell do I do?
Yeah, no birds of yeah.
He protected that Trasis with his life.
Yeah,
and
dude.
you had like everything.
Yeah. It was so crazy because you come to a river too. It was like he needed something to stop that because it just gives it unblockable. Shout out to Shaper Savant, by the way. 2 of the cards featured in that round. You come to a river giving Paco unblockable, and Winged Boots, which seems hecka spicy, but the card puts in a ton of work.
We didn't even recognize it.
Yeah.
We had to go through the entire list and be like,
I mean,
which one
it's
is it?
literally like a month old, if that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's
Did you know the card beforehand?
No, I've
Ward.
never seen it before. No,
Ward,
never
right?
seen
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd be playing Ward in CEDH.
I love when on turn 1 you just picked up the Paco to like read it.
Yeah, yeah, like
it's a 5-drop on turn 0, like turn 1.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
the hell?
yeah, that mold of 4 was
Yeah,
it? Like,
Multi-4
totally
win.
worth it. Yeah.
Multi-4 win. So, before we send you off, how are you feeling about the options? Because you have 2 draws before, right?
Yes.
So you can still win an end.
Yeah.
In the next 2. Yeah. How are you feeling about the deck?
Pretty good. Getting a lot more comfortable with it throughout the day. Getting the lines. Shout out to Mike Sod. He's at home taking care of his family. Thanks for the help with the deck. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Hopefully, I get good matchups though, but I'm not so good against Adnaz. But I think I can.
We'll see.
hold my own.
We'll see. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ian. So walk us through that crazy win, because what a crazy win! You have to fight the. You didn't have to fight that much interaction until the very last
Until
turn.
the very last second. Yeah. So myself and the Thrasios Timna player kind of had this understanding because there were 4 turns there where I could have killed him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I feel like I need you right now. Like I really don't want to just like let Kalia steal this. And Adam was starting to get really scary.
Because you had the we were discussing that, and I was like, if Adam gets the obliterate,
it's over. Yeah, 100%, 100%. So I saw Adam, and I'd actually played a game with him yesterday. And I played with Mike, who I think was the one who originally brewed it, and way back in the day. So I got a general idea of what the deck does, which is like resources obliterate, and then you're dead, right? So I played against it before, and I was like, we just can't let him keep doing this, right? So that was why the Torch Courier sniped one of the lands with the Crucible loop that was happening earlier. Just like little stuff like that helped him not get crazy. But I think everyone was expecting me to attack Kalia that last turn when I killed Adam. And I was like, no, there's absolutely no way I'm letting Adam live here because he can steal this game.
I was on the way that you had to attack Adam before the Kalia player.
Yeah.
That made complete sense to me.
Yeah, to me, because the Kalia player was in such a bad spot in general, I was like, he's absolutely the last person I need to kill.
He has 2 flyers.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right, exactly.
That's it, right?
Yeah. That becomes, when you start going off, like with the breach lines, you can do crazy stuff like, stack up your library. Even if you don't have an infinite like brain freeze loop, you can like stack your library so you have like turn, Cyclonic Rift, blow out the whole board. Absolutely. And so 2 flyers was inconvenient for that like chip away game, but I knew as soon as I was able to like grab that Enlightened 2 to go for breach, that the game was basically over, and that Kalia really didn't stand a threat.
Also, how amazing is on a Mull to 4 again.
Yeah.
Getting the Paco out on turn
1. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a different game because to your left it's Strip Mine on the top that could have been recurred every single turn.
Right.
Then the next one.
The Dranith Magistrate.
And then a Dranith Magistrate on the last one. Like, if the Dranith Magistrate hits the board before you can...
There's nothing I can do. Yeah. 100%.
And same for the Lord Wingreaves and same for Kalia. So the Team Natrasius deck wins the game, basically. Out of there.
Yeah.
So, how did you feel when you mulligan, you go to 4, you're feeling like trash at that point, right?
Yeah. So I had kept... I threw away a 6 that by, like... the average player's standards is like very capable. It was like Mana Dork, I had enough to play Halden turn 2, I had Gilded Drake, I had Flusterstorm, I had all this interaction, and I was like, absolutely not. Because I could play a Halden turn 2 and then sit there with the Halden, be completely tapped out, couldn't do anything turn 3, and then turn 4 I could maybe get a Paco out, maybe get some advantage, but I couldn't even play a land. Right. And that's just not how the deck works. So I was like, I went to 5, 1 lander, garbage.
Okay, bye.
And I was like, you know what? I've gone to 4 in playtesting so many times. Like, it's one of those decks you have to mull down super very For anyone out there looking to play the deck, anything that taps for 3, there's a reason I still play LED in the deck. Like, even though it's awesome, Underworld Breach, Brain Freeze, the game we played last night where I was like, turn 1 Paco and Halden, because I went like, Jewel Lotus, Mana Crypt, Crack LED, both of them. Like, might as well, right? And LED is really good with Halden because it lets you cast the spells in exile with no downside.
Absolutely. Fixes your colors, does everything for you.
So you can be super greedy with stuff
like
that.
It was also a pivotal round in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Because you needed to win this one. Most likely.
Yeah, it's been a rough start to the day.
Yeah, so you're 1 and 2 now.
Yeah.
1 and 2, how are you feeling now after like the win? Because the win helps you, right?
Yeah, I'm still in the bubble though. I got to keep winning. The first 2 rounds were tough rounds, but obviously
the first one was awful.
Yeah.
You told me about it. Yeah. Quick Oracle, quick Adnos win.
Yeah, right. So it was a turn 2 Adnos with protection, no tutors, and it's like through a Mystic Remora that drew no interaction after like 20 spells.
That's how
it's like it's like that sometimes. And then the last round, I was working with another player who happened to top deck a DT that set up their entire win. That I accidentally kind of told them that they had, which is rough.
Yeah.
So. Rough 2 rounds, great to have that one here. I'm definitely riding the bubble. In the feature match area. Yeah, honestly, if I scrub out for the rest of this tournament, that was awesome. Yeah.
That was amazing, No, thank you so much.
Thank
you. You deserve some rest before the next round, so we're going to send you off.
Thank you.
Yeah, so back to the booth. Thank you.
And we are back here. So we are still 10-15 minutes away from the next round. But as promised, we need to give away this signed Tier 1 playmat. So, Split Second, Into the North, Playing with Power, I Hate Your Deck, Comedian, Jesper Eising have all signed this playmat. And we are doing a roll for it now. Admin, please find our winner.
Yes. And the
real Bokey Floki, you have won this. If you want anybody else to sign this that is here at the event, please let us know in a DM. And yeah, congratulations.
We'll try,
we can't promise anything, but we'll do our best.
Yes. At least it's not ruined by us.
No. So, in a moment's notice, we will also get the current standings up. We will see if Spleenface is still undefeated. We will see if Sickrobot has picked up another win. And let's see if the Danish player Snuska is also still.
Let's see.
He was sitting pretty. So Ken is unfortunately not here.
Okay.
We would love to have him.
We have them now.
Oh, is that standings?
Yes.
Yes, so they will hopefully be shown on screen in a moment. But Kabargas, let them know.
Okay, so we have two players with perfect records. Number one is no surprise. No surprise at all.
Spleenface, of course.
Yes. Leptys then with 9 points as well.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I'm not sure about that one. I think the round one did not go well for him. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah.
We're gonna check them. Sickrobot on third, Snuski on fourth. Sebastian on 6 points as well.
So yeah.
So well, we have Sickrobot and Spleenface on the top three.
Okay, so yeah. So we just got a notice from the admin that everything is not confirmed.
Yes.
But this is the current standings. things will change. I think there is a mistake with Leptys because I think he picked up at least either a draw or a loss.
On round 1.
Yeah.
He won round 2.
And 3. What it looks like as well. Yeah. So he should probably be at 7 points as well, but our backroom staff would figure that out.
Everything will be figured out.
He will still be in top 10.
Yes, and Sickrobot. My god.
Yeah, but like, apart from our content creators crushing it, Cody.
Yeah, Cody on the top 2 spots.
Yes.
That's it. That's the deck of the day.
That is definitely a deck.
Deck of the day.
A little book that could.
Yes. And the Spleenface should be in.
Yes.
Now.
This, unless our math is completely wrong, this means the Spleenface is locked for another top finish in our tournaments.
Yes.
That is 4 out of 5 with 1 win. And wow.
It will be 4 out of 5, yes.
So yeah.
Yeah.
That's
insane. 3 top 4s already.
Yeah. 3 top 4s. Now he's just added top 16. That could easily translate even to top 4 or maybe even a win.
Yeah, if he top 4s, he gets 2 dual lands. At least.
Yes.
At least.
Yes, for anybody not knowing, the winning table will split a set of 10 dual lands between them. I am actually unsure how the split is divided up.
I think it was mentioned, it's on the rules, it's on the website, you can check it out. But I think you go, the first person picks 2, and then they go down the ladder like that.
Yes.
Picking up 1.
Warner, yes, Spleen and Sick are on Cody, and we had Spleen on commentary for round 1, where he talked a bit about it, and then after round 1 we had a deck tech with Reed, Sickrobot, explaining the ins and outs of the deck.
It's probably going to be on the YouTube, it's on definitely on VOD at the end of the day, so go check it out after the event ends. Really interesting deck, really fast, and we saw it working on camera on round 2 on the feature match area. Turn 3 win. Yes. On a multi-5. Incredibly enough, Ian was on a multi-4 in the last game.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Multi-4 turn 1 Pago.
Yes, multi-4 turn 1 Pago.
So that was in his entire hand.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and so low mulligans proving that these kind of players, the top players, take the part of their success comes from the beginning of the game, the mulligan process.
Oh yeah.
Which is something that gets, like, people don't look into it that much. That's the biggest mistake people getting into a format commit.
We get a lot of podcasts and articles and all that jazz around deck building, philosophy, opinions on ban lists and stuff. But two of the more crucial elements of CDH, in my opinion, doesn't get that much attention.
Yeah.
The first thing is aggressively mulliganing. You need to do stuff, and you need to do it fast. It is a fast format, or at least it can be a fast format.
Yeah.
The other thing, I know that some of our content creators actually just released a video or podcast on this subject, but threat assessment, the most important aspect of CDH.
And it's probably what costs people games
Yes.
without realizing, which is the frustrating part of it when you're getting into a format. But you can get there. It's just keep training, keep practicing with your pals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so chat is a bit concerned that Cody is going to be everywhere after what it's been showing up this weekend. How do you beat it? How do you prepare for a tournament when Cody is a beast?
The first thing I go is go home and assemble my own Cody deck.
Okay, so you're not beating them, you're joining them.
I'm joining them. If you can beat them, no. How do you stop it?
Obviously,
you play pieces of stacks, and there is
Granite,
undervalued ones.
Oof, Null Rod. Yeah, Sentinel is not like
it gets you a card. It gets you a few extra cards that you need.
Oof, Null Rod, Granite Magistrate. Rule of law effects for those that are into that kind of stuff. That's not me.
And dress down.
Dress down again.
Dress down, because they are gonna play the Cody, but their only win is the Oracle.
Yes.
So if you can stop the Oracle, you stop everything.
Oh, there has to be a breach win therefore.
Sure, but you can also stop the Cody with the dress down. It stops everything on that deck. That's the thing. They have 2 creatures that they want to cast. It stops both. And don't scheme on like mulliganing aggressively for removal, which is a thing, right? Like interaction is important. Sometimes you just keep hands without interaction. I think it's as they are aggressive on the mulligan, you have to be aggressive on the mulligan.
Yes.
It's all fun and games with everyone keeps the first 7, but if someone is going down to 4, it's because they're searching for something.
Definitely. So in terms of, so that was a few cards that you could implement to try and stop the Cody. So which strategies would you go for?
Well, interesting enough, all of the interviewees have said they don't want to see stacks.
No?
So straight up blood pot, straight up mono white stacks, straight up Griggs is white stacks. I will go for a stack if I want to stop them.
Yes, but again, this is a PSA for all you new stacks players. Practice your game plan.
Oh, absolutely. Don't just
be
sit
fast.
there for 2-3 hours. Yeah.
Figure out how to close the game, especially in a tournament setting. There needs to be a time limit to the rounds, and you need to close the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another thing we discussed. The prevalence of turbonos on tournaments has to do with that as well, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Like, you want to close in an hour and 30. You don't want to go to turns.
No.
That's always annoying.
Oh, yeah.
You're always under pressure. You fuck up.
It is a demanding format on your mental capacity.
Yeah.
And playing back-to-back rounds with no break in between, you will lose points.
Imagine.
Yeah. Right. There's so much you have to like use your cognitive energy on.
Yeah.
So, yes. Play something that gives you at least a little break in between each round.
Yes, but then again, like Stacks is in the perfect position because you can run opposition agent, run it magistrate, you can run even mind sensor. It can run a lot of stuff, and they need to search like the profane tutor hits, right? So yeah.
So that's our solutions. Let us know if we missed something obvious. And again, you could also just be better.
Well, yeah, you can build a Lavinia deck and
be better than Spleenface. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Cut. We are still waiting for the last matches to end and get confirmed. So if you have any questions for us in chat, now's the time to shoot. And while you type them, I would like to thank our sponsors, Dragon Shield and Blackfire again. Our good friends at Dragon Shield are launching a new sleeve in November, and we got access to show you all of them here tonight. So, the special thing about this sleeve is that it is painted or colored on the inside, so this is not a black front, so maybe you can see here. So the back side of the sleeve is painted black. This means that your dual face cards, whatever,
fully opaque.
Yeah, it's fully opaque here.
You can see it there with one of our playtest cards.
So we put a playtest card in here, and you cannot see the back on it at all. So these are the perfect sleeve for tournament play. And you still get that durability and shuffleability and shuffle feel. I know that sounds weird, but it's a thing. A great shuffle feel.
There's nothing more ridiculous than cards catching on another cards, right?
Exactly.
And Dragon Shield has done that consistently well for years now. You can even shuffle them empty. Like, it's ridiculously good.
It is. And they are, of course, now released in all the fan favorite colors, all the lighter colors that are really popular in sleeves, but they are a problem for tournament play. In one of the early rounds today, we had a pot getting a 30-minute time extension because a player had sleeves where you could see the back. So that player had to re-sleeve.
And it's a warning as well.
It's a warning as well. These
really
sleeves solve that problem completely.
Yes.
I mean,
we gave one away earlier.
We've given several away, and
we might give one away later.
Yes.
So
we might. Who knows? We are in a giveaway mood today.
Yeah. We're celebrating the success of the tournament. I want to know what chat will have brought to the tournament. I want to see hot takes.
Okay.
I don't want to see Team Natrasis people. Give me your regular hot takes. Yeah. What do you bring?
Trim the crown.
What do you bring to the Cody? It's gonna be Cody.
Yeah.
Cody's in chat. Yeah. Karik Bola Citadel.
Oh, that's a spicy one.
That's spicy. It was good for it was like tier 1, like super played for when it got spoiled.
I don't think super played in tier 1 is.
Well,
the
you know what
same
I
thing.
mean. You know what I mean.
It was super
played.
popular, and it got a slight buff with the Professor Onyx chain smart combo.
And the Painter Servant and Bunny.
Yes, definitely. It is definitely a spicy one. You have all the tutors, but you kind of need the RAM.
Yeah. Well, it gets the Preventator as well, because it's playing Citadel.
Yeah.
So it can cast it off the top. Godo! So we're going monocolor. Chat is going monocolor. My own brew. Virgi Storm, another monocolor deck.
I mean, people love their monocolor decks.
Okay, yeah. It's easier on the budget. It's easier on the budget. On the
King Linotus, if you're interested, we did a deck tech with Ryan from Play to Win, and his Godo deck. That is his favorite deck, and you can watch it in the VOD. I believe it was right before round 3.
Yeah.
We showed it, or not, like in some time before that.
Keenan or Dragon.
Dragon.
Tassigor and Gitrog. S3 Daura stacks. S3 is in a nice place if like the really fast ad nauseam decks become the format.
S3 is the
Planeswalker,
the enchantment. Yes.
Trusses via Cheese Rush. Good. Batroc is the cat. Embry combo.
Ooh.
A lot of decks that I would love to see.
Yeah.
A lot of them, yeah.
Okay. Spicy inclusions here. So, we are heading into our last round of today. Yes. Short. But Felipe and I are not done working. We are going out to find people and do deck techs so we can show them to you tomorrow. So let us know in chat if there's any person, any type of deck, something you want featured in a deck tech or an interview. Shoot at us. We cannot make any promises. Obviously, we have to find the person or find the deck, but we will try. So let us know what you want to see.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
Ella,
Kane.
Jessica Ishai, I know that
Marax's first lever, so we can do Marax's first lever.
Oh, we can definitely do that.
Is he on 5-color food chain?
Well, apparently.
Nice.
So one of our content creators, I believe, was on Jessica Ishai. Oh no, Ryan played it last night in the bar. That's where I saw it.
Maybe he
Let's
can bring it up.
I'm sure he will do it, but
Pairings
another
for
one.
round 4 are live.
Pairings. We have
Yes.
pairings.
Please take your
As you
pairings in
might have heard in
Discord
the
and
announcement,
head to
pairings are now
immediately.
live. So let's go find.
That was pairings for CEH round 4.
Snooski and Kolkio are together.
Well, it looks like we are going with table 1.
Table 1. Okay. So we're gonna have Snooskis, Shuraya, MTG Steve, and Kolkio. Kolkio's gonna be back
Yes.
on the match area.
Probably playing for winning in.
Winning in, yeah. Snooski also winning in. He can't have bad
Possibly,
tiebreakers.
yeah.
He can't bad tiebreakers, so today's winning in.
Feature matches for this round are table 1 and table 5. So it's feature matches, table 1 and
And on table 5 we have
Please head
Val
to the
and
feature match
Maraxis.
area.
Yeah,
immediately.
they're gonna
Thank
be
you.
our backup match, but be aware, we only go to the backup match if the original feature match ends very quickly. The nature of Commanders, especially CD, means that if we're jumping in halfway through a game, we have absolutely no idea what's going on, what has happened, and the content and the commentary is really affected by that. So just a PSA.
Yeah, the round that we ended earlier, that ended really quickly with Spleenface, we tried to jump into the other game, and they were literally battling over our consultation.
Yes.
Like, that's the name of the game, right?
Exactly.
And then it still lasted 30 more minutes.
I know.
What deck is Spleen playing? Cody.
Cody,
and then Cody again. Yeah. Okay, can we update standings maybe?
Yes.
Before we go into the round. Production, can you put up the standings for us on
Let's
the screen?
see if the standings were updated correctly, if possible. And can you, in the meantime, find our decks for our
Yes,
feature match?
absolutely.
Of course, we know Kolkio is on blue farm, Tuna Crown. Snuske, I am actually not sure.
I'm
what
not sure what he's
deck
in.
they brought.
Leptys still shows second.
Okay. Well, we'll have to figure that one out.
Yes, no,
Or
we're not going to
us.
standings then. Yeah.
Someone else.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's the standings we saw before.
Yeah.
And they're exactly the same.
Exactly.
Asphalt took a loss on round 3. That's interesting because he was coming from a 2-0.
Yeah. But yeah, Snuske looks like
it's winning it.
It is definitely a winning it.
Yeah.
And
Spleenface-
possibly even qualify with 2 more losses.
Maybe.
Yeah, it
depends.
Yeah. Another draw, I think then it's locked, or that translates into another win. So, did you find the deck list yet?
Not yet. I'm getting them. Yes, I have them now. So Imp is on Golo Storm.
Golo Storm, nice.
I think that's the. Wait, I don't know. This is not the right decks.
Okay.
I got the wrong decks. Okay. Snuske is on Kodama Silas.
Oh, yes, that was the one.
Then we have Orvar Control.
Oh, I'd love to see Orvar.
Chulane's Chickens for Steve.
This is a spicy pot, and then the
And
blue farm.
blue, just blue farm.
I mean,
Tulane CDH, I love it.
So we have blue farm, Tulane, Kodama Silas, and Orvar. That is a spicy pot.
You don't counter the Alluring, you counter the Drake, and then you're sent. Then you play all your creatures for free.
I mean, again, we know what a powerful wizard Kolkio is. So I'm obviously I'm rooting for him. Not rooting. I think he will run away with this game.
Snuske has been on a roll.
Yes, Snuske is
and the Kodama deck. Yes, big, gets big.
Yes, get big.
Such a deck, please bring it.
Oh.
I think we have someone pointing out.
Okay, we're going to the match area.
We got there. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate the honesty.
That's amazing.
So
we
I
got a
feel
lost
announced
deck and it
before
appeared
you.
immediately.
So we got a request
As I
for
said
Leptys
earlier, round
for
5
deck tech, I believe.
is for all of us
So we were noting that.
pushed to tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. It's the start of round 5.
So
after this round, there'll be no further rounds playing. If you have a food
we are still
voucher
taking
dinner,
requests for either interviews or deck techs, and again, have to say, cannot promise we will find the person or deck you're looking for, but give us a hint and we will give it a try. Yeah.
all players who want
So
to
let's
are very welcome
take
to play
a
round
live
5
look in at
tomorrow
our
at 10
our
a.m.
players are almost all
With that
there.
said, I hope everyone has a full pot.
So,
You have
okay.
75 minutes.
Seating is going to be really
Maybe
important
in.
here.
Good luck. Have fun.
Like, who gets to start? Especially if the Orvar deck can open, the control deck opening earlier.
I want to see Orvar doing Orvar stuff.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
It's a different take on blue.
Oh,
weirdly enough.
completely.
Weirdly enough, it's weird to say there is a different take on blue.
Adam, that's another great
Lord
suggestion.
Windgrace, yeah, let's do the Lord Windgrace deck take all the time.
Yes. Adam is also a great guy, so
Yeah.
let's get him on the screen.
Yes, and like, he's the Lord of Dank. Yes. I want to see the Obliterate line over and over and over.
Yeah. So it looks like we're missing a player.
Just joined.
Just joined.
Was running. He's running.
Yes.
Still, you can see the urgency there. It's fine.
That's our Tulane player. I am sure, joking, our TO for this CDH match is proud to finally have Tulane on
Tulane
camera.
at feature match area. Yeah.
So let's figure out what happens with these. So, okay.
Yeah, it's not easy to pilot the Lord Windgrace. Not at all.
No. So, one more announcement. I know I promised this to happen before this match, but we postponed it. After this round, which is the final round for today, one of the Tier 1 MTG store guys will join me here in the booth, and we will open a Antiquities booster. So it was announced earlier today that you could buy like a share in the booster, and there's 8 cards, so there's 8 shares in the booster, and then you will get a number, and then when the booster is open, we will shuffle the cards, lay them out, each will get a number, and you will get the corresponding card.
What's the most expensive in the set?
So, Antiquities. Power Artifact is from Antiquities, right? Is Candelabra from Antiquities?
I'm gonna check.
Help us out here. What is the chase rare in Antiquities? Whoa, Workshop, obviously.
Workshop, yeah.
Okay, that's one on us, guys.
Mistress Factory, yeah.
Yeah, Winter Factory.
Yeah, Argivian Archaeologist, it's $300.
Okay, guys. We get it. We missed the Workshop and the factory. Sorry.
Candelabra, Mishra, Transmute Artifact, Power Artifact, Thanos Coffin, Argivian Archaeologist, Triskelion.
Oh, Triskelion is also a nice
Those are all over $200.
Yes.
And obviously we missed the $4,000 card. We're not gonna buy it. That's why we're not looking at it.
Oh. Okay.
We literally have it. We literally have it on the playtest cards. Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, but it looks like that our players are drawing opening hands, so let's jump into the full screen here.
Yes.
So. Oh. Kolkio is not playing a winning in here. Also, admin, can we change the WLT to WLD?
Or give us a BLT. That's also nice.
Or BLT. So yeah. Kolkio with the win here is live for top 16 for tomorrow with another win there. MTG Steel.
Otherwise, it's really rough. Though.
Yeah. Stevel also needs a win here to keep the dream alive.
Snuske can take a loss here.
Snuske is realistically the only one that can take a loss here. If they still want to go to top 16.
Yes. And yeah. Why is draw better than tie? Oh, it's just because I think that's how it's always draw instead of tie.
Yeah.
Oh, that was production asking us.
It's always just called a draw, I believe. It's semantics, but
Workshop is not broken enough. Should have been 3 mana for artifact abilities too. You're a madman.
Yes. Have you seen what Workshop has done to the vintage restricted list?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they had to, I believe, is the 3 mana artifact thing that gives you discount on artifacts. Has that been restricted yet?
I'm not sure, but there was talks about it at least.
Immediately, your pot is waiting for you.
I'm gonna check.
There's 2 tardy players, MC, SH, DKS, and Gonzalo.
Okay.
Your pot is waiting for you.
Does Chad remember what we're talking? Throw of Habits?
No. Foundry Inspector, I believe is the name.
It's not. The Foundry Inspector. No, it's not there.
Okay. But there's a lot of artifacts banned. Or restricted, obviously.
Yeah, we got the draw.
Yes.
What's happening with Snuske? It's summoning the spirits.
Yes. He's channeling the mana crypt to come to the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering who is going to be on the play here. The bottom right commander name is correct. It is Hulain, or however you pronounce it.
Yeah.
CEDH player, MC, SH, DKS.
It's a
Your
broken
pot is
Aloran
waiting
deck.
for
Yes,
you.
that's what it
Please
is.
proceed to a table
Because that's what Simic
immediately.
needed on that
Thank
set, right?
you.
So Ishmox, we had 86 players at the main event.
Who's starting? Kolkio is starting us. No, it's Snuske starting.
Okay. That is, I think that's great for this part with the blue farm going last.
Yeah. Buy you into a Mox Diamond, into a Talisman of Dominance.
Yes.
Into a Eudorus.
Wow.
That's a Silas.
That is a turn 1 Silas to rebuy the
And then turn 2 Kodama.
Well,
and not draw.
That is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Snuske with an incredible opener.
And Orvar 1 turn late. The control they're getting 1 turn late to the party,
Yes.
right? Beautiful island. Beautiful island selection.
I mean, if...
Oh my god, that's so rough.
Talk about being 1 turn late.
Yeah. All that. The Mox Diamond, it's Playtest card.
Yes.
Chat. Yes, we explained it earlier. It's all going to be available on the VOD, but there was a list of cards that the players could request. There are playtest cards that they have to return after the end of the event.
Yes.
It's just because we want everyone to be able to play.
Yes.
And it's, yeah.
It's a bit convoluted. We have an explanation on our website. We had the head TO of the entire weekend in here explaining it earlier in the day.
And we're going to explain it tomorrow when rounds begin. Don't worry. But there was a list of like 36 cards or something like that.
Yes.
Mana Creep. Fast starts for everyone except Kolkio.
Yes.
Let's see.
But Kolkio could also be holding back in order to not feed the fish.
That's true. Oh!
Snuske with all the dirt.
Oh my god. What a play. No, he doesn't even need the Kodama. He's like, okay.
No. I don't want to play my 6/6 commander
I
on
have
turn
something
2.
better.
Yeah.
Force of Will. Force of Will.
Found by the Orvar player.
Control player assuming their position.
Control things, yes. That's what happens when everyone has islands, right?
Yes.
Pass priority, I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
sandwich. Snuske had the actual nut hand.
Yeah, and pretty good top decks as well. Because like, he's already depleted the number of cards he had originally.
Okay, so I'm sure we're going to see an attack here and a rebuy of the Lotus, and then a pass.
I don't think there was a question to where to attack.
Oh, no. Obviously, you're attacking the only Adnos player at the table.
Also the one you know how to play, how it plays. He's targeting. There's a small read of how the Silas works. Because it's kind of nuts. Yeah. So the Remora got paid, and now we're moving to Civil. So now we're what do we see from the 2-lane player? Who lane Teller of Tales? Yes, sorry, I have to say it correctly. Okay, what is it coming? Jameson Caverns, a bit too late. Not what you want to draw. Brainstorm and then step from Kolkio. Beautiful Brainstorm. How does Chad feel about the Japanese alternate art Strixhaven Mystery Archives, right? That's how they're called, I think. I personally like them. I know Janus likes one of them, the Japanese cards.
Oh yeah, I gotta preface this. It's not that I don't like them. I am just a Magic boomer, so I like original printings. But I did buy the Ephemerate.
The Ephemerate you like?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is also because I kind of find the original Ephemerate art kind of underwhelming.
It's not the yeah.
But
it's not the one that cuts your rotation immediately. The original Ephemerate art, yeah.
But the one in the full art Japanese borderless thing, I think that is absolutely beautiful, and I have it both in foil and edge foil.
Yeah.
by mistake, but I'm happy.
The
It's a
only-
happy mistake.
I love the Nicole Bolas one, the one the Orsov one. This part.
Oh yeah. But there's a lot of great art in that set.
It's lovely. It's lovely, and I love that the Japanese art. It's exactly the same pose as the original this part.
Yeah.
It's Nicole Bolas getting attacked.
So,
I just like everything with Nicole Bolas in it, to be honest. Kolkio, rough start.
Missing a land drop here.
Rough start for the person that always has the nut
Yeah, yeah.
right? Has to happen sometimes.
What happened to the Lotus? Was it countered?
Not sure what happened to Lotus.
Or did he just forget to recast it?
Maybe he didn't want to feed the fish.
Oh, obviously, yes. That makes sense.
Thank you, Joking, for coming out on
Yes.
chat.
Joking with the assist in the chat on the playtest cards. Okay, Kodama hit the table. Now this means business is on for Snuske. And the rest of the table really has to be cognizant of what they allow to resolve, because this means that Snuske can cheat something in of similar CMC or mana value as it's recently been dubbed. So what card is that?
Delay?
It's Delay.
Yes.
Where is
New
that art from?
It's a new reprint art.
Gotcha.
I love that Delay art. It's yeah, it's a nice art. I ran the original, but I got one copy because I like the art. I will get it in a playmat, definitely.
Okay.
Same with the days from Amonkhet,
Oh,
the
I
one
have
with the birds.
I have that playmat.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. It's a beautiful piece of art.
So unfortunate that that art would wasted on that border.
Well, I still ran it, so I don't feel as strongly as you on that one. If they ever print it on old border, though,
Oh my god! But
it's
I
gonna
don't.
be such expensive.
But then
foil.
I don't think that art lends itself to the old border. It's
Let's see
too.
it. Let's see it. Yeah. No. Like the art on the old border, I would love to see it because I think it's the same colors as the old border. Like it will blend really well with the.
Could be.
It's in the old blue border.
But it's just like too CGI. I think to fit the old aesthetics of the cards.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Okay. Back to the game at hand. Can Kolkio hit his second land drop by the frustrated shake of the hand? It looks like no.
He used a brainstorm here
Oh,
in the end step last turn,
yeah.
right? You can see it. That's why we were talking about art.
Okay, that is
Let's
not
see how
pretty
rough
for
this is.
Kolkio.
The Orvar player playing to his strengths really starts a slow start. He's playing up. Okay. Talismans of Curiosity?
I mean,
and a Winds of Rebuke.
Winds of Rebuke for Silas.
That's.
I mean, it's
He wants to use the mana.
yeah. Oh, it's to clear his the top.
Pact and a Ranger Captain of Eagles.
Yeah. So I actually like this to like clear your own brainstorm lock.
He knew one card of those, right?
Yeah.
And it was the Pact.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, are we still on Kolkio's turn?
I think we are, yes.
Okay, so you might be exploding now.
Nah.
Okay, just a pass.
Okay.
Being reasonable. Not trying to force anything. Kolkio likes to go fast.
Oh yeah.
If he has the Adnos,
He will jam it. Okay, so
one for
Soul Ring.
like he needs
All
more
the mana. All the mana.
He has natural Kodama now.
I think we're just gonna see Salah here again.
Yeah. Oh, that's more mana. He needs, yes. That Notion Thief Mill.
Yeah.
Bet he will have liked to have that one. And the dead touch loop, it's back.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so no acceleration for, or even green mana for Stevel. It's not a great look. Okay, so Orvar here. I mean, Orvar could enter play now and do Orvar stuff. Yep, Orvar is on the stack and resolved, and the turn's been passed.
And the two-lane player so far away, lacking two colors.
Yes.
It's a rough position.
Very rough.
The Gemstone Caverns doesn't do anything.
So.
I want Chad to call this one. I want Chad to go on this one.
I mean,
it's a difficult position.
It is difficult. I mean, I would still argue that Snuske is
he's on the
favorite,
position.
but Orvar is not that far behind.
No.
Lots of mana, commander in play, cards in hand.
And mana open.
Yes.
Which is important. So yeah,
but
call it Chad.
Kolkio could also, like, he obviously kept the hand for some reason.
Yeah, and it's not a mulligan for nothing.
No.
Like,
so Izanagi is voting for Snuske.
someone's reading Orvar outside the table, so I'm guessing it's the judge.
Could be in response to a question from one of the players about an interaction. So we got some votes for Snuskin.
Yeah, I agree. Like, from this position, it's the Orvar of the Kodama Silas.
Yeah,
right.
I've learned by mistake never to count out Kolkio. He can explode at any moment's notice. But it was a rough start.
Another brainstorm art, another different frame.
Yes. That brainstorm art I'm not a big fan of.
It's literally raining. Yeah, there's literally a storm in his brain.
Okay.
I have it on my tilting pile.
The tilting pile.
Yeah, the white border things that shouldn't be white border, and the brainstorm, right?
I believe, unfortunately, Julaine discarded 2 hand size, so
yeah,
7.
Orvar doing Orvar things already.
Yes.
Kolkio not doing anything.
No.
I'm guessing he was thinking about finding a black land here.
Who?
Kolkio. And then slamming an early Adnos or something like that. I'm guessing he has some kind of big spell in his hand stuck.
I doubt it's Adnos because he's not producing any black mana currently.
What's that card now? Power Artifact gets exiled.
No, that's Transmute Artifact.
Transmute Artifact, sorry. And it's the new one. Oh, it's
the elemental that bounces a creature.
Creatures.
Does it bounces the creature right back to hand?
Isn't it the one that counters it?
No, I don't think it. Does it say counter target creature spell?
I think so.
Yeah, help us out. Subtlety or something?
You put it on the top of the library. But it can be a spell. So
it needs to be a creature spell, right?
Yes, one target creature or planeswalker spell.
Okay. So that's
Kodama
a nice,
goes on top.
Yeah, that's a nice tempo play here. Meaning that Snuske not only got his spell countered, so to speak, but also
he has one card less.
Yes.
Like, people might not realize it's a one card less.
Yeah.
It is.
That's the same. Like getting your spell memory lapsed. If any of you are old enough to have been trying that, it feels so bad.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like just trying out with a test spell that you like don't really care about, having to draw that again. Yikes. Okay, let's see if Orvar can just flood the board with islands. The most powerful magic card ever printed.
The other thing that feels really bad for Steve is that he drew them Jameson covers. I don't turn 1 or turn 2. That's really rough.
That's the really worst feeling ever.
Yeah, especially as a second land. Players are discussing something.
Yes. They are probably once again asking, so explain Orvar to me once again.
Yes. Let's explain it to the people. Orvar the all form, right?
Yes.
So we're gonna read the oracle for you guys.
I do appreciate that the Orvar player is playing the alternate border thing.
I think yes, the Nordic,
yes,
basically the Viking border. We can especially appreciate it here in Denmark.
We can.
Will you play that border or the normal one?
I actually have a few of those. I have Bergi.
Bergi looks amazing.
I have Eskia, the World 3 or whatever it's called. And I believe those are the only ones I have.
Okay, so it's a changeling 3 and a blue for a legendary creature, shapeshifter 3/3 that reads: whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, if it targets one or more permanents you control, create a token that's a copy of one of those permanents. When a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard a card, discard, create a token that's a copy of target permanent.
Gotcha.
So if it's in your hand, it's still valuable.
Yes.
If it's forced to recycle, then it does something. But right now, it's whenever an instant or sorcery is cast, if it targets something, he creates a copy of the permanent.
And to those unaware, so the deck is basically built up around cards that can target any permanent and then has buyback. And what you do is create enough islands and cost reducers that you can create infinite islands, and then you turn that into a win somehow.
Yes, that's why you can see an island with a white sleeve.
Yes.
In play. That one's a copy.
Yeah.
That one's a token copy.
Okay, Greenland finally for Steel and Lavinia.
Lavinia, out of all things.
That
is rough for well, that stops Silas.
Yeah, it stops the what's it called? The Lotus, yes.
Yes.
So Steve has now entered the ring.
And that takes out Kolkio completely of the game.
Oh yeah. It is. It's not his game.
Because he can only cast one CMC spell now.
Yes.
He cannot cast anything bigger than the number of lands you control.
No.
And that gives all the advantage to the Orvar player, which is creating copies of his lands right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so the Orvar player should just focus, contain Snuske for the duration of this orbit, and then see if we can go off.
Yes, Arias. It's a Savannah. It's a Savannah playtest card.
Yes, it is. It's not a proxy, it's a playtest. Our good friend and our CEDHTO Nicholas, or Joking, wrote out an explanation in chat earlier. Or you can go to the Tier 1 website to read more about it.
He also sent the link for that on chat, so it's a bit up. Scroll a bit up and you will see it. Okay, what does Snuske do now?
I am assuming we're seeing a big 3 again. Yes.
Slam the Kodama.
And promptly we see the Orvar player reach for their stack of counterspells, probably replying with a big fat no.
It's like, wait.
Yes. No, I would not like that.
Yes. And I would get an island out of it.
Oh, it seems to have resolved.
Block.
Spirit token blocks.
Also, you cannot give the spirit tokens to anyone else. Chilean uses them.
So does Blue Farm.
Blue Farm.
And I'm sure Snuske does as well. In some capacity.
Well, there is a Gaia's Cradle, most likely.
Well, that would surprise me if there wasn't. Cavern of Souls a bit late to the game here, but a land drop is a land drop. So, can you name any of the buyback spells Orvar plays without looking up the deck list?
No, not at all. Not at all. Gilded Drake. Oh my god.
Oh, somebody wants a big tree.
Oh. Don't you want to take the Levine?
Oh, no, I want a big tree.
I'm joking.
So,
We move forward. Forbid. Forbid. Oh, okay, Forbid I could have named. Yes.
yeah,
It's the only one.
it's a draw. Win, loss, draw. So chat is better at naming buyback spells than we are.
Yes. They're looking at the deck list. No, I'm not. I know you guys know better than we are.
There's also the one where you, for 1 black mana, can draw a card and then it has buyback 5 or something.
Yeah. Capsize as
No.
well.
Yeah.
Capsize as well.
That's Whispers of the Muse and Capsize, yes.
Yes. Capsize, you bounce all the permanents.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. But that, like,
They play a land, bounce it. They float in response, cast something, bounce it.
so the Gilded Drake is still on the stack, it seems, right? Or
Yes.
are we responding to trigger here? Maybe Snuski is trying to persuade.
To take the Levine.
Yeah. It's a tough sell.
If there was a crown, there is an argument.
Yeah.
I don't think there's an argument be nice. Is he giving it away? Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he just throws it.
Okay. So, Orvar now has a 6/6/3. Oh, this is actually. So, remind me, does what's its name? Kodama doesn't say cast. Does it say play or enter the battlefield? Okay.
Kodama. It's put on the battlefield. Put onto the battlefield.
So, what happens when Orvar makes copy islands? Do they get to put islands in from their hand as well?
Yeah, because if it entered the battlefield, yeah.
Well, we have Orvar
It's a
combo.
He just added
Combo
partner
kill.
to it. He just added partner to it and removed all the forest from the deck.
Well,
It's a mono blue partner deck now.
so are we on Stevel's turn here?
Yeah, Capsize was the win con when Palincron or Peregrine Dragon, the Line Navigator. The good old days of the CEDH format.
Yes.
When it was not even CEDH. I played that combo so much.
Capsize was a great card when I was a kid playing Magic around 98, 99.
It's a game for over 13, so I was not able to play it back then.
Are you saying I'm old?
No. I'm saying you're older.
Yes, this is the last round of today. But stay tuned after this match as we will be cracking an Antiquities booster live on stream.
Yeah, amazing. Mishra's Workshop. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine if we give a Mishra's...
I will lose my mind. I will steal it and run away. They'll never see me again.
Head for the airport.
Okay. I lost the track a bit here.
No, we are on the... not much has happened.
No,
We on
nothing
top.
has happened. That's why I'm losing. Like, is there a judge call or?
Something's happening here.
Yes. Oh.
Kodama came into Lavinia in play.
Yes.
Oh.
Nice catch.
Oh. Johan.
Yes.
I'm not sure if the players noticed.
I'm sure that's what the big break was about.
No judge call. There
Kodama
should be a
can.
judge call.
Oh, is it non-creature?
Oh, I think it's not creatures.
Probably. Yes. Chat confirms again.
Okay. Then what was the okay?
Oh,
they just were slow for a bit.
Just considerations admins wrote.
Okay.
Going in the tank. Could be Stevel, like going into the tank about whether or not to use that E-tutor at this point. So what are you getting here?
On
Is
too late.
Ristic?
With the colors he has, Ristic.
Yes.
He could go Valor and he has a green land in hand.
No. Oh, yeah, of course. If this is an instep, then yes.
Did he play anything last year? I don't think he did.
No.
Lavinia was played last
Was
time.
it? So. I would be surprised if this is a learn because
No, I don't think it's Alluran. I think it could be if he had the green hand, which he doesn't, because he wouldn't be one land drop before.
Exactly.
He has so many enchantments though.
And artifacts. There's also the Cloudstone in the deck, right?
Yeah. The Mitchell deck doesn't play any artifacts.
What again?
Mitchell deck doesn't play any artifacts. He has 5 only. He has 12 enchantments.
Wow.
So it's Carpet, Aircraft, Racing Study, Mystic Remorse, Silver Library, Allure, and Mana Breach, Deafening Silence, Overburden, Utopia's Pro, Rest in Peace, Stony Silence. He has Oko in the deck. I love it.
Oko is so good. Now I can say that after a long and oppressive time under his thumb in Legacy.
Oko is stupid good.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem that much play. It should see more play.
Okay, so Ristic. I am so smart. So it was an upkeep. That's what. Yeah. So I do believe Lavinia was cast last turn, which is why.
Yeah, Ristic Study, good way to get back into the game. Good way. So where are we? Kolkio is chaining on vapor or something.
It has to be Lavinia, right? Because he's like Lavinia is locking him out completely.
Oh, off the draw, the mental misstep. Oh.
The greed for not paying for Ristic really coming back to haunt Kolkio here. Gaming with Yeb. I do believe that Stevel will draw an answer that will stop Warwar before that happens, but yes, it is a possibility if Stevel forgot to put counterspell in his deck.
Ristic is a main.
And it is a May, an important notion that I also forgot. Don't worry about it, I forgot it as well.
Oh, Steve drew before Kolkio decided to pay.
Oh.
That's what chat says.
And chat is always smarter than we are.
And they're rolling it back. They rolled back the mental misstep here.
Yeah.
That seems like to be the case.
Okay, so it looks like it's been rolled back and it's resolved, and the
Warvar says another permanent.
No, I think Stevel is shooting the sacrificing the Gemstone Caverns to send the chain back on Orvar.
That makes sense. Force him to get rid of the. He can get the Drake though back,
and
which is pretty annoying.
but the chain ended here because Kolkio now played a Fulwar Stone and passed the turn.
How does he play the forward?
Land Talisman.
Where's the land?
Under.
Okay, there is a land over there somewhere. Okay, good that he found the land. He's back in the game with 4 mana.
3 mana. Okay.
The players are talking a lot on this round. You can see it.
Yeah, but this is again.
Tense Magic playing win and in.
Yeah, and these players have been playing for this is the 4th match in a row, and CDH is mentally draining. There's so much happening.
It's not easy. We have been at it for now 6 hours, so.
Yes. Okay, so we see a phantasmal image that I will assume is either copying the Gilded Drake, and then trying to take back the Kodama.
Yeah. Takes it back.
Yes. Okay, so far so good. Game plan is back on for Snuski. And now that the Vinny is gone, there's open season for Silas to bring back the Lotus, but it's not really that important.
It's not back-breaking at this point.
No. I mean, it is nice in case one of the commanders gets killed, and there's no reason
not to do it.
And that cannot attack, and that can attack, yes. So,
and we're hitting into the 35-minute mark. We're halfway through the round.
Yes.
And we are in in Mexican standoff mode. It seemed like Snuski was gonna run away with it, and that's good for Kolkio because he was able to stabilize.
Yes.
All of the sudden, right?
Yeah. He the game slowed down enough for him to get back into it, but.
Yep.
So, Captain Taco, so Gilded Image, or sorry, not Gilded, Phantasmal Image copying Gilded Drake, taking back the Kodama.
And then the Gilded Drake blocking the Silas.
Yes.
The Phantasmal Image copy of Gilded Drake.
Yes. Trading with the Silas.
I like that trade. I like that trade a lot. If it gets targeted, it leaves the battlefield anyway.
Given the fact that Snuski didn't play anything to trigger his Kodama, giving him now the outlet to sneak in a, let's say, Necropotence or Ristic Study just by casting Silas could be dangerous. But then again, I'm not sure the 2 mana is that, 2 life is that important to the Orbar. Time stretch.
No, sorry, time what is it?
I'm sure it's one of the weird ones, or it could be Steel Enchantment.
Steel Enchantment.
Oh, Morgan and I talked about Spleenface, and I talked about that card earlier.
Steel Enchantment.
Yes.
I don't know the art for that one.
Well, now you see it.
Yeah. Backwards, I'm tiny.
So,
good card.
I mean,
definitely good card.
Is there any so we see a Force of Negation here in Stevel's hand.
Yeah.
Realizing that there's only one enchantment in play.
Yes. I will go for it every day of the week.
Oh yes.
Pitching a Neoform. That's rough for
the lane deck. So there's a bit of discussion here again. And we have to apologize for this dragging out a bit. We're tired, the players are tired.
Yes.
Magic is complicated.
It is. just to reiterate, this is the last round of today.
Yes,
The players are going to be back tomorrow at 10 to finish the Swiss.
Yes, and then we cut to top 16 and show the semifinals and the final. So the steel artifact ended up getting countered. So Orvar
Steel
player, steel enchantment, sorry.
Orvar getting into play.
Orvar's back. Oh, and now Steve will remember that he still has heuristic. I believe there was a miss trigger for the Swan Song. Not sure. I believe the last draw was from the cast of Orvar. So day one is 4 rounds, Pava, canoes. It was supposed to be 5 rounds, but due to some technical difficulties, we've moved round 5 to tomorrow.
Sorry about that.
That's you.
Okay.
That's the snake that makes
Lotus
mana.
Cobra.
Yeah, Lotus Cobra.
The new alternate arts made this commentating thing so much difficult.
Especially if,
And Lavinia.
Yes, Lavinia's back.
And now the Tulane deck can see a lot of things.
Yeah.
Because next turn gets to play the Tulane. Next turn then it bounces stuff, replays it.
Yes. Oh, and the fish.
Fish and
Stevel wants all the cards, but it is a bit awkward when he locked, most likely locked Kolkio out again with that Lavinia. And Snuska also only has 3 lands.
Yeah, it's only open for Orvar. What's a good green-white CH deck?
Okay, so are we trying here to copy Gilded Drake again just to get Lavinia so you can actually start playing spells?
Apparently.
Man, that Lavinia has been so rough on Kolkio.
It also takes off Tulane from the board if it resolves. Because he cannot cast it.
Yeah, Tulane is a creature, so...
Oh yeah, Tulane doesn't matter.
Yes, but we see here, Kolkio has had it, doesn't want to deal with Lavinia anymore, so changes allegiance.
What do you do in Celestia and CDH? Chad is asking.
As a serious answer?
Yeah.
You lose a lot.
Yeah. You need 1 extra color, at least.
Or 2 other colors.
So you can do Team No, you could do Team Nakodama.
Yeah.
Team Nakodama is a valid strategy.
Or you could do Absent, the Leptys Absent deck.
Yeah. You can play 5 colors straight up.
You could.
I think actually it's better to go mono green or mono white if you want to play just those colors and you have budget restrictions in particular. I will go the mono green route.
Yeah,
personally, but the mono white route is getting better and better and better.
I would be hard pressed to ever choose mono white at its current state over mono green. I think both Selvala Brostorm and
Selvala Brostorm is nice.
It's nice, and so it's fun to play. It's very powerful. Yeeson is also a good deck that's fallen a bit off the radar, but it's a toolbox deck for people that like that.
And the other thing is that those two, like Wizards, not gonna stop printing good green creatures.
No.
Anytime soon, right?
Quite the opposite.
And they have so many birthing pod effects now. So many.
I mean, somebody's suggesting Yasharn or whatever the name of the Celestial Legend from the one that fetches basic lands.
Yeah, I also like the Angel, Tishar, the one that gets things that cost 3 or less. Is it Tishar?
That's the mono white one.
Tishar.
Yeah.
Tishar loops.
Yeah.
Tishar loops. It's doable as well.
So we see
Mono white as
Steel
well.
here electing not to pay for the fish. I mean, makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
You have the Ristic and you.
And there is a Lavinia.
Yeah.
3. He loses 3 lives. The attrition game is starting.
Oh yeah.
Kolkio is not looking that good in that side either. Really rough game for him, but he can play the underdog.
Yeah.
That's a.
We've seen that again and again and again.
Yeah.
You even won a tournament on back of being the underdog.
Yes. I had the combos in turn 1.
Yes.
I was just waiting.
You were waiting patiently. I'm not sure that's the situation with Kolkio here,
Well,
but
he has the 2 blue and the 1 black.
yes, and he has a lot of mana now and can actually play spells because Lavinia is on his side.
Yes, and it's the first time he has
Yes.
been able to play. So, Kamala Chroma.
That's not me.
Me either.
Even though there are cards that you can play in Celestia, I do believe, as we said before, you are better off in mono green.
Or even mono white. Like the Charloops is a decent deck. It's better than the Celestia options, I think. You ruined your mana base as well.
That is true, but I also think the Teshar deck is super complicated. So for somebody just trying to get into the format, that's probably not the right choice.
Absolutely. The database lists Adaptive Sisei and Selvala Twiddlestorm as the 2 options. So there is 2 in the database. If you wanna go that route.
Yeah, so Steve here making some mana with the snake.
Valuable mana. Here. It's 1 up from the
counting could indicate problems for the opponents here. 4 mana, 2 of them green. Is this a lure?
It could be, because it doesn't make sense to add 2 greens if you're gonna go 2 lane. You might as well float.
Also, you don't want to tap your.
You don't want to tap that one. The exotic orchid, no.
Okay, now if there is a follow-up, either Allure or Tulane, it won't get countered.
So we have 4 mana, 2 lane.
Yes.
That's a weird tapping.
Yes.
That's some weird tapping.
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
Oh. That is enough, right? This is a combo.
No. It's not infinite. He has to be able to put lands every time.
But can't he? Okay. I don't know enough about it.
The thing is that you can.
That looked like somebody trying to say, I want to do my thing.
He can play it again with the free mana, right?
Yeah, so he's getting, like, fetching that nets him a mana because of the snake.
Yeah, so he has 2 mana, 3 mana. It's depletable mana. He has to keep finding lands. That's the problem with Tulane.
Okay.
He needs to find the alluring and the. Tulane doesn't have haste, so it's also not enough mana to bounce stuff with the Tulane.
No.
Otherwise, you could bounce the land, keep playing it.
Tundra coming down here. So,
get another mana.
This could just in quotation marks here be cast your Drake 3 times,
Then,
get some draws,
yeah.
hope you survive the orbit, and then hopefully go off next time.
Yeah, we can also you can also do. You can also do get a little bit of mana and then do other. Yeah, I'm not sure what the list is running in terms of infinite mana. But there is loops where you can stop in the middle and just go for it, right?
Yeah.
Chicken. So what are you running?
Shrieking Drake re-enters the battlefield.
Draw a card. Put a land.
So Styrofoam,
He doesn't have a land.
have to tell you that the reason that was very good was not the turn 2 Yasharn, but the turn 1 Drain Sphere. Okay. This... I feel like I'm missing something because this seems like indication of a loop. Or
It's
what?
not a loop. It's not a loop. It's not a loop. He's depleting the mana there. He
Oh.
didn't find a land on the previous loop. It's only sustainable as long. Yeah, I have played the deck enough.
Okay.
That was my casual deck.
Oh, gotcha.
Without the allure. That's the only modification I made. So I cannot go infinite.
Okay, so yeah, we get a assist from chat here. It's
He got
a
the-
borrow that we need.
He signaled like he made a he showed something, so he might have gotten what he wanted here.
Yeah.
But he didn't get any lands.
Okay.
See? So now he must move to this card, basically.
Crop rotation would have been amazing. Here.
Crop rotation is insane. It is yes. Find the yeah. But is that like 2 lane? Okay, it's big mana goes, the ability to with a tap next turn, blah 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 blah. But it's such a powerhouse. It draws you so many cards over the course of the game. No one removes it. It's not the problem right now.
No. Oh.
DT, come on, Kolkio.
Kolkio is he?
What does he have in hand?
But Orvar just has all the mana open in the world.
Yeah, but if you don't go for it here, when do you go for it?
Oh, I don't know. And as we talked about earlier, Kolkio is known for just jamming.
Yeah.
He's not afraid.
Yeah.
I don't like it particularly.
Izanagi, I assume that a lot of people don't like white borders, and getting a nice black border demonic tutor, you don't have that many options in my opinion, unless you really want to use a lot of money.
You have the foreign black border.
Yeah, but then you also, for me, I like to be able to read my cards even though I know what they do.
Well, it's a DT. You know what they do.
Yeah, I know, but
I have a foreign black border, but I don't run it. The one I run is the Judge promo, the creepy one.
Yes.
With the babies in it. Yeah. It's creepy as hell. I like the Judge promo Tremulous. I think it's the creepiest magic art of all time.
Have you seen Macabre Waltz?
Yes.
That is creepy.
It's everything about the DT though. It has the flavor text that it's perfect.
Yeah,
it has everything going for it.
Definitely.
It has everything going for it. It's also one of the most expensive DTs now.
Oh,
really? It became expensive. At first, people hated it. Togside into an Esper Sentinel, 8 open mana. We're seeing why he kept this hand.
Yes.
So frustrating.
Yes.
Ristic Study. He missed a trigger on the Ristic Study, so he's now paying for one. Silence! He's going for it!
Oh, Kolkio,
Oh
you
my
absolute
God.
madman.
We called it. Going last. Oh, if he resolves this Orvar hand, it's really weird though.
Yeah. I mean, I assumed. Okay, no. 4. What are we doing here? Why was there... What? Oh, we are drawing a call with War Rule. Okay.
Yeah.
That's desperate times. This looks like... Wow. Kolkio, man.
I can't believe the Orvar hand didn't sculpt better.
Pass parity? Pass parity. Seems.
Okay.
So Kolkio's winning.
Yeah, I mean, he is at least looking like somebody that's trying to do it. Okay, Smooske.
he passed priority once on
I love it. I love it. Endurance. Oh, what a
play! Activating War Room into Endurance. Like, you're passing priority on the Endurance. So.
I mean, I can imagine here Snuske saying, I have nothing, and then, like, saying to Orva, like, activate your War Room. Because, I mean...
And then into a Grim Monolith?
Yeah. Mana was not really the issue for Snuske here, but, I mean, it's always nice.
Endurance of all things.
I think it's...
underrated?
It is a little underrated. I don't think it's it's playable in very specific decks. This being one. I could see it in some sort of TNT deck that tries to like be a bit more reactive.
What an art, by the way.
Yeah.
I like it better than the normal.
Yes. It is incredible art. Okay. Oh, no.
Demonic Betrayal.
Demonic Betrayal.
It was the opposite of what they thought.
He targeted the wrong person.
Oh, get another dog side.
Oh man, Kolkio with the big brain move here.
Oh.
Yes, I do believe the silence has resolved, and now Kolkio is casting a P image, copying Darkseid, giving even more mana.
He's sitting on 11 now.
Yes. And we now see all the players here lining up their graveyards. Not that much juice, at least not yet.
A lot of interaction though, so...
But I believe there is an Enlightened Tutor in the graveyard of Stevel, and there is probably, there's a Brainstorm for the Orvar deck, so there's a way to get a Breach, but a Breach with... Yeah, but Notion Thief, you kind of need the payoff.
Yeah, you need the wheel.
There's a lot of weird cards in that Orvar pile that I have absolutely no idea what's there.
But you should just start off by casting all the zeros.
Yes. Just no. Yeah. I mean, if you're not confident that it's gonna result in a win, I like thinking this through because you are just feeding Stevel a ton of cards here.
Sure.
So you need to be sure that. Okay. Okay. So that at least turns off the heuristic stuff. So now you can just play out all the stuff.
Now you play all the zeros.
Yeah.
All the zeros.
Sakavan, if that's the argument, then Dress Down should be a auto include as well. It's cheaper and it cantrips.
Yes. And it's blue.
It's blue. But the thing is, yes, Endurance fits into specific decks. Snuske's Kodama Silas is one.
Endurance saves you from your own Oracle too.
Oh, yeah. And it's a great attacker for Timna. And it's a great blocker for basically anything.
Is it opponent or player?
It's player.
Okay, so it can save you from your own Oracle.
You can.
Interesting.
Wait. We just cast a Twister here?
Where was it?
In hand, I believe.
Okay.
So.
So that hand was not if he finds a land.
Yes.
One land.
Okay, but yeah, this is probably.
He shuffled the Twister in. Yes.
Oh, yeah. We need him to judge. We need admin. Can you stop the game?
Oh well, now someone flipped his deck.
Yeah. We need to put the Twister back in the graveyard because Kolkio might redraw it here.
Yeah.
Or was the Twister cast from somebody else's graveyard?
I don't think so.
No, I don't see it anywhere. I think so. Oh yeah. Also, I just was noticed that, or told that it's exiled, so it was supposedly cast from another graveyard, because then it gets exiled with Mnemonic Betrayal.
It doesn't get exiled, it will go back to the river.
No. If you cast spells with Mnemonic Betrayal, they get exiled.
No, they go to exile. Then you cast them.
And
They return to graveyard.
No. Only the ones that you don't cast, they return to graveyard. The ones you do cast, they remain exiled. I am pretty sure. But this, I mean, it depends on where the... Okay, so it was Kolkio's own Time Twister, so now it is in the graveyard. Okay, seems I was wrong about the Mnemonic Betrayal. But didn't matter because we were right on the fact that he shuffled in the Twister.
Yeah. The Demonic Betrayal has to be exiled. Yes, that's correct. He already shuffled it too. He has to shuffle it too.
Okay. So, is there a world where Kolkio drawing 21 cards here not wins? 28 even.
He's on 4 mana. So yes, it exists.
It exists. Yes.
Yeah.
Is it likely?
Not really. No, not at all.
There's a gamble which, with 28 cards in hand, is basically Demonic Tutor for 1 mana. Unless you're me, and by me I mean the unluckiest person in the world. The Red Entomb, as I like to call it.
Yeah, props to the designer of all the latest cards.
Yes.
Unsubstantiated on the dog side.
Yes.
Because that's fair. They can't do anything, so we are moving pretty fast now.
It is. The players are silenced. Kolkio is most likely just firing on all cylinders here, trying to close out the win. Did you see them, Tremilos? I didn't cast them in hand, but if he does, yeah, then it's over.
Winds of Rebuke I see on top of the thing. Winds of Rebuke on the dogs.
I mean,
why not, right?
Yep.
Why not?
Everybody mills too. Chain Fluster.
Is it 2 or 3?
Mill 2.
2, okay.
Dark side? Whoa, what a surprise.
Oh, he cracked the pedal.
I mean, cracking a pedal or a treasure?
Yeah.
Even cracking the pedal is better here because it feeds your graveyard?
Yes.
Oh.
Here into the abyss.
Drawing 28 was not enough. Need to draw 50 more.
Add insult to injury. Getting the thumbs up for the stream.
Yes. So, Kolkio.
Kolkio's gonna win.
Yeah, it's gonna win.
It's not a hot take anymore.
Oh no! But look at that start. He missed 2 land drops, got locked 3 land drops, got locked out by Lavinia for several turns.
Attention Magic players, after the last round has finished, or after round 4 has finished of CEDH, there will be a meet and greet with Playing with Power up underneath the current round timer. As soon as the last round of CEDH is finished, we'll be able to meet and greet Playing with Power under the round timer.
How many cards do you think he's drawing here?
He just drew 28, he just shuffled 41, no 40, wait. 32.
32, okay.
I'm gonna say 32. 32.
Yeah, as you said, it's unless Kolkio is really unlucky. Okay, that's the Oracle, and there's the Tainted Pack, and that's the win.
The GG's.
Wow.
Congrats to Kolkio.
Yes.
That's quite the game. Wow. Can we get, let's
So,
get the box.
Congratulations
Yeah.
to Kolkio.
Again.
Looking in a good position now
Amazing position.
for top 16. Has to be nice after that beginning of that game. I think it's gonna feel so rough.
Sitting in fourth,
Yeah.
everything was against him. He navigated through it masterfully, played the underdog.
Yeah.
It works.
It works. It works. Definitely works. So, guys, I just notified the TO that we should get the Antiquities booster brought up here so we can open it for you guys.
Yeah.
Any last requests for us to do deck techs with either some people or trying to find some decks? We need to know them now. I will send Felipe out on the floor trying to
It's now or
locate
never.
people. So let us know. I love that Moel is just expecting a giveaway and typing Tier1Con. Let's get some hype in the chat for Tier1.
Yeah.
They are the ones putting this massive event on here. They are here for us in the entire weekend.
Yeah.
So finding an Ashaya deck is gonna be difficult, but we can try.
We have Raikkonen. Orvar. The Orvar one will be.
Orvar, yeah. Orvar. Raccoon is also one of our competitors for the online, so that's a great suggestion. So we have suggestions for Leptys, Adam, and Raccoon. If you want to go set that up,
Yes.
and that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunately what they will see for you today, I believe. So if you want to say
Yes.
goodbye to the chat.
Well, thank you, Chad. It has been amazing. It has been a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow on the last round of the Swiss. I'll see you on the semifinals, and I'm hoping to see what the Cody deck does tomorrow because it dominated today.
Yes. I can tell you all that I made a deal with Ryan from Playing with Power, and he will be doing the first round of commentary tomorrow with Felipe. So I will step out for the booth for a moment tomorrow, take a breath of air.
You can sleep a bit longer tomorrow.
Yes.
That's really smart. Yeah. That's a really smart one, right?
And then I will be back for the top 16.
Okay.
The semifinals and finals. So thank you for
I'll see you
participating. We will take a short commercial break and we will be back with the opening of the Antiquities booster.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
So, as a fitting way to end this day, I am told that the guy with the Antiquities booster is just stepping out of the building. So, we will be showing you the last deck tech of the day, and then when we return from that, we will be cracking the booster, I promise. So, stay tuned, and we will show you the deck tech with Matt from the Into the North podcast. He's the only one not playing Cody from that crew, so I'm excited to hear what his arguments to not follow what is possibly the best deck in the format right now. So stay tuned, and we will be right back.
Okay. Hello, and welcome to another of our deck techs. I'm here with Matt, aka Null, from the Internet gang. Yeah. And he's gonna show us a classic, allegedly. At least on the partner side, we're gonna see the innovations of the last few sets. It's a partner combo of Team Thrasios. Get us through the deck.
It's your classic 4-color Timna Thrasios. The main kind of idea of the deck is to reanimate a card called Razaketh.
Yes.
Which happens to layer really well with a pretty classic Thrasios Timna strategy, which is Thassa's Oracle and Kalzo.
Yeah.
So this deck was kind of originally named Razakats. In this particular list, there aren't any cats. This is kind of the streamlined version where you're just trying to get Thassa's Oracle in. But you support it with a lot of other great cards, so you have your kind of typical reanimation cards here. So
package,
Reanimate, Dance, Animate Dead. These are actually part of your combo, but also kind of provide utility during your turns.
Yeah, you can get something back, but it's just utility, stack space, whatever, if it came to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about stacks then. So I think
that's a bunch.
It's like stacks, but I think the best way to say it is like hate, because the idea isn't necessarily to slow the game down. It's more to like prevent particular decks from doing what they are doing to win, and using that to either like a political advantage or just to win. So your staples, so Opposition Agent, at this point Delphi I think very solidly staple. Collector Oof. One thing you might let's do that. Delphi, Collector Oof,
and the Agent.
Draneth.
Draneth Magistrate.
Yeah, Draneth is.
It's amazing. There's a lot of decks that depend on the commander. Just sitting there,
I think it's funny because at the panel yesterday, Morgan said that Draneth was his underrated card choice, right?
Yeah.
And it's true, because a lot of players are choosing red over white, which is kind of a funny choice that you make nowadays with partners and whatnot.
Esper Sentinel. There's a bunch of value in white, and having the partners means you can't have both.
You kind of, if you want Thrasios, you have to choose between white and red, pretty much. But if you're on Kenrith, like I could understand some builds, being tougher slots and cutting something like Draneth. Yeah. Speaking of other white cards, so we've got this package here: Ranger Captain and Esper Sentinel. I think probably one of my underrated card choices. Provides both, an uncounterable silence, but also the political advantage, and Ranger just being resilient to removal in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And most people will allow it to resolve if someone else is getting ahead on board. It's really political choices. Like this one are political choices most of the time. Yeah?
Yep, and it doesn't get countered by your typical counter spells, right? Like it's not going to get Pyro Blasted, it's not going to get Dispelled, and I think that offers a huge advantage. So I guess on that note, talking about kind of uncounterable things, in my particular build, I'm running Feed Artisan, so it's like by itself not like a particularly strong card, but if you do have the chance to activate it, you are tutoring and playing a creature without really the ability to interact except for things like Opposition Agent, of course. And if that turns into a Ranger Captain, then that's your uncounterable silence, which is pretty much the dream card.
Absolutely.
If that were ever printed on one card, we'd be in trouble. Okay, let me talk about the combo then, or the combo lines.
Yes.
So, the kind of one non-redundant piece in this deck is Lion's Eye Diamond. This is the proxy, or the playtest card for the tournament.
Yes.
My apologies there, but this will layer into kind of two particular routes. One of them is Oyok Salvagers.
Yeah.
This is a typical infinite mana combo. You do have to discard your hand, so generally you want to combo that with a Silence or a Ranger Captain. And then once you have infinite mana and your Thrasios, then you can leak your deck with Twister and Eternal Witness. And then it's up to you to style on people, so Assassin's Trophy, Infinite Swans, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
The next way to play it, which is the cheapest mana-wise, is to go the Eternal Witness route. So typically, depending on how many creatures you play, right, that limits your Razaketh. If you don't have enough creatures in play, you have access to this card called Life Death. So this will turn all your lands into 1/1s, or it lets you reanimate, exactly reanimate. Yeah, which is great. Yeah, so if you get enough tutors, what you can do is set up Consult by going Lion's Eye Diamond, triple green, tutoring for Eternal Witness, casting Eternal Witness, putting Lion's Eye Diamond back into play, cracking it for triple black, sacrificing the Eternal Witness to Razaketh, getting back a Reanimate, reanimating the Eternal Witness, playing the Lion's Eye Diamond, cracking for triple blue, and then tutoring for Consult 4 gold. Yep.
Marvelous, yeah.
That's pretty straightforward. It's a dream, but also reality. And then, okay, so yeah, that's the combo layer there. I think the one last note I have to mention is Villas, not on everyone's list, which is like totally crazy surprise to me. When you're running cards like Entomb and Reanimate, especially, it's really
it like when you see it on the board, seems like a no-brainer to include it. I see it, the reasons not to. It's the CMC and a lot of other stuff. Yeah. But then again, yeah, it's like I have a Reanimate. So many card advantage.
Yeah, that's just 8 cards immediately, and then also has life loss built into it, but also removal, so you're consistently drawing cards. It's resilient to Gilded Drake because if you have 3 black up, it cannot be Gilded Drake because you just respond to the trigger and kill the Gilded Drake.
Yeah.
There aren't very many creatures above the CMC 4 that are like particularly resilient to Gilded Drake, so that's the sweet spot.
Yes. Is there lines where if the board is more complicated or something, you go for the village reanimation pretty early or whatever?
Yeah, if it's I guess if it's like I guess it depends on what the hate piece is, but let's just say Villas is in the grave already and there's a Delphi in play. I can't combo through a Delphi, so I would have to first reanimate the Villas, get the Delphi. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of lines there, and it's certainly up to circumstance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess. Okay, one final piece. So this deck is full of hate creatures, so of course I want to be able to kind of have that toolbox available readily. So I'm using a classic card, Neoform. This deck runs plenty of Dorks, but it also runs Thrasios, that gives you immediate access to CMCs 2 and 3, which are really kind of your best. I did talk about 3 Artisan.
Yeah.
And then Survival. Probably like you tutor for this card, right? This card's insane.
Insane.
It's not particularly easy to tutor for. This deck does run Enlightened Tutor, but
survival is like insane.
Yeah, like immediate access to your whole deck. The only requirement is you need to have a creature in your hand.
Not that difficult in a reanimation strategy. Yeah.
Yeah. The typical like kind of straightforward line is to, let's just say it's an elf, discard your elf to survival to search for the Razaketh, discard the Razaketh to survival to search for Loyal Retainers, and as long as it's your pre-combat main phase, reanimate Razaketh and, hopefully win the game.
Yeah, nice. And those last pieces over there?
Oh, yeah, these are kind of just miscellaneous hate, so Ghostly Pilfer is not like the strongest hate piece, except against Food Chain. Where it's amazing, of course, but it also lets you discard cards, which is great if you have a Razaketh and a Villas in your hand. And of course, tutorable with Neoform, Fiend Artisan, and Survival, and crew. And then my last 2 pieces, so this is a Twister Loop deck, so having a Notion Thief is going to be super helpful for you. As kind of, it's generally speaking a game-winning combo, but in the perspective of the opponents, you probably want to play the bait there. Also, it has Flash, and we all know Paul Breacher got banned for a reason.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, Notion Thief's effect is like arguably stronger in certain builds, but of course has the downside of costing 4 mana.
Yes.
And lastly, Deathrite Shaman. This is just a staple in any sort of black-green elf-based deck, but also provides hate against graveyard-based combos.
Which is super prevalent in the format nowadays with Breach and other lines, yes.
With Breach, you definitely have to be proactive, because Breach is like, can operate at instant speed, and so being proactive with the Deathrite is great. And also, it's obviously great against this deck if,
Yeah. How do you think it fares in terms of speed? The deck.
Yeah, I mean, you guys just saw Cody, so
Well,
that's gonna surprise me.
Cody's fast. Yes.
But as far as speed goes, this particular build is meant to be quicker.
Okay.
But you can probably build it a bit quicker. I think it's kind of... It's not going to be quite as fast as your Turbo-Nos decks, certainly, but the base kind of case
Well,
here...
it has a lot more recursion, it has a lot more tries during the deck. If it gets to the late game, it has,
Yeah, you can do... It has a lot... Yeah, it's a lot more redundancy and a lot more... maybe not as much redundancy, but a lot of chances to reestablish itself. Be resilient, which is great. And then I guess you can win as early as turn 1 and 2, but you can kind of realistically target 3 and 4.
3 and 4, it's the realistic to try to attempt the win for the first time at least. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for showing us the deck. Really nice tech for the weekend, and we're looking forward to it. See you in the next round, guys. Bye.
Let's go with colors.
Hello everybody, and we are finally back. As promised, we will be opening a unsearched Antiquities booster. So I have Nicholas here from the Tier 1 shop with me. He will be the one touching all the cards, so I don't do anything wrong here. So what has happened here is that there's 8 cards in the booster. So we have 8 cards you can buy. The people have, all the cards have been bought. So number 1 is Kim Christensen, number 2 is Nicholas Seward, number 3 is Emil, number 4 is Thomas, number 5 is Stan and Allen, number 6 is Michael Madsen, number 7 is Foyle, and number 8 is Daniel Lind. So what is going to happen now is we're going to shuffle these all up, then we're going to open the booster, spread them out, and then randomly assign the cards to the names on the list. Okay. So, take us away.
The booster, we're gonna start. No gloves.
No gloves. History.
No, we're not gonna save the wrap.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do we get here? Yes.
We're gonna start?
Yeah.
The first one. A Suchi!
Suchi, old school.
Wow! Suchi is the first.
Yeah. Pack fresh Suchi. Jotun Soldier. A Gothian 3 folk. Man, these are beautiful.
Reconstruction.
Reconstruction.
ATOG.
ATOG, another old school classic.
Wow.
Artifact Possession. Beautiful art. What is that? Draftness Restoration. Never seen that card before.
And the last one.
And it is
a millstone.
Okay.
Wow.
So, shuffle up here.
So now we're gonna do this.
So, you as a avid old school player, what is is it Suchi or Attack here?
The Suchi.
The Suchi.
Money-wise,
is
it's the Suchi, yeah.
The Suchi, okay.
Okay.
So let's see who gets the Suchi. Let's do a good shuffle. Are we doing the old playground shuffle here?
We are also doing the old playground stuff. And we're doing it.
Yes.
The right way.
The right way. As magic cards were intended to be shuffled. Okay.
Okay.
So, if you tell the number, I will tell the name.
Okay. And we're gonna start. So
let's start.
Let's start
end.
here.
Yes.
And then
give that last one away.
The millstone
is for
number 7.
Foil. That is for foil.
That is for foil.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Number 2.
Draftness something.
Is number 8.
Daniel Lind.
Number 3.
Artifact Possession is for
number 4.
Thomas Nygaard.
The ATOG is
is for Michael Madsen. Number 5 is Dan and Alan. They get Resurrection or Restoration, sorry. Number 2 is Nicholas Seward.
That's for me.
That's for you.
Jotun Soldier.
Jotun Soldier
is
for
number
Kim
1.
Christensen.
And
meaning that Emil will get the Suchi.
And Emil, he actually called. He called it and said, I would get the best card.
Well, he was not wrong.
He was not wrong. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, Emil.
Chat asked this question. Is that something you can tell them?
Yes. We each paid 700 Danish kroner.
Each 700. So that's
approximately
a bit more than $100 or a little less than 100 euros.
Yes.
So that's what the Antiquities booster had to offer. Perfect. So that also concludes the stream today. We will return in the morning. Look out for announcement on Facebook, on our Discord and Reddit and everywhere. Thank you all for following and we will see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Good night.